Chapter 1365. In fact, this kind of accusation was completely unreasonable. The people of Shadow Moon Hall knew this, and so did the people of the other great forces. But who told the Emperor Garden to be suspended above Shadow Moon Hall's territory? Everyone was afraid that Shadow Moon Hall was close to the Emperor Garden, but they couldn't say it out loud, so now that such a thing had happened, they naturally had to make a big deal out of it. After some bargaining and even quarreling, the great forces on Shadowed Star reached a consensus that even if the Emperor Garden opened, the masters of Shadow Moon Hall could not enter in advance. They had to wait for the other great forces to converge before making any plans. Otherwise they would become public enemies. Although Shadow Moon Hall's current situation could not be described as treading on thin ice, it was not good either. After all, they had just experienced an internal crisis and were in urgent need of recuperation. Faced with such an unfair proposal, they could only agree. Today, Heavenly Fate City was almost overcrowded. The number of people left behind by the various great forces was huge, so the inns and hotels in Heavenly Fate City were full of people and business was booming. Even some of the surrounding small families had to be responsible for providing accommodations for these forces. The more people there were, the more conflicts there would be. After all, the great forces on Shadowed Star weren't very harmonious, and there was a lot of competition and grievances between them. Once they met, it was common for a few words to lead to a fight. Almost every day, a cultivator died. Shadow Moon Hall, as the host, naturally would not intervene in the grievances of these foreign forces. As long as they did not hinder their own interests, they would maintain a neutral stance. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai was injecting his space force into the strange objects as requested by Yang Yan while listening to her talk, interjecting from time to time to ask a few questions. Yang Yan also answered them one by one. While busy, Yang Yan's expression suddenly changed and she took out a communication artifact from her space ring. Releasing her divine sense, she immediately shot a strange look towards Yang Kai with an ambiguous expression. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Someone is looking for you," Yang Yan smiled and said meaningfully. "An old acquaintance of yours." "An old acquaintance?" Yang Kai's face went black. He didn't know many people on Shadowed Star, and there were even fewer who he could make friends with. Yang Yan calling him an old acquaintance had stumped him, and for a while, he couldn't remember who it was that had come looking for him. Moreover, when she said, old acquaintance, there was obviously a strange meaning to it. "Who?" "Yang Kai's Yang." "Dai Yuan," Yang Yan replied. "She." Yang Kai frowned. If it had been someone else, he could have simply declared that he wasn't on Dragon Cave Mountain and refused to meet them. But since it was Dai Yuan, doing so would be somewhat inappropriate. In any case, she had given him a colored glass bead and he had obtained a lot of benefits from it. Moreover, the stone puppet had dug out a passage into the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain last time. Yang Kai didn't know if Colored Glass Sect had discovered this after the incident, but perhaps he could ask her about it. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." Saying so, Yang Kai walked out. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, took out his token, and poured his Saint Chi into it. A beam of light shot out from the token and the spirit array that sealed Dragon Cave Mountain immediately opened a path to the outside. Before Yang Kai could even take a step though, he heard a burst of noise coming from outside and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that Dai Yuan had more than one person within Xiang? But when he heard what the people outside were saying, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking as he quickened his pace. At this moment, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, Dai Yuan was standing there. If one only looked at her back, they would think she was a peerless beauty. Her graceful figure seemed to exude a kind of magical power that could pull one's soul deeper and deeper, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. But if one were to look at her from the front, no one would be able to associate her with the word beauty. Dai Yuan was still the same as before. Her face was black and yellow, and her face was filled with wrinkles. Her appearance was ugly, but she didn't bother to cover it up. Instead, she openly showed her face without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Next to her, a group of more than a dozen uniformed cultivators with varying cultivation realms were staring at her. Many of them unscrupulously showed looks of disgust as they pointed at her and whispered amongst themselves. Among the crowd, several women raised their chins slightly, putting on an air of superiority. None of them were particularly beautiful, but when compared to Dai Yuan's face, all of them immediately became beauties, giving them a sense of superiority. "Hey, this young master is talking to you. Are you a mute or something?" The leader of the group shouted at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan turned her head and glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of answering. This blatant disregard immediately annoyed the leader of the cultivator, and he sneered. "Smelly woman, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't think that because you're a woman this young master won't dare to act against you. Although you're a bit ugly, you're still a woman, so this young master will give you some face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Dai Yuan frowned as a look of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to normal. In the past, if she had heard these words, she would definitely have been unable to restrain herself and attacked. In the past, her appearance was her reverse scale. But now, after being detoxified by Yang Kai, her appearance had been restored to normal. Her current appearance was just a disguise, so even if the other party's words were unpleasant to hear, she didn't take them to heart. "Brother Hai, why waste time talking nonsense with her? Just capture her." Seeing that she came here looking for someone, she must have some kind of relationship with the people inside. "We've been waiting here for so many days, yet the owner of this place still hasn't shown himself. He really doesn't put us in his eyes," another person in the crowd shouted impatiently, a look of eagerness on his face. "Oh, who should I put in my eyes?" A slightly sarcastic voice suddenly called out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain. As these words were spoken, a crack suddenly appeared in the barrier-like spirit array in front of them, revealing the figure of a young man. "Yang Kai." Dai Yuan smiled happily and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Sister Dai Yuan." Yang Kai gently nodded to her before glancing around at the group of people standing outside and asking lightly, "Are these people with you?" Dai Yuan slowly shook her head and whispered, "They are from Sea Heart Sect." "Sea Heart Sect? Never heard of it." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Although Yang Kai still didn't know much about the distribution and strength of the great forces on Shadowed Star, he had at least heard of the major ones. This Sea Heart Sect, however, was something Yang Kai had never heard of, so it was obvious this force wasn't anything special. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was much more knowledgeable, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell the origins of these people from their clothes, whispering, "It's a force from the limitless ocean, it's normal you haven't heard of it." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. The limitless ocean was very far from here, and if it weren't for the Emperor Garden appearing, these people would definitely not have come here. "Are you the master of this place?" Over on the Sea Heart Sect side, the leading cultivator looked Yang Kai up and down and asked in surprise. I am the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. "Good, since you are the master of this place, you can speak freely." The cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, so he couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous, a trace of arrogance flashing across his face as he declared, "We are disciples of the Limitless Ocean Sea Heart Sect. This mountain range is now under the command of our Sea Heart Sect. Go back and tell the people inside to clean up and make some accommodations." He spoke with a careless look, as if he was ordering his subordinates around without any trace of politeness. When Dai Yuan heard this, a strange look appeared on her face as she turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering if these people thought of Yang Kai as the patriarch of a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai also had this guess. Although he didn't understand what was going on when he first came out, after thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed what was going on. Now that Heavenly Fate City was overcrowded, many foreign cultivators couldn't find a place to stay, so some of the nearby small families had become their targets. In order to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, it was naturally necessary to find a good location. Dragon Cave Mountain was located almost directly below the Emperor Garden, making it an excellent location, so it was only natural that many people wanted it. Speaking of which, over the past few days, many cultivators belonging to various great forces had taken a fancy to Dragon Cave Mountain and wanted to enter it to stay for a while, but Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array was extremely exquisite, so some people could tell it was extraordinary and didn't dare disturb it rashly. There were also some people who knew that the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain was a young man who could kill origin-returning realm masters and had a good relationship with Chen Tong, so of course, they wouldn't intrude. But Sea Heart Sect was from the Limitless Ocean and knew nothing about Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai, so it was inevitable that they would act rashly. There were many secrets inside Dragon Cave Mountain, and it was covered in various layers of spirit arrays. Let alone Sea Heart Sect, even if someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came here, Yang Kai wouldn't let them pass. What's more, These people were speaking as if letting them live in Dragon Cave Mountain was an honor, a fact that made Kai both angry and amused. Wanting him to give up Dragon Cave Mountain with a single sentence, this Sea Heart Sect's tone was bigger than the heavens. Thinking so, Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled, cupping his fists in greeting. So it is friends from Sea Heart Sect, it is an honor to meet you all. His expression made it seem as if he had been admiring them for a long time, causing the people from Sea Heart Sect to feel even more comfortable. Everyone was thinking that their sect's reputation had actually spread to Shadow Moon Hall, causing them to feel a sense of pride. The leader of this group glanced back at his junior brothers and junior sisters triumphantly before turning back to Kai and saying with a smile, "There's no need for such polite words. Since you know we are from Sea Heart Sect, you should quickly prepare. The dozen of us don't mind, but when my martial uncle arrives, you'll have to serve him well. My martial uncle's temper isn't very good, so if you make him dissatisfied, you know the consequences." When he said this cultivator's threat was obvious, as if a single mistake would bring disaster to Dragon Cave Mountain. Chapter 1366. Oh, is there a senior from your sect who hasn't arrived yet? Kai raised his brow. Naturally, Martial Uncle is currently resting in Heavenly Fate City and ordered us to find a good place first. Since we've found a place to settle down, I'll send him a message. With that said, the leading cultivator took out his sect's communication artifact, probed it with his divine sense, and began to communicate with someone. Kai didn't try to stop him and simply watched with a smile. After the leading cultivator put away the communication artifact again, Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Naturally, there's no problem with finding a place to live. Dragon Cave Mountain has many lofts, beautiful scenery, and rich world energy, so it should meet your requirements." "Haha, I took a fancy to your mountain because the world energy here is good, otherwise, why do you think I've been waiting here for a few days?" The leading cultivator shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "With the strength of our Sea Heart Sect, we can easily look for a nearby small family. I'm sure they will definitely welcome us with open arms. Little brat, your luck has come. Although my martial uncle's temper isn't very good, he is still very generous. This time, as long as you can make him happy, there will be plenty of benefits for you." "Is that so?" Kai was overjoyed and even became a little excited, asking, "Since all of you have come from so far away, should little brother prepare a banquet to welcome you all?" "Good, you're quite considerate. We aren't greedy for food, so it doesn't matter if there's a banquet or not. However, Martial Uncle is quite good at this, so let's do as he pleases, but don't bring out any food, Martial Uncle won't be interested in it." Seeing that his Martial Uncle's name was so useful, the leading cultivator immediately put on a show, calling him Martial Uncle, as if he had already become a worm in this Martial Uncle's stomach. "Yes, yes, yes." Kai nodded repeatedly. "Right, dare I ask this friend, does your sect senior have any other hobbies besides this?" "Other hobbies?" The Sea Heart Sect cultivator raised his brow and smiled knowingly. "You mean? Heh." Kai snickered as he and the other cultivator put on an embarrassed look. Dai Yuan saw this from the side and was speechless. She had never known that Kai had such a side to him, but she knew that Kai was obviously toying with the other party. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know about it and thought that Kai was really afraid of power. It was funny to see him flattering others. Good, good, good. You really do know how to handle things." The cultivator laughed and moved closer to Kai's ear, whispering a few words with a wretched expression. Kai raised his brow and said happily, "Is that so? Our Dragon Cave Mountain may not have many things, but there are many beautiful women." As soon as these words came out, many of the male disciples of Sea Heart Sect showed looks of joy, the leader of the group even saying, "That's good, but before that, I want to take a look first, lest a little brat like you make up the numbers and spoil Martial Uncle's mood." "No problem." Kai patted his chest, pulled Dai Yuan in front of him, pointed to her, and said to the cultivator, "Friend, take a look, what do you think of this girl?" Dai Yuan was both ashamed and angry as she glared at Kai fiercely. Although she didn't hear what Kai and the other party said just now, seeing the wretched looks on both of their faces, how could she not guess that it was related to beauty? Although she had restored her stunning appearance, being called out by Kai like this still made her a little annoyed. The Sea Heart Sect cultivator was startled and glanced over at Dai Yuan, the smile on his face quickly converging as a cold light flashed across his eyes. "Little brat, are you joking? You call this a woman?" Dai Yuan's pretty face became even colder. "I'm not joking." Yang Kai smiled faintly. This girl is peerless and beautiful, can't you see? Hearing him say this, Dai Yuan couldn't help glaring at him, the annoyance in her heart fading away. Others may not know the true face behind this ugly face, but Kai Yang was very clear about it. So when he said these words, he didn't have the slightest bit of dishonesty. He was extremely calm, and the smile on his face was also incomparably sincere. Do you have any other girls here? The Sea Heart sect cultivator asked, unwilling to give up. There are, but none of them seem to be as beautiful as this one. Yang Kai shook his head. The Sea Heart sect group froze for a moment, and the leader of the cultivators also faintly felt that something was wrong, his face becoming gloomy as he put on a fake smile and asked, Little brat, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes at him. Only now did the man realize that Yang Kai was just toying with him and that all the previous worship and flattery was just a disguise. Furious, he roared, Little brat, you court death. Saying so without any explanation, he reached out to grab Kai Yang. This cultivator was also a third-order Saint King and was an elite disciple of Sea Heart sect, so he felt that dealing with someone like Yang Kai would be a piece of cake, so he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. As the giant hand reached out, Saint Chi surged from this palm, causing the surrounding world energy to twist and condense into a giant blue palm that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Sea Heart sect had been based on the limitless ocean for a long time, so most of its disciples cultivated water attributes, secret arts and martial skills. With the help of its geographical location, it was quite easy to cultivate. The giant blue palm instantly enveloped Yang Kai and Dai Yuan, its aura ready to be unleashed at any moment. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the watery blue giant palm suddenly burst open, like a bubble that could not withstand a single blow. The Sea Heart sect cultivator was shocked and shouted, Not good! As he urged his divine sense to activate his artifact. As soon as he began fighting, he discovered that Yang Kai was different from the Saint King realm cultivator he had dealt with before, so he didn't dare to neglect and immediately used his artifact. But in the next moment, the golden light suddenly shrank and transformed into a golden thread that shot towards him. This person's reaction wasn't slow either. He flicked his fingers and sent several bursts of energy towards the golden thread. However, the golden thread seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and evaded all the attacks. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread had wrapped around him. Feeling the deadly threat coming from the golden silk, the cultivator's forehead was instantly covered in sweat, not daring to move as he shouted, All of you, stop! The Sea Heart sect disciples behind him were about to launch an attack, but when they heard this shout, they hurriedly withdrew their Saint Chi and stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Brother Hai was the strongest Saint King in Sea Heart sect. Usually, when he sparred with his brothers and sisters in the sect, no one was his opponent. The sect master and elders all praised him greatly, and at the same time, his junior brother and junior sister worshipped him. But such a person had actually been subdued by a cultivator in the same realm from a small mountain, unable to resist at all. Several disciples of the Sea Heart sect rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They discovered that they weren't mistaken. That mighty and awe-inspiring senior apprentice Brother Hai was indeed entangled by a golden thread, his life hanging by a thread. With Yang Kai's current means, dealing with a cultivator in the same realm was a piece of cake. He didn't need to spend much effort at all. Snorting lightly, Yang Kai waved his hand and pulled the cultivator surnamed Hai in front of him, raising his hand and slapping him. Paw. With a crisp sound. The cultivator surnamed Hai's head was slapped to the side and a mouthful of blood mixed with a broken tooth flew out. His cheek immediately swelled up. He seemed to have been stunned by this slap and was unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai waved his hand, as if he was trying to get rid of something unclean, looking at him faintly and asking, Do you know why I hit you? The cultivator surnamed Hai shook his head subconsciously. Paw. Another crisp sound rang out and the other side of his cheek also swelled up. Yang Kai sniffed and said lightly, Because you have eyes but fail to see. The cultivator surnamed Hai suddenly recovered and nodded repeatedly. Yes, this Hai has eyes but failed to see and has offended your excellency. Please show mercy. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled indifferently and raised his large palm, waving it in front of the cultivator surnamed Hai's cheek before slapping him again, saying, Not this, think carefully. After being slapped 3 times in a row, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, the cultivator surnamed Hai still felt dizzy, seeing stars in front of his eyes. His mouth and nose were full of the smell of blood, and he repeatedly said, "This Hai doesn't know what's good for him and actually wants to expropriate your land." "Not this either." Kai Yong once again sent out a slap. The dozen or so cultivators from Sea Heart sect were all dumbfounded, and the cultivator surnamed Hai felt like dying. Yang Kai said he had eyes but failed to see, and he could only think of these two reasons, but no matter what he said, they were both wrong. Under the control of the golden silk, he didn't dare to resist. This shameful scene had been witnessed by all his junior brothers and junior sisters, so how could he still have any prestige in Sea Heart sect in the future? As his thoughts raced, Haijin's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Dai Yuan and muttered, "It was this Hai who was unable to discern the true beauty of this young lady's appearance, enough to turn all living things upside down." Dai Yuan heard this and her face blushed slightly. Although the other party had hit the nail on the head, such unintentional flattery still made her feel a little embarrassed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, raised his brow and smiled. Good, good, at least you didn't grow two eyes in vain. If you say anything wrong again, I'll have to dig them out." The cultivator surnamed Hai broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was disgusted to death, he still couldn't help but praise Dai Yuan for her beauty. It was really difficult for him to face Dai Yuan's ugly face and still praise her like a pearl. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Kai felt goosebumps rise all over his body as he listened. Yang Kai. Dai Yuan stomped her feet, unable to bear it any longer. Although she knew that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to teach this person a lesson, these words of praise were really uncomfortable to listen to. "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded, but just as he was about to release the cultivator surnamed Hai, he suddenly frowned and looked up towards the sky. In the distance, a streak of light was quickly approaching. Before this person arrived, their divine sense had already spread out, and after investigating the situation, they couldn't help shouting, "Who dares insult my disciple?" Chapter 1367. This voice was filled with extreme anger, and even contained a trace of inexplicable force that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his spiritual energy to offset this impact. Hearing this voice though, the cultivator surnamed Hai, who was still wrapped in golden threads, was overjoyed and shouted, "Martial uncle, save me!" Hearing his shout, Yang Kai immediately understood that this person must be the origin returning realm cultivator from Sea Heart sect. After all, Heavenly Fate City was only a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't take long for this person to arrive. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. He had been waiting here for this origin returning realm master to arrive, and now that the other party had arrived, it was exactly what he had hoped for. Staring in the direction the man had come from, Yang Kai revealed a strange smile as his spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea, forming an invisible blade that shot out in that direction. The other party wanted to use a divine sense attack to attack him, so Yang Kai naturally had to reciprocate politely. The rapidly approaching streak of light suddenly stagnated, followed by a low shout of surprise. Immediately after, the streak of light shook again, as if it was about to fall. Although this person was a master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, he still suffered a small loss, causing his expression to become somewhat suspicious. After stabilizing his figure, he no longer had the same arrogance as before and instead approached Dragon Cave Mountain vigilantly. He had just received a message from his sect's disciple saying that there was a good place to rest here and that the owner of this place was very tactful and was willing to respectfully greet him. Thinking it was just some small family, he had rushed over with great interest, never having expected to encounter such a situation. In the blink of an eye, this origin returning realm master from Sea Heart sect arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain and revealed himself. Kai Yong glanced at him and found that this person was quite bold and powerful. He wasn't too tall, but his shoulders were big and his waist was round. His red hair was messy like a chicken's nest, his nose was flat, his eyes were sunken, and his face was fierce. He looked like a fiend with an imposing aura. Sweeping his eyes over the situation in front of him, this man's eyes narrowed as he became extremely angry. Although a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, his Sea Heart sect was still a powerful force. It was just that they were quite far away from this place. Seeing his disciple suffer such a disaster, this man immediately shouted, "Boy, was it you who beat him up?" When he said this, he stared straight at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai. Although he had just suffered a small loss, when he investigated Kai Yang's true cultivation, he wasn't afraid. Subconsciously, he believed that Kai Yang's ability to display such a skill was due to the power of an artifact. With an origin-returning realm cultivation, when dealing with a Saint King, it was natural for Yang Kai to have the upper hand. Yang with this man's Yang Kai of this man's with him with a calm and indifference of the wind of this man. Why did you hit him? The red-haired martial artist asked sternly. Why? Yang Kai smiled faintly, glancing at the bruised and swollen face of the cultivator surnamed Hai. Your Excellency might as well ask your disciple what happened? The red-haired cultivator frowned and glared fiercely at his sex disciple before quickly saying, Tell me, what happened? If you were the one who made a mistake first, don't blame this old master for standing idly by. But if someone tries to bully others, heh. Although my Sea Heart sect has lived in the limitless ocean for a long time, we are not soft persimmons that anyone can pinch. Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Hai's eyes lit up and he immediately put on an extremely sorrowful expression as he wept and complained. Martial uncle, please understand. We came here under your orders to find a place to stay and after much difficulty, we finally found a good place. We wanted to negotiate with the owner of this place and pay him some spirit stones to free up some of his disciples for us to live in. But who would have thought that this person would be so unreasonable and would attack us without even asking for a reason? This disciple is ashamed because his skills were lacking and he was captured. Not only did this person not give up, but he also humiliated this disciple and forced this disciple to say things against his will. This disciple is so ashamed that he wishes he could die. Martial uncle, please uphold justice. Yang Kai stared at this cultivator surnamed Hai in amazement and found that he didn't show the slightest sign of shame. Instead, he spoke in a dignified manner, as if he really had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai was angry in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm and just sneered. Hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes became even colder as he shouted, Did you tell him that you are disciples of Sea Heart sect? This disciple did, but it was useless. He simply doesn't put our Sea Heart sect in his eyes. The cultivator surnamed Hai replied with a sad face, continuing to add oil to the fire, thinking that since his master had arrived, he could sit back and relax. Good. The red-haired old man took a deep breath and turned his head to Yang Kai, shouting out, Boy, do you have anything else to say? I have nothing to say. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a strange expression on his face. Your Sea Heart sect's cultivation methods and martial skills don't seem to be anything special, but your ability to invert black and white is first class, admirable. Boy, you dare insult my Sea Heart sect. The red-haired old man flew into a rage and almost immediately attacked. Although he understood that the great forces living near Heavenly Fate City must have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, Shadow Moon Hall was currently being forced by various great forces and could barely fend for itself. If he just wanted to teach this boy a lesson, it would not be a big problem. Shadow Moon Hall would not make things difficult for Sea Heart sect for these people. When the time came, he could use this opportunity to force the other party to hand over Dragon Cave Mountain. Presumably, Shadow Moon Hall would have nothing to say. You brought shame upon yourself. How can you blame others? Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stared at the cultivator surnamed Hai and said, Do you think I don't dare kill you? The cultivator surnamed Hai noticed the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes and his expression changed slightly. Boy, you dare. The red-haired old man also noticed that something was wrong and roared as he released his shur towards Yang Kai, trying to restrict his movements first before trying to save him. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously before flicking his fingertips slightly, sending out a faint sizzling sound as his golden thread flickered, completely unaffected by the red-haired old man's shur. Demon Blood Temple's secret technique was a secret technique that could break through shur. The golden blood Yang Kai used to cultivate was far more powerful than the vitality used by the elders of Demon Blood Temple. So how could the red-haired old man's shur block it? The golden thread cut through the cultivator surnamed Hai's body, shuttling back and forth a dozen times in the blink of an eye. After Yang Kai took back the golden thread, the cultivator surnamed Hai was still standing in place, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He lowered his head to look at his body and was shocked to discover that fine streams of blood were flowing out of his body. The blood did not stop flowing and soon surged ferociously, shooting out like a fountain. With a crash, like a broken mirror, the cultivator surnamed Hai collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. The smell of blood filled the air and this horrifying scene caused the other dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to pale. A few of the more timid women even turned pale and began retching. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as he stared at Xueqi in disbelief. He had never expected this little brat to be so ruthless as to kill him without any hesitation. For Xueqi, at first, he had no intention of taking this man's life, only intending to teach him a lesson as an example to others so that others who had ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain would retreat. However, as the situation developed, the cultivator surnamed Hai's irresponsible words and the red-haired old man's attitude had caused Xueqi to want to kill him. As such, Xueqi was too lazy to argue with the other party. A trivial force on the limitless ocean was nothing in his eyes. After the tragic death of the cultivator surnamed Hai, the red-haired old man was naturally enraged. His red hair fluttering in the wind as his aura soared wildly. Gritting his teeth, he spat. "Little brat, this old master will make you pay with your blood." The one who had died was the most elite disciple of Sea Heart sect, so this loss was not small. This time, he had been ordered to stay near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements and had deliberately brought the cultivator surnamed Hai with him in order to hone his skills. How could he have imagined that this man would die so tragically? Once he returned, he would likely be punished. The cultivator surnamed Hai was a direct descendant of the sect's great elder. Daring to act presumptuously on my Dragon Cave Mountain, none of you should even think about leaving alive. Xueqi's expression became fierce. Killing one was killing a group was also killing, it made no difference to him. On the other hand, the more people he killed, the better the deterrent effect would be, lest some ignorant fools try to expropriate Dragon Cave Mountain from time to time. "Oh, it's so lively here." Just as Xueqi and the red-haired old man were about to go all out, a surprised voice called out from the distance. Immediately after, two streams of light flew over while two powerful divine senses belonging to Origin returning Realm Masters swept over. Perceiving the strength of these newcomers, the red-haired old man's expression became solemn as he hurriedly looked over. On the other hand, Xueqi raised his brow, showing a look of surprise and understanding. Brother Yang seems to be about to fight with someone." Immediately after the first person's voice, a gentle female voice called out. Brother saw it, but I wonder which blind fool actually dared to provoke Dragon Cave Mountain. How interesting. The male voice that spoke before seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. When the red-haired old man heard this, his heart couldn't help jumping, wondering if Dragon Cave Mountain could not be provoked. Wasn't it just a small force attached to Shadow Moon Hall? The red-haired old man frowned, but he wasn't stupid, immediately restraining his murderous intent and putting on a dignified expression. In the blink of an eye, the two streams of light arrived in front of them and converged to reveal the true faces of these two people. One of them had a tall and imposing figure and an extraordinary aura, his eyes shining brightly. Being stared at by this man, the red-haired old man felt a prickling sensation in his heart, causing the uneasiness in his heart to grow stronger. The other was a graceful woman with a gentle demeanor, nestling up to the man like a little bird. The two of them looked extremely intimate, obviously having an extraordinary relationship. After the woman landed on the ground, her beautiful eyes looked around curiously. After seeing Dai Yuan standing behind Xueqi, the woman called out in surprise, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, you're also here." "Xian Dai Yuan smiled. Chapter 1368. Brother Wei. Xueqi chuckled and cupped his fists to the man. The two newcomers were one of his few friends, Shadow Moon Hall's disciples, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Wei Guchang responded happily. It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Wei and Sister Dong to have both broken through to the Origin returning realm." "Congratulations," Xueqi said sincerely. After returning from the Lu Yen Desert last time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer entered retreat to prepare to break through to the Origin returning realm. Now that they had met again, the two of them had succeeded and reached this realm one after the other. Moreover, from the auras and Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Xueqi could tell that their cultivations had already stabilized. Otherwise, they would not have run out of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. On the other hand, Dai Yuan had also said last time that she wanted to enter retreat to break through to the Origin returning realm, but for some reason, she had not done so. Considering all this, Xueqi turned his head and glanced over at Dai Yuan and found that she was holding hands with Dong Xianer, whispering intimately to each other. Dai Yuan blushed and spat while Dong Xianer smiled, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing over towards Xueqi. No matter who it was, Both of them seemed to treat the red-haired old man and the Sea Heart sect disciples as air, ignoring them completely. The red-haired old man was naturally angry, but after taking a closer look at Wei Gucheng and Dong Xian'er and remembering how Yang Kai had addressed them, his expression changed slightly and he cupped his fist solemnly. "May I ask if your excellency is Wei Gucheng from Shadow Moon Hall?" Hearing this, Wei Gucheng nodded lightly. "And it is this way. What advice does senior have for me?" Although his seniority and age were much lower than the red-haired old man's, with his current cultivation, there was no need for Wei Gucheng to be too polite, so his tone was neither salty nor light. I don't dare. The red-haired old man was shocked. Although Wei Gucheng had only just broken through to the origin returning realm, his name had already spread across Shadowed Star. In terms of aptitude and cultivation speed, the red-haired old man could not catch up to him. These famous young talents were all future rulers of Shadowed Star. If he offended him now, he would definitely suffer in the future. After knowing that the other party was Wei Gucheng, how could the red-haired old man dare to be impudent? From the close relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain's master and Wei Gucheng, it was impossible for him to avenge his sect's disciple, but swallowing such a grievance would only hurt the dignity of Sea Heart sect. For a moment, he hesitated, not knowing what to do. At the same time, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. If the cultivator surnamed Hai had not been blind enough to provoke such a person, how could he have been so restrained? If it had been a cultivator from a small clan or faction, the other party would have killed first, and he would have taken revenge later. There was no problem at all. But now there was no hope for revenge, so whether he could escape unscathed was up to the other party. "Brother Yang, what's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Wei Gucheng suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Are there people here to fight?" This Wei has only just broken through and has been worrying about not having a chance to test out what he has learned. If there really is such an opportunity, why don't you give it to this Wei? Yang Kai's confident look made the red-haired old man's face become even uglier. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's not a big deal, it's just that someone has taken a fancy to my Dragon Cave Mountain and wants to expropriate this place." Expropriate? Wei Gucheng raised his brow and sneered. Such bold words, this Wei doesn't mind explaining who wants to expropriate this precious land. That being said, Wei Gucheng still glared at the red-haired old man with an unfriendly expression. The red-haired old man was secretly shocked, but he quickly understood the situation and quickly cupped his fists. "Nephew Wei misunderstands, this is just this sect's inner disciple speaking recklessly. It's not a big deal, just a misunderstanding." This old man was also a flexible character. When he said these words, his expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of resentment, as if he didn't even care about the death of an elite disciple just now. A misunderstanding? Wei Gucheng had no intention of letting this matter go, pointing to the broken body on the ground and saying, "This misunderstanding is a bit too big, how could there be someone who died here?" The red-haired old man's eyes narrowed as his face twitched slightly. "Nephew Wei can rest assured, this blind thing's death is not to be regretted. This old master will order people to clean up this place so this precious land won't be sullied." Wei Gucheng narrowed his eyes and stared at the red-haired old man for a long time before chuckling and turning to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, what do you think?" "Since it's a misunderstanding, there's nothing to say. However, this kind of misunderstanding shouldn't happen again, so as to avoid provoking a bloody disaster." Yang Kai looked at the red-haired old man with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This old master will remember your excellency's words and will definitely restrain this disciple in the future." The red-haired old man nodded lightly, but seeing that neither Wei Gucheng nor Yang Kai had any intention of speaking again, he ordered his sect's inner disciple to clean up the broken body and blood in front of him before cupping his fists and leading the dozen Sea Heart sect disciples away. Looking at this man's disappearing back, Wei Gucheng's brow furrowed as he warned, "Brother Yang, be careful of this person. This person is capable of enduring humiliation and will definitely not give up." "I know, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir." Yang Kai grinned, not caring at all. "This Wei will have to apologize to Brother Yang. It is not that I am deliberately trying to obstruct you, but you should also be aware of the current situation in Shadow Moon Hall. If a conflict really breaks out here and causes conflict between Shadow Moon Hall and the forces behind this person, giving other forces an excuse, my Shadow Moon Hall." "I know, Brother Wei doesn't need to worry about it." Yang Kai certainly understood what he meant. In fact, if Wei Gucheng hadn't come just now, he would have already started a massacre, which was bound to lead to a series of conflicts. Shadow Moon Hall would not ignore this, and with the current chaotic situation, any conflict could lead to a major dispute. However, since Wei Guchang had stepped in, Yang Kai had no choice but to give him some face. Let's not talk about this for now, please come in. Yang Kai chuckled, waved his hand, opened the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain, and led Wei Guchang and the others inside. As soon as he set foot in this place, the rich world energy aura rushed towards him from all directions. Wei Guchang took a deep breath and couldn't help praising, "Brother Yang, your Dragon Cave Mountain is truly amazing. Now, it has actually gathered such rich world energy. It's not much worse than the earth veins of my Shadow Moon Hall." Brother Wei is too kind. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated. How could it compare to Shadow Moon Hall? However, the world energy aura here is more than enough for a few dozen people to cultivate. The scenery here is also quite good. I've been telling brother that if there is a chance, you should come here for a few days to relax. I'm just worried that Brother Yang would not welcome us. Dong Xianer pursed her lips and smiled. Haha. Yang Kai laughed. Sister Xian also knows how to say such probing words? If the few of you want to come, how could I not welcome you? The doors of Dragon Cave Mountain are always open to you. When Dong Xianer heard this, her pretty face blushed and she stuck out her tongue, looking quite embarrassed. Just as she was feeling embarrassed though, she suddenly saw something and couldn't help calling out. Wei Guchang also raised his brow and looked over in surprise. Brother Yang, you actually have a sentient wood here? What they were looking at was none other than the Yang attribute divine tree. Since it was released from the Black Book space by Yang Kai, the divine tree had been living on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it did not have 4 limbs, making it difficult for it to move about, sometimes when it was in the mood, it would move its nest. At this moment, the divine tree was moving its nest, its roots twirling around like oars as it moved forward bit by bit. On the thick trunk of the divine tree, there was a withered face, and although it looked like an old man, its facial features were clearly defined. This was clearly a sign that the divine tree had gained sentience. Seemingly hearing these voices, the divine tree paused and looked over, its leaves rustling, and a moment later, 2 rope-like branches stretched down from the tree and reached out to Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. At the front of each branch was a golden fruit that exuded a fragrant aroma, and the withered face on the divine tree's trunk seemed to be smiling amiably. This. Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan looked at each other, both showing looks of surprise before immediately reaching out and accepting the fruit while thanking the tree profusely. Yang Kai was also extremely surprised. This was the first time he had seen the divine tree do such a thing, so while he was secretly surprised, he was also overjoyed. It seemed that the divine tree's sentience had become more comprehensive than before. Releasing it would be of great benefit to its evolution. After the tree of God sent out the 2 fruits, it continued to move its roots and moved forward. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing. This sentient would actually has a male and female gift? Why do my 2 little sisters get one while I don't? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was overjoyed. This was just a small interlude. Although the divine tree's fruit wasn't anything special, it was the first time Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan had received such a special gift, so they naturally treasured it. Yang Kai led the group forward. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain, the group from Sea Heart sect, led by the red-haired old man, were all grieving and wearing ugly expressions. They had thought that their martial uncle had arrived and would definitely be able to avenge the cultivator surnamed Hai, but in the end, he had to leave in such a dejected manner. Naturally, everyone was feeling quite uncomfortable, and the atmosphere was heavy. At this moment, there was actually another origin returning realm cultivator blocking their path, causing the red-haired old man to fly into a rage. He had just feigned civility and didn't dare act too presumptuously in front of Wei Guchang, but what was the origin of this person in front of him? How could he block their path without saying a word? If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have any malicious intent, the red-haired old man would have attacked directly. What business does this friend have with us? Why are you blocking our path? The red-haired old man held his breath as he stared at the other party coldly. Brother Cui doesn't need to be nervous. This one is a friend, not an enemy, the man smiled lightly. You know my origins? The red-haired old man heard this man call out his surname and couldn't help showing a cold expression as he showed a look of vigilance. Chapter 1369. Haha, although Sea Heart sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, far from here, its influence is not weak. This one has heard a lot about it, and in Sea Heart sect, only Brother Cui has such red hair, the cultivator standing in front of the group from Sea Heart sect explained with a calm expression. After listening to this compliment, the red-haired old man's expression relaxed slightly, but he did not relax his vigilance and asked, "Who are you?" "My surname is Xie." The man showed an unfathomable smile. "Xie? What does that have to do with me?" The red-haired old man frowned. The cultivator surnamed Xie frowned, looking a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he asked tentatively, "How long has it been since Brother Xueqi arrived here?" "Only 3 days. But what does that have to do with you?" The red-haired old man was a little confused by the other party's words. Not only did this person not state his purpose for coming here, but he also did not reveal his identity, which was very suspicious. On top of that, he even asked these mindless questions, which made the red-haired old man impatient. "So that's how it is. Presumably, Brother Xueqi has not carefully inquired about the situation around Heavenly Fate City, right?" The cultivator surnamed Xie seemed to understand and smiled slightly. The red-haired old man coldly snorted. "So what? If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." The cultivator surnamed Xie chuckled. "Brother Xueqi, please don't take offense. If that is the case, it is not difficult to explain why your sect's disciples went to Dragon Cave Mountain to stroke the tiger's whiskers." "Stroke the tiger's whiskers?" The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. "That small mountain? Are they even worthy?" The cultivator surnamed Xie said lightly, "If this Xie told Brother Xueqi that the owner of that small mountain has a good relationship with Qian Tong's elder, and there are even rumors that he has some relationship with City Lord Feiji too, and that a First-Order Origin returning realm cultivator died at his hands, would Brother Xueqi still look down on him?" "What?" The red-haired old man's face paled, his expression becoming gloomy as he shouted, "Is this true? This Xie has no reason to lie to you. Even if that's the case, so what? He killed my elite disciple, so he must pay with his blood." The red-haired old man shouted fiercely. Although the information that this cultivator surnamed Xie told him made him somewhat afraid, today's matter was of great importance. He had no choice but to think of a way to take revenge. If he didn't act, he wouldn't even be able to return to the Sea Heart sect. "Haha, that's exactly what Brother Xueqi said." The cultivator surnamed Xie laughed loudly when he heard this. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a low voice, "I'll be honest with you, Brother Xueqi. The origin returning realm master who died at the hands of that mountain's owner is an elder of my Xie family. My Xie family is absolutely irreconcilable with that little brat." The red-haired old man seemed a little surprised. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He looked up and down at the cultivator in front of him and said hesitantly, "There's a deacon named Xueqi in the Shadow Moon Hall, and you? Xueqi is this humble one's cousin." The cultivator surnamed Xie smiled slightly. Hearing this, the red-haired old man was overjoyed. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore and cupped his fists politely. "So it's Brother Xie. This Xueqi has been neglectful." It's fine. The cultivator surnamed Xie waved his hand indifferently and said affectionately, "It's not your fault that you didn't know. Brother Xueqi is stationed nearby with your disciples to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the Xie family for a while? Although my Xie clan isn't considered to be a very large clan, we can still spare a few rooms in a good side courtyard." "That's great. I wonder if I'll be disturbing your family." The red-haired old man was overjoyed. He was just worried about not being able to find a good place to stay, but he didn't expect someone to invite him here. Moreover, from what this person said just now, it seemed that he had a deep grudge with the owner of the small mountain. Suddenly, he felt a sense of camaraderie with him and agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although the red-haired old man knew that the other party seemed to have the intention of borrowing his strength, he didn't care. Brother Xueqi is too polite. It's an honor for your sect to be able to stay in the Xie family. This way, please. Let's have a good chat as we walk. This humble one is looking forward to the limitless ocean, but has never had a chance to go, the cultivator surnamed Xie invited. Please. The red-haired old man said politely. Then, the two of them led a dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to the Xie family's headquarters. The cultivator surnamed Xie was very talkative, and along the way, he kept talking with the red-haired old man about strange people and strange things. He also expressed his yearning for the limitless ocean, allowing the red-haired old man to immediately feel what it meant to be at home. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man began to inquire about Yang Kai's situation. After learning that his backer was actually the Qian Tong, the red-haired old man's expression couldn't help changing slightly. If this was the case, the difficulty of revenge would not be small. Moreover, the Xie family could be considered to be within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to openly oppose Dragon Cave Mountain, right? As if knowing what the red-haired old man was worried about, the cultivator surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This news made the red-haired old man overjoyed, and he felt more and more that his decision to go to the Xie family was the right one. As long as Shadow Moon Hall did not interfere with the strength of the Xie family and his own forces, wouldn't destroying a small mountain be a simple matter? Thinking so, the red-haired old man's expression became fierce, as if he could already see Yang Kai being torn to pieces. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, inside a relatively large loft, Yang Kai welcomed Wei Guchang and the others in. After the hosts and guests were seated, Wu Yi personally served up a few plates of spirit fruits and ordered some fragrant tea before withdrawing. "Brother Yang, please accept this Wei and Xian'er's salute." To Yang Kai's surprise, Wei Guchang suddenly stood up again and bowed sincerely to him along with Dong Xian'er. "What is Brother Wei doing?" Yang Kai was stunned and quickly got up to help the two of them up. Wei Guchang grinned. This Wei has lived for many years but has never admired anyone. Even Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianshan are not worthy of this Wei, lowering his head. "Brother Yang, you are the first and only one." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and understood why Wei Guchang was acting so solemnly, waving his hand and saying, "Brother Wei is too serious. Elder Qian being able to escape last time had little to do with me. You must have heard the specific details from Elder Qian. I only followed City Lord Fei into the Emperor Garden for a walk. If not for City Lord Fei triggering the spirit array, I'm afraid I would have been trapped inside as well. But I know that if it weren't for you, Brother Yang, Kai He and Du Cc would have died. If the two of them had fallen inside the Emperor Garden, their two families would have inevitably resented my Shadow Moon Hall. So in any case, Xian'er and I should thank you." Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't try to explain himself. The more he said, the more hypocritical he would sound. On the other hand, Dai Yuan, who was listening nearby, stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have actually entered the Emperor Garden. Unfortunately, Xian'er and I were in the middle of consolidating our cultivations at that time, so we didn't know anything about the outside world. If we hadn't heard about it by chance after coming out of seclusion, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. A trace of sadness flashed across Wei Guchang's face. Although he was not a disciple of Qian Tong and had instead been cultivating with the chief hall master, after so many years, Qian Tong had treated him like one of his own. When Qian Tong was in trouble, Wei Guchang couldn't help blaming himself every time he thought about it. "The seniors of Shadow Moon Hall were only thinking about the two of you. You two have just broken through to the origin returning realm and need to consolidate your cultivation. So how could they tell you such things and disturb your state of mind? Let's not talk about this for now. Brother Wei, why have you come here today?" Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang's sullen appearance and quickly changed the subject. "Nothing important, I just came here to deliver an invitation." Wei Guchang chuckled and gestured to Dong Xian'er. The latter understood and took out a golden invitation from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "Whose invitation is this? Could it be that Brother Wei and Sister Xian are going to have a good time together?" Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully. Dong Xian'er immediately blushed and spat before running over to Dai Yuan's side, somewhat embarrassed to see anyone. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. "That's not the case, but there will always be an opportunity. When that day comes, I will definitely not forget to send an invitation to Brother Yang. However, this invitation is not something that ordinary people can obtain." Yang Kai raised his brow and looked down, stunned. "Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Treasure Trove Pavilion. Wei Guchang returned to his seat, picked up his cup of tea, and took a sip before slowly saying, "An invitation to Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Is Brother Yang interested in attending?" Yang Kai did not answer immediately. Speaking of which, he had participated in a previous auction hosted by Treasure Trove Pavilion and gained quite a bit, so he was somewhat interested in this kind of thing. However, it wasn't as if he had to attend. Moreover, with the current situation, Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly wanting to hold an auction was a mystery. "Oh, it's still in Heavenly Fate City?" Yong Kai was even more surprised now. From what he knew about Treasure Trove Pavilion, this great force was the largest merchant union on Shadowed Star and focused on earning Saint crystals. Their auction would be held every few years or so, but the location of each auction was not fixed. Each time, it would be held in one of the cities belonging to the various great forces. Now, only a few years had passed since the last auction, but it was actually being held in Heavenly Fate City again. Obviously, this was a break from the past because strictly speaking, the next auction in Heavenly Fate City should be held in 100 years. Naturally, it will be held in Heavenly Fate City. Now that all the great forces have gathered here and the Emperor Garden has appeared, even if Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't hold the auction in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid no one would agree, Wei Guchong chuckled. Listening to his explanation, Yong Kai understood. Now there were countless cultivator groups gathered in Heavenly Fate City, large and small, so taking advantage of this opportunity to hold an auction was a win-win situation. Moreover, although the Emperor Garden had appeared, and although it was temporarily impossible to enter, no one could say when it would open. Many cultivator groups were already preparing ahead of time, trying to enhance their strength so they could rush in and get a share of the profits once the Emperor Garden opened. Under such circumstances, once the auction was held, there would definitely be a flood of guests. After all, last time, Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken advantage of the opening of the Lu Yen Sandfield to hold an auction, resulting in a huge harvest. This time, Treasure Trove Pavilion obviously intended to repeat the same trick. Chapter 1370. As for why Treasure Trove Pavilion had specifically sent him an invitation, it wasn't difficult to explain. After all, at the auction a few years ago, the final auction items had all been delivered by Yong Kai. Others might not know this information, but Treasure Trove Pavilion should know. What's more, with the financial resources Dragon Cave Mountain had shown so far, they were fully qualified to participate in this auction. This invitation was specially given to Elder Qian by old Sir Yen Pei. He ordered this way to deliver it to you. If Brother Yang has time, you might as well take a look, Wei Guchong chuckled. Hearing him mention Yen Pei, Yong Kai immediately thought of that old charcoal-like face and thought about it for a moment before asking, Senior Yen specifically asked you to deliver this invitation. It wasn't just an invitation, right? What else is there? Wei Guchong rubbed his nose and shook his head with a wry smile. I told you, Brother Yang is extremely shrewd. Even if we didn't mention it, he would definitely realize it. Dong Xianer also smiled bitterly to the side. Yong Kai looked at Wei Guchong and said, Brother Wei, please speak frankly, you and I are not outsiders. Wei Guchong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Senior Yen did have something he wanted me to convey, but I didn't want to mention it. But since Brother Yang has said so, I won't beat around the bush. Senior Yen hopes you can provide him with a few more final auction items. Final auction items? Yong Kai was stunned when he heard this and curled his lips. What does he think this place is? An endless treasure trove? How could there be so many final auction items? Wei Guchong shrugged helplessly. These were indeed Yen Pei's original words. If it weren't for Elder Qian having a good relationship with Yen Pei, Wei Guchong wouldn't have acted as a messenger. Hearing this, Wei Guchong nodded. Then I'll go back and tell Elder Qian that there are no more treasures here. Yong Kai nodded. Speaking of which, he really did have a lot of treasures in his hands. If he took them out to auction, he would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention. Even if he didn't, it wasn't too late to ask Yang Yen to refine a few origin-grade high-rank artifacts. The Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared, so presumably, origin-grade high-rank artifacts would be in high demand. However, Yong Kai was well aware that a tall tree attracts the wind. Last time, he had accidentally taken out a few items that had caused many great conflicts on Shadowed Star, so if he took them out this time, he would definitely attract some people. Yong Kai couldn't help but worry. He couldn't say he wouldn't do something so stupid as showing off his wealth. Yang is to say is, Wei Guchong said. Yang's for you is S for you. Wei Guchong chuckled. On the back of the invitation in your hand, there are some items that will be auctioned in this auction. Yong Kai heard this and suddenly became interested. Flipping to the back of the invitation, he quickly found that what Wei Guchong said was true. There were some exquisite patterns printed on these pages as well as some simple descriptions of the items that would be auctioned at this time's auction. There were top-grade artifacts, pills that could increase one's cultivation, powerful secret techniques, and rare and hard-to-find materials. Yang Kai browsed through them one by one and was secretly shocked by Treasure Trove Pavilion's wealth. This great force really had its own uniqueness. The last auction they held was only a few years ago, yet now they had collected so many good things. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of connections they had. However, although these things were good, they didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't a matter of grade, but rather that Yang Kai had no use for them even if he bought them. Whether it was artifacts, pills or secret techniques, Yang Kai had plenty of them, so he naturally wasn't interested in this auction. However, when he flipped to the last page, his expression suddenly froze as he stared at a pattern on the page. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes before they were immediately replaced by ecstasy. Although this change in expression was extremely quick, it still couldn't escape the observation of everyone present. Seeing this, Wei Guchang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has really found something he needs. He has indeed found something, but I didn't expect Treasure Trove Pavilion to be able to take out such a thing. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. In front of these people, there was no need for him to hide anything, so he solemnly put away the invitation and asked, "When will this auction begin?" 1 month from now. The location will be the same as last time. Has Brother Yang decided to go? Such a grand event. Naturally I can't miss it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Then this Wei will be waiting for you. Wei Guchang also showed a look of joy. He was also going to attend the auction, and being able to go with a like-minded friend naturally wouldn't be too boring. Next, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. After all, the group hadn't seen each other for several years since their last retreat, and Yang Kai had now broken through to the Third Order Saint King realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Origin Returning realm. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had both just experienced this process, so they didn't hold back and shared their experiences with each other, allowing Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to benefit greatly. In particular, Dai Yuan listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions when she didn't understand. Wei Guchang and Dai Yuan naturally patiently explained everything to her without showing any signs of impatience. After a full half a day, the two of them bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Dong Xianer invited Dai Yuan to Shadow Moon Hall, to which the latter readily agreed. After the two from the Shadow Moon Hall left, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan with a smile. The latter shot him a disdainful look before her ugly face suddenly distorted, and in the next moment, her original appearance appeared in front of Yang Kai. Skin like jade, eyebrows like the moon, eyes like stars, a jade nose and red lips. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her appearance was enough to turn all living things upside down. This sudden change in appearance stunned Yang Kai. Dai Yuan brushed her hair behind her ear and chuckled lightly. "Junior brother Yang, do you think this appearance is more pleasing to the eye?" Yang Kai's expression became serious as he shook his head and said, "Appearance is nothing more than a person's outer appearance. Whether or not they are ugly or beautiful, whether or not they are bestowed by their parents is not important. The most important thing about a person is their innermost being." Dai Yuan nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to nod, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. "But this appearance is indeed much more pleasing to the eye. After all, everyone has a desire to be beautiful." Dai Yuan was extremely annoyed and glared at him fiercely, her peerless face disappearing in an instant and being replaced by a yellowish-black and pockmarked face. Just now, she had almost naively believed Yang Kai's words and felt quite moved. But how could she have known that this feeling would be instantly destroyed by Yang Kai? Yang Kai lightly coughed, knowing that he had annoyed her, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, what does Sister Dai Yuan need my help with this visit?" "What? Do you think I came here to ask for your help? Can't I just take a look? Am I not welcome here?" Dai Yuan snorted, clearly not liking Yang Kai. "That's not it." Yang Kai knew that he had misspoken again and didn't know what to do for a while. Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. "Only you can lie to me, but I can't joke around? I won't hide it from you, this time. I really do need your help." Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he quickly said, "If there's anything I can help with, Sister Dai Yuan, please don't hesitate to ask." Dai Yuan lightly opened her lips and said bluntly, "An origin condensing pill." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Dai Yuan explained, "Originally, I was preparing to break through to the Origin Returning realm after a while, but now that the Emperor Garden has appeared, time will not wait for me, so I need an origin condensing pill to assist me. This shouldn't be difficult for Brother Yang, right?" "Not at all." Yang Kai smiled confidently. Besides Wu Yi and Yang Yun, Dai Yuan also knew that he was an alchemist. After all, he had used his alchemy skills to help her expel the poison last time. A trivial origin condensing pill, with Yang Kai's current methods, naturally wouldn't take much effort to refine. Dai Yuan smiled happily and said, "I've already prepared the materials, so I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang." Saying so, she took out a few sets of herbs to refine the origin condensing pill from her space ring. Yang Kai didn't act polite with her, accepting them and saying, "You can stay here for a while, I'll bring you the origin condensing pill tomorrow." Dai Yuan nodded happily. Refining the origin condensing pill was indeed a simple task for Yang Kai, taking only a stick of incense worth of time to complete, but he still waited until the next day to personally hand this pill over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan accepted it and naturally thanked him profusely. Immediately after, she told Yang Kai that Colored Glass Sect had also sent a number of people to Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, including her junior sister Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai, like Wei Guchang, had also broken through to the origin returning realm, but it had only been a short time and she was still consolidating her cultivation. She also seemed to have some malicious intentions towards Yang Kai, so Dai Yuan warned Yang Kai to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face. After asking a few questions, he immediately concluded that after leaving Colored Glass Sect last time, his conflict with Yin Su Dai and even his killing of a Colored Glass Sect disciple had not been exposed. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had not reported it to the sect and had used some kind of method to cover up the death of her fellow disciple. However, this was good news for Yang Kai. Yin Su Dai being willing to cover up this matter was something he was more than happy to accept. Next, Dai Yuan intentionally or unintentionally talked about the changes in Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. When this woman talked about this, she shot him a meaningful look. Fortunately, she had no intention of continuing the conversation, and only mentioned it briefly before moving on. After finally sending Dai Yuan off, Yang Kai stood in front of his cave mansion with a contemplative look on his face. Yang Inflammation appeared beside him like a ghost and frowned. Listening to that woman's tone, she seems to know something. Others may not know, but that doesn't mean she doesn't. After all, the stone mongoose entered Colored Glass Mountain from her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although I covered up my tracks, if she investigated carefully, she may have discovered something. On top of that, she also cultivates the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art, so she may have some kind of connection with Colored Glass Mountain, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Although he didn't know the truth of the matter, his guess wasn't far off. The reason why Dai Yuan knew something was wrong with Colored Glass Mountain was largely because she cultivated the colored glass secret art. Chapter 1371. Then what should we do? Yang Inflammation asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. She specifically mentioned this place because she wanted to tell me not to worry. Most people in Colored Glass Sect are unaware of this, otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to ask me to refine an origin condensing pill. That being said, it's still best to be careful. After all, Colored Glass Mountain is Colored Glass Sect's most precious treasure. Once news of this matter leaks out, Colored Glass Sect will definitely not let this matter rest. I know what's important, Yang Kai gently nodded. Right, Qianyu isn't in retreat right now, right? No. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Tell her to come to me. I have something I need to see her about, Yang Kai said before turning around and walking towards the cave mansion. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, seemingly contemplating something. Noticing that someone was approaching from outside, Yang Kai immediately opened the barrier and let this person in. Sure enough, it was Qianyu. Yang Kai, are you looking for me? Qianyu asked. And come and sit. Yang Kai gestured to her, and although Qianyu didn't understand why, she still came over and sat down cross-legged on one of the praying mats, looking around curiously, a look of interest appearing on her face. Speaking of which, besides Yang Kai himself, Yang Inflammation was the one who came and went the most frequently in this cave mansion. Only when a cultivator of Dragon Cave Mountain was about to break through a bottleneck would they enter retreat in a specially prepared room outside the cave mansion to cultivate. This was because one could feel a trace of the aura of the 9-branched jade crystal tree there, and with the assistance of the 10,000-year incense, it was of great benefit to a cultivator's breakthrough. This was the first time Qianyu had come here, so she was naturally curious. This was one of the most secret places on Dragon Cave Mountain. Why are you looking for me? Qian Yu looked around for a while before asking with a solemn expression. She and Yang Kai were both from Tongxian realm, and although her strength was enough to overlook Yang Kai many years ago, the fact that she had such a good cultivation environment and a large number of cultivation resources was all thanks to Yang Kai, not to mention that Yang Kai's strength had long surpassed hers. As such, Qian Yu could only treat Yang Kai as an equal and even felt a faint trace of awe in her heart. "I'll need your help." Qian Yu smiled faintly. "All right, I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to do anything here. Just tell me what you need help with." Qian Yu's soul, Qian Yu's name. Qian Yu what? Yu Young Yuestes was des tut. Es to ask Yang Yu she. Letting someone else's soul avatar enter one's knowledge sea was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who were most trusted or close to one's heart would do such a thing. After all, a person's knowledge sea contained too many secrets, and no one would want outsiders to know about them. The last time Yang Kai entered Yang Yun's knowledge sea, it was because Yang Yun had taken the initiative to release his divine sense defenses. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have been able to break into it. Now, hearing Yang Kai say this, Qian Yu was naturally surprised, but at the same time also felt a trace of gratitude. Regardless of what Yang Kai's original intention was for making such a request, since he had said so, he obviously did not consider her an outsider. "I can enter, but what do you want me to do? Do you need me to cultivate some kind of secret technique?" Qian Yu guessed casually. "No, you don't need to think too much about it. I just want you to find a place," Yang Kai explained. "Find a place?" Qian Yu frowned, becoming even more confused. Why would she need to enter Yang Kai's knowledge sea to find a place? "Find the place where you separated from Su Yan." Yang Kai's face became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, not waiting for Qian Yu to ask. "You'll understand when you come in, it's too troublesome to explain." Although Qian Yu was still confused, she no longer hesitated and nodded lightly. "Then release your knowledge sea defenses." Yang Kai nodded lightly, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared and hovered above his knowledge sea. Not long after, Yang Kai felt another wave of spiritual energy rush into his knowledge sea. Frowning, he did not resist and allowed it to enter. A moment later, a light flashed in front of him and Qian Yu's soul avatar appeared. As soon as she appeared, she could not help crying out as she hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to resist the scorching heat coming from all directions. The situation of Yang Kai's knowledge sea was similar to the Yang inflammation, but it was much more powerful. The seawater below was like a raging inferno, so Qian Yu, who was only a first-order Saint King, was naturally affected. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy that wrapped around Qian Yu, isolating her from the impact of the conflagrated knowledge sea. "Your knowledge sea, it's really dangerous," Qian Yu muttered as she looked around. Qian Yu wore a look of lingering fear as she swept her eyes around. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai's divine sense had mutated and was now extremely powerful. If it weren't for Yang Kai deliberately shielding her, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. "Let's go." Yang Kai beckoned to her and took the lead to fly up into the sky, at the same time pushing his divine sense. In the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Above Qian Yu's knowledge sea, a sky full of twinkling stars, like a dense cluster of fireflies. Immediately, these stars spread out in all directions, rapidly expanding. Qian Yu felt her vision blur and involuntarily had the illusion that she was in a starry sky. "This is..." Qian Yu's face filled with shock. Looking around, she quickly discovered that the scene around her had changed drastically. If not for her consciousness being clear enough to know that this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she would definitely have mistakenly thought she had arrived in a star field again. Looking at this seemingly familiar scene, Qian Yu could not help recalling the various hardships she had experienced when she, Ice Master Qingye, and the others passed through the Starfield Gate above Ice Sect and entered star territory. Those stars were so huge and dazzling that it was daunting to look at. They couldn't help but feel how small they were. The despair-inducing starry sky storm and the boundless sea of asteroids appeared before their eyes one by one. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of the several Ice Sect elders, Qian Yu's expression became gloomy. All of these scenes from the past were now vivid in her mind, as if they were just yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was Yang Kai. Qian Yu turned her head and looked at him, a trace of loneliness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Now to her, Yang Kai was probably the only person she was familiar with. She didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to the star field. Involuntarily, Qianyu whispered, "Yang Kai, I want to go back to Tongxian realm, I want to go back to Ice sect." The soft spot in her heart seemed to have been completely exposed because of this scene, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light as he said lightly, "Such a day will come, but before that, you need to improve your strength first." Yang Kai's voice seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing Qianyu's beautiful eyes to become a little confused. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned and shouted. This shout exploded in Qianyu's ears like spring thunder, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily. The weakness in her eyes suddenly disappeared and she regained her usual vigor. After understanding what had happened, she couldn't help showing a trace of fear and gratitude. When she saw this strange starfield just now, a huge flaw had appeared in her heart. This flaw might seem insignificant now, but if left alone, it would definitely become a heart demon that would become a huge hidden danger when she attempted to break through. Once this heart demon broke out at the critical juncture of a breakthrough, it would cause her to fail her breakthrough and suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, her soul would be destroyed on the spot. Although Yang Kai's words were light, he had faintly used the power of his soul attack to awaken her from her weakness and memories. After understanding this, how could Qianyu not be grateful? At the same time, she also felt a little relieved, secretly feeling that compared to Yang Kai's tenacity, she was indeed a little overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Qianyu calmed her chaotic mood and asked, "What is this? Why are there these things in your knowledge sea?" "Star." Yang Kai stood next to her and stared at the stars that were exuding strong and weak light. This star was something Yang Kai obtained from a chart master who belonged to Purple Star when he first entered star territory. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter this chart master named Wu Sua had, but after his Purple Star starship exploded, he died tragically on the spot and his soul was swallowed by Yang Kai. After Yang Kai purified his soul with his demon eye of annihilation, this star was left behind. Yang Kai had also explored this star before, but he hadn't put too much effort into it, and after arriving on Shadowed Star, he had no opportunity to use this star, so he hadn't studied it. However, since finding Qianyu and learning that she had been separated from Su Yan and the others in the star field, Yang Kai began to use this star in his knowledge sea to search. He had carefully asked Qianyu about the location where she had been separated from Su Yan and the others, and now he had found several similar locations, but he couldn't be certain, so he had asked Qianyu to enter his knowledge sea so she could identify them. Yang Kai had no way to find Su Yan right now, but if he could determine her approximate location, Yang Kai would have a direction to work towards. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star to Qianyu, the latter's eyes flashed brilliantly, as if she had never imagined there would be such a magical thing in the territory of Star. The profession of chart master was almost non-existent on Shadowed Star. After all, Shadowed Star was extremely isolated and had no way to communicate with the outside world. Occasionally, some people would venture deep into the starfield, but they would only search for ores and saint crystals nearby, so chart masters had no future on this star. "You mean this star contains all the stars in Star's territory?" Qianyu asked with surprise and joy. Even if it isn't all of them, it shouldn't be far off," Yang Kai nodded. "What about Tongxian realm?" Qianyu turned to look at him. "Do you want to see?" Yang Kai grinned. Qianyu nodded repeatedly, an eager expression on her face. "I'll take you there." Yang Kai waved his hand and wrapped Qianyu in his spiritual energy, quickly leading her through the territory of this star. Chapter 1372. As the bright stars passed by, Qianyu felt like she could reach out and touch them, but she knew that these seemingly real stars were actually just reflections of the star, not real. Shuttling through the star field, Qianyu felt like she was in a dream. Here, not only was there a dazzling sun star, but there was also a moon star that exuded a faint light, countless lifeless dead stars, and an asteroid sea that caused Qianyu's complexion to pale. It was as if the entire star territory had been shrunk countless times and placed here. She flew forward silently with Yang Kai, and after what seemed like an eternity, Yang Kai suddenly came to a stop, a complex look on his face as he stared forward silently. Following his gaze, Qianyu saw a faint blue stars. These stars weren't very eye-catching in the entire star territory as there were countless stars more dazzling than them, but at this moment, these stars had become all that Qianyu could see. Staring at these stars in a daze, she felt as if she had seen her home, her heart filled with warmth. Tongxian realm. These stars were the hometown she yearned for day and night, Tongxian realm where she had been born and raised. After entering the star field from Ice Sect, Qianyu had once looked back and seen the exact same scene she was seeing now. The faint blue stars were like brilliant blue roses, infatuating her and making her reluctant to part with them. But at that time, she had no choice but to follow Ice Master Qingya and leave her homeland. Qianyu burst into tears. Even if she was a Saint King realm cultivator, even if she had cultivated for several dozen years. But at this moment, she was still unable to control her emotions, like a wanderer far away from home, the deep longing in her heart bursting forth at this moment. Yang Kai didn't say anything. When he explored the star field alone and found the stars where Tongxian realm was, his emotions were no better than Qianyu's, but he was a man, so his way of expressing his emotions was different. After a long time, Qianyu gradually stopped sobbing, turned her head to Yang Kai, and asked softly, Yang Kai, can we still go back there? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Resolutely and decisively. Qianyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yang Kai's answer was groundless and she couldn't see any hope now, hearing this answer, the emptiness in her heart was instantly filled with joy. Thank you. Thank you. Qianyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He really shouldn't have lost his composure in front of a junior. However, when he saw his homeland, he didn't care. She couldn't control her emotions, and all the grievances she had suffered in Joyous Union Pavilion over the years began to surge like a tide. Fortunately now she was Yang Yu's star and she was young, Qianyu. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his spiritual energy bursting out and wrapping Qianyu in his spiritual energy again, gradually pulling her away from the blue star. Qianyu was Xian Shue Zen Xian and Yang, Xian and Xian star Xian star Xian and Xian Zen. Qianyu looked around for a moment before slowly shaking her head. It's not here. I remember the asteroid sea that was larger than this one. Yang Kai nodded and once again wrapped Qianyu up and flew away. Half a day later, the barrier around the cave mansion opened and Qianyu walked out. Yang Kai sat alone in the cave mansion with a smile on his face. Finally, through Qianyu's identification, Yang Kai had found the location where she had separated from Su Yan and the others. Although Su Yan and the others had also passed through the void corridor at that time and Yang Kai didn't know where they had gone, this was still an extremely precious clue. At that time, as long as he was strong enough, he could directly go to that place and find the void corridor. Yang Kai could follow the vine to find the melon, and there was a chance he could meet Su Yan again. Of course, all of this would be based on a strong foundation of strength. It was still too early to consider such things. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and a number of herbs before beginning to use alchemy to calm his mood. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. On this day, the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain opened and two figures slowly walked out. Naturally, it was Yang Kai and Yang Yen. The two of them were naturally going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. In fact, Kai Yang's original attitude towards this auction was whether or not he wanted to go, but after seeing a certain item printed on the invitation, he immediately changed his mind. That item was of great use to him and he had to obtain it no matter what. For this reason, he had taken all the saint crystals he had from Wu Yi and prepared to go all out. Currently, Dragon Cave Mountain didn't have a lot of saint crystals, but it definitely wasn't a small amount either, a total of 70 million. According to the estimates of Yang Kai and Yang Yen, this amount of saint crystals was enough to win that item. After all, although that thing was precious, it was still just a material. Besides someone like Yang Kai who had other uses for it, no one should be willing to spend such a high price to bid for it. Yang Kai still had some confidence in this matter. A trivial 50-kilometer journey, the two of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City on their star shuttles. Currently, Heavenly Fate City was filled with crooks and honest folk. In order to maintain order in the city, City Lord Fei Ji too was under great pressure. He was a person who didn't want to provoke trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the old temple master to place him in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. But now, the Emperor Garden had appeared and floated above Heavenly Fate City, leading to so many cultivators' arrival. The city's spirit array had been fully activated and no one was allowed to act at will inside the city, otherwise they would be severely punished. Moreover, upon entering the city, there was a powerful barrier that prohibited flying. This was different from the previous rules. In the past, when Yang Kai came to Heavenly Fate City, he had to fly directly in and out. But now, in front of Heavenly Fate City, He had no choice but to land on the ground and enter through the city gate with Yang Yan. The city gate was also crowded with people. Yang Yan shrank under Yang Kai's wings and tried his best to pass through safely. After entering the city, looking at the bustling scene, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yan, both of them felt a headache coming on. The population of Heavenly Fate City was now more than 10 times larger than before. Fortunately, the auction had started today, so there were people in charge of clearing the roads and maintaining order at all the major city gates leading directly to Treasure Trove Pavilion, saving them the trouble of jostling with people and losing their status as elders. Finding the reception area, Yang Kai took out the golden invitation and showed it to the cultivator in charge of receiving them. The cultivator immediately showed a flattering look and respectfully said, "Welcome to my humble tower's auction, please come this way." Saying so, he turned to a young woman next to him and said, "Qing, show these 2 honored guests to their private room." Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan's cultivations weren't high, there weren't many golden invitations. Yan Pei was well aware of the amazing financial resources of Dragon Cave Mountain and hoped that Yang Kai could bring a few more items for the finale of the auction. So the grade of the invitations Dragon Cave Mountain sent out was extremely high. Even if it wasn't as good as those from first-tier sects, it wasn't far off. When the cultivator in charge of receiving guests near the city gate saw this invitation, how could he not be respectful? Hearing his instructions, the young woman who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old immediately stepped forward and said, "2 honored guests, please come with me." Although this young woman wasn't a stunning beauty, she was still quite attractive. Her strength wasn't high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary, but her voice was extremely pleasant, like the chirping of a lark. Every frown and smile she made was filled with charm, as if she had cultivated some kind of seductive technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that Treasure Trove Pavilion had put in a lot of effort for this auction. Every great force that came to participate in this auction would have a special young woman to receive them. Treasure Trove Pavilion had countless disciples with such high cultivation, so it wasn't difficult to train them, but this arrangement was likely to win the favor of some cultivator who was fond of feminine charms. Perhaps this cultivator would be so happy that he would spend money like water. The young woman named Qing walked in front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yan towards Treasure Trove Pavilion, explaining as she walked, "Qing will be responsible for all the auction matters for 2 seniors this time. If 2 seniors win something, Qing will pay the Saint Crystals on behalf of 2 seniors and retrieve the auction item. If 2 seniors have any other instructions, please don't hesitate. Our pavilion master has issued an order that Qing must satisfy all the requirements of 2 seniors." "All the requirements?" Yang Yan raised his brow, revealing a faint smile. The young woman named Qing gently nodded, her delicate earlobes revealing a touch of seductive pink. Yang Yan chuckled and shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai before immediately whispering something in Qing's ear. The other party's face turned even redder, but she still nodded. Yang Kai sniffed. Although he didn't deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Yang Yan and this young woman, he knew what Yang Yan had asked. This girl's personality seems to have changed since she fell into a coma. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully. She wasn't so bold before, but this wasn't a big deal. He had always felt that Yang Yan's personality was too introverted, so this kind of change was something he was happy to see. Along the way, the streets were filled with people, but with the passage deliberately opened by Treasure Trove Pavilion, the 3 of them were able to walk through it without any obstructions. A short time later, the trio arrived in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion. There weren't many people in front of this building, only 2, but when Yang Kai saw them, his eyes shrank. Because these 2 were both third-order origin returning realm masters. One of them was the city lord of this city, Fei Ji too, who was standing there with an unhappy look on his face. Originally, he wanted to be free and unfettered, but how could he have known that he would end up in such a mess? As a result, he had no choice but to stand here and deter all the guests. It would be strange if his complexion was good, only slightly better than the person next to him. The one with an even darker face was naturally Yan Pei. Not only was old Black Face's face dark, but his heart was even darker. All the things he auctioned were sold for sky-high prices. The last time he auctioned off an origin condensing pill with pill veins, the price had broken through the hundreds of millions mark, creating a miracle. Chapter 1373. The Masters of Shadowed Star's great forces had a love-hate relationship with old black-face Yan Pei. They loved him because whenever he took part in an auction, the items he obtained would definitely be of great value, but they hated him because of the ridiculously high prices he charged. Even the great forces couldn't stand his exploitation. With 2 Third-Order Origin returning realm masters standing here, it was obvious how much importance Treasure Trove Pavilion attached to this auction. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, whether it was Fei Ji2 or Yen Pei, both showed a smile. When Qing'er, who was leading the way, saw this, she couldn't help feeling stunned. She hadn't expected that the identity of this young man she was receiving would be so extraordinary that even Great Elder Kuang Lao showed a rare smile, causing her to feel even happier. For Qing'er, the more distinguished Yang Kai's identity was, the more reward she could receive. If her luck was good and she was chosen by Yang Kai, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After all, those who came with golden invitations certainly wouldn't lack Saint Crystals. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to step forward and salute. This was the disadvantage of having low seniority. No matter where one went, they would always be dwarfed. Haha, no need to be so polite. Fei Ji2 smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang Kai up, his expression amiable. Since seeing the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appear in the Emperor Garden last time, Fei Ji2 no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it was still a legendary ancient divine spirit. It could be said that as long as Yang Kai didn't die, as his strength increased, he would be able to exert more and more power from this ancient divine spirit remnant soul. Due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai may not have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the Origin Returning realm, with the help of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, he was absolutely invincible. If Yang Kai didn't take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with him while he was still weak, once he was strong enough, it would not be so easy to form a friendship. I heard you got into trouble some time ago, boy? Fei Ji2 grinned meaningfully. May I know what senior is referring to? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Stop playing dumb. Did you kill the people from the Sea Heart sect? Fei Ji2 glared at him. So it's the Sea Heart sect. That's right, I killed them. Why? Did senior hear some kind of rumor? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's not true. Fei Ji2 slowly shook his head. However, although Sea Heart sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, it is still a second-tier sect and its strength cannot be underestimated. For you to act so recklessly, have you ever considered the consequences? Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, do you expect me to endure being bullied? Seeing this sharp look on his face, Fei Ji2 couldn't help laughing. If you could endure, you wouldn't be you. Last time, Yang Kai had wreaked havoc in Heavenly Fate City, dealing with 7 or 8 Origin returning realm masters and even killing a master from the Xie family. Fei Ji2 had long known that Yang Kai was not a law-abiding person, so he simply reminded him lightly. However, I heard that the people from Sea Heart sect are now residing in the Xie family. The relationship between the two seems to be quite good. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. Many thanks for senior's reminder. In addition, it seems that a force called Flowing Cloud Valley has also settled in the Xie family. In any case, you should be careful. Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai frowned, his expression changing slightly. What's wrong? Do you also have a grudge with this Flowing Cloud Valley? Fei Ji2 was stunned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Seeing Yang Kai's tacit admission, Fei Ji2 was speechless and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, young people are full of energy. Just don't cause trouble in my Heavenly Fate City. In any case, Flowing Cloud Valley isn't worth mentioning. Junior will remember. Yang Kai gently nodded. Fei Ji2 thought that Flowing Cloud Valley was just an insignificant force, but Yang Kai was faintly afraid of it. The reason was simple. Flowing Cloud Valley had Lu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know how he had provoked this Lu Yi, but this person had tried to kill him in the desert with Lu Yen, and although Yang Kai had successfully cut off one of Lu Ye's arms, Lu Yi had still managed to escape. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Even an elite like Wei Guchang would not be his opponent. Facing this Lu Yi, Yang Kai faintly felt like he was facing the young man named Lang Qing from Star Emperor Mountain. Both of them gave him a great sense of threat, a feeling Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianzhong didn't possess. A trivial Flowing Cloud Valley being able to cultivate such a disciple, even if it was insignificant, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate it, so he had deliberately collected information about Flowing Cloud Valley. Now that he heard Fei Ji2 mention it, He naturally thought of Lu Yi. Now that several years had passed, Yang Kai didn't know to what extent Lu Ye's cultivation had progressed. If they were to meet again, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. After all, his strength had improved greatly over the past few years and he now had countless means to deal with his enemies. After the conversation between Yang Kai and Fei Jitu ended, Yan Pei couldn't wait to continue. Little friend Yang's participation in this auction really brings light to my humble abode. Haha, Senior is too polite. It is Junior's honor to be able to participate in this auction, Yang Kai said modestly. Yan Pei remained amiable and lowered his voice. Does little friend Yang intend to auction some more things? Although the auction items have already been determined, if little friend Yang wishes to auction them, this old master can open the door for you. This is not a difficult matter for this old master. Senior must be joking. The good things my master has accumulated over the years have all been taken out for auction last time, so there really isn't much left to sell now, Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai casually spouted some nonsense. In any case, he had been using his non-existent master's name as a cover for himself, and no one could be certain that such a master existed on Dragon Cave Mountain, so Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when he told such a blatant lie. So that's how it is. Yan Pei showed a look of disappointment before suddenly whispering, how about this old master give you a 50% commission? I really don't have anything else, Yang Kai said bitterly. Haha, it seems this old master has forced you into a difficult position. Good, since little friend Yang has come, there's no need to stand outside. Go in and rest for a while. The auction will begin in an hour. Yan Pei no longer insisted and generously allowed Yang Kai to enter. Yang Kai excused himself and together with Yang Inflammation, walked directly into Treasure Trove Pavilion under the lead of the young girl, Qing. Just like the last time Yang Kai saw it, the hall was already filled with cultivators who had come to participate in the auction. Even if there were a few empty seats, there were not many of them. In the middle of the hall, there was a round platform, the place where Treasure Trove Pavilion hosted the auction. The surrounding walls were inlaid with strange stones that emitted beams of light, illuminating the high platform. Two seniors. Please wait a moment. The young girl, Qing entered the hall and said softly before walking to the side and talking with the Treasure Trove Pavilion cultivator. A moment later, she returned with a smile and respectfully handed a wooden token to Yang Kai. This is the restriction token for your room. Please accept it, Senior. Yang Kai took it and glanced over it, quickly discovering that the words B13 were engraved on it. After all, he had participated in such an auction before, so Yang Kai was quite familiar with it and knew that his room number was B13. However, it was quite a coincidence that the last time he participated in this auction, the room number he obtained was C13, but today it was B13. Although the number hadn't changed, the level of his room had obviously risen. Last time, it was because of the Qian Tong, but this time, it wasn't because of anyone's prestige, but rather because of Dragon Cave Mountain's own reputation. Considering all this, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he put away the token and motioned to the young girl to lead the way. A moment later, in room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had taken their seats while Qing served them tea. Besides her, there was no one else in the room. Pointing to the spirit fruits on the table, the young girl slowly said, these are sparrow spirit fruits that Lu specially collected for this auction. They taste very sweet and have some effects on purifying one's Saint Qi. The two of you should try them. Yang Kai nodded lightly, picked up a fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing his satisfied expression, the young girl boldly asked, the auction won't begin for an hour. If two seniors don't mind, you can call some people to dance to relieve your boredom. Is your Treasure Trove Pavilion's hospitality so considerate? Yang Inflammation asked in surprise. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. Not every guest has this right. Only those who are in Class B and above are allowed to do so. Yang Yen swept her eyes over her for a moment before smiling charmingly. There's no need to call someone over. Seeing how soft your waist is and how light your steps are, you should be quite proficient in this field. How about you dance a song? Junior? The young girl blushed as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. Although her cultivation wasn't high, she could tell that the two guests here were led by Yang Kai, so naturally, she had to obtain his approval first. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai glared at Yang Inflammation, then looked at the young girl and said, she's just joking with you, you don't have to take it seriously. Yes, the young girl replied softly. a trace of relief and disappointment flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, the two guests she served seemed to be good, and although the woman liked to tease her, she wasn't a bad person, and this man was obviously an upright person. She was disappointed that she didn't have a chance to perform. Yang Kai observed her expression and could more or less guess what she was thinking, so he immediately said, "The two of us don't have any other requests, just do your own thing, and when the auction is over, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." The young girl was happy to hear this and said, "Thank you, senior." As if she had already understood the temperament of the two guests, the young girl was quite good at serving them. Unless Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had something to ask, she never took the initiative to speak, just quietly waiting on the side. During this time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer came once and chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. It wasn't strange that the two of them could find this place, as they only needed to ask Yan Pei a little to find out where Yang Kai was. Chapter 1374. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar slowly walked up to the high platform, the light from the strange stones used for illumination illuminating his body, accentuating his unparalleled temperament. In particular, this person was holding a paper fan in his hand, making him look even more handsome and elegant. This middle-aged Confucian scholar was born with red lips and white teeth, and there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that not only did not make him look old, but instead added a sense of maturity and steadiness to him. At this moment, he gave off a dreamlike feeling. At the very least, many young girls and young women in the hall who were participating in the auction could not help showing an infatuated look, as if they were attracted to him. Many of the cultivator who recognized the identity of this middle-aged man had ugly expressions on their faces. Many whispers and discussions could be heard in hushed voices. "Damn, it's actually Little Black Face presiding over this auction. What the hell is Treasure Trove Pavilion doing? It's over, it's over. This time we've fallen into the pit again. I knew Treasure Trove Pavilion was up to no good, but I didn't expect this guy to actually come out. He hasn't made a move for more than 10 years. There were all kinds of discussions, and although these voices were not loud, the cultivation of the cultivator participating in the auction was not low, so naturally they could hear these words clearly. However, the middle-aged Confucian scholar called Little Black Face not only did not get angry, but instead showed a warm smile, as if he did not care about the criticism of these people. On the contrary, the young girls and young women who were infatuated with him swept their beautiful eyes around fiercely, feeling injustice for him. Little Black Face? In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. What does this person have to do with Senior Yen? Since Yan Pei is Old Black Face, then this person must have some relationship with Yan Pei to be called Little Black Face. But Yang Kai did not understand why the cultivator below treated this person like a tiger or leopard, with a look of dread. Yang Yen also looked at the girl next to him, expecting her to give an explanation. Qinger pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to laugh, but not daring to lose her composure. She finally managed to hold back her laughter and whispered, replying to the two seniors, "This is Ren Tianrue, an auctioneer of the pavilion, and old Mr. Yen is his master, so everyone calls him." Qinger didn't dare to say anything else. It didn't matter if others called them Little Black Face or Old Black Face. Although it was just a nickname, it was still a reputation that Yan Pei and Ren Tianrue had created for themselves. However, as a member of Endless Treasures Pavilion, Qinger naturally didn't dare to criticize the seniors behind their backs. Otherwise, if others found out, she would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily and nodded. "I see, I understand." It seemed that this auctioneer named Ren Tianrue was a true disciple of Yan Pei, otherwise, he wouldn't have been called such. When the time came, Yang Kai would have to be careful when participating in the auction. On the high platform, Ren Tianrue smiled warmly as he cupped his fists and said loudly, "Everyone has come from afar and spared no effort to participate in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction. My Endless Treasures Pavilion is deeply grateful. This auction will be hosted by this Ren, so if there is any impropriety, I hope everyone can understand." These words were spoken in an extremely appropriate manner, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with them. No matter how he acted when hosting the auction, at the very least, these words had won the favor of countless people present. Ren Tianrue continued, "Speaking of which, this auction was originally hosted by my master." As soon as the statement came out, many people's expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously covered their space rings and stared vigilantly towards the high platform, their expressions becoming ugly, as if they were afraid that Yan Pei would suddenly jump out from some corner. Fortunately, Ren Tianrue smiled slightly and said, However, this junior thinks that my master is already very old and should remain behind the scenes. This kind of limelight opportunity should be left to young people like me. Well said. Cheers rang out from below. Brother Ren is bold and bold. Let old Mr. Yen remain behind the scenes forever. A burst of laughter rang out. Ren Tianrui also smiled as he looked towards a certain spot in the hall and nodded. This Ren also has the same opinion. After this auction is over, I will definitely persuade my master to retire and not work so hard anymore. Although these words were somewhat disgraceful, it was undeniable that it quickly aroused the good feelings and resonance of many people. All of a sudden, the vigilance that everyone had towards him disappeared without a trace. Instead, they felt that it was simply a blessing that he could stand here and host the auction. Not simple. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ran Tianrui faintly. With just a few words, this Ran Tianrui had integrated himself into the crowd. Although it was only a simple opening speech, it had already established enough capital for this auction. When the auction began, even if he asked for a higher price, there wouldn't be many people who would reject him. This Ren Tianrui had a deep understanding of the ways of the world. No wonder he was called Little Black Face. It was just that his hosting style was completely different from Yen Pei's, which was quite interesting. Good, let's not talk too much. I'm afraid many friends are already waiting anxiously, so let's start the auction now. Ren Tianrui patted the folding fan in his hand and turned around, gesturing to someone behind him. Over there, a woman in a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a smile on her face, carrying a jade plate on her arm as she stood in front of Ren Tianrui. Although the woman in the palace dress was an extraordinary beauty with a hint of spring in her eyes, at this moment, not many people were looking at her. Since she was here to participate in the auction, everyone's attention was naturally attracted by the jade plate she was holding. Needless to say, the thing on the jade plate was the first item to be auctioned, but unfortunately, it was covered by a red cloth, making it impossible to see what it was. Many of the cultivators participating in the auction eagerly craned their necks to look at it. Ran Tianrui carefully observed everyone's expressions and said, according to the rules of every auction, although the first item is not as good as the final item, it is still no trivial matter. If you are interested, you must obtain it, otherwise if you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Saying so, Ren Tianrui reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing a colorless bead the size of a goose egg. This bead looked transparent, but there were inexplicable threads swimming inside it like fish. What was even stranger was that this bead didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, as if it was just an ornamental item with no real value. What is this? I've never seen it before. Since Treasure Trove Pavilion dares to take out the first item for auction, it must have its own uniqueness. Let Mr. Ran explain it to us. Spirit Storage Bead? Inside Private Room B13, Yang Yan's eyes lit up as she called out the name of the first item. Yang Kai glanced over at her, no longer surprised. He suspected that there was nothing in this world that Yang Yan didn't recognize. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Yang Yan to this auction alone. Yang Kai didn't ask what this spirit storage bead was for because he knew Ren Tianrui would definitely explain it in detail. Atop the high platform, Ren Tianrui reached out and picked up the spirit storage bead, holding it up high for everyone to see, not saying a word, instead just madly pouring his Saint Chi into it. In front of everyone's eyes, the colorless bead was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of the Saint Chi he poured into it. As time passed, the bead began to emit a faint glow and a Saint Chi fluctuation identical to Ran Tianrui's began to spread from it. A moment later, Ran Tianrui stopped what he was doing, smiled strangely again, and silently urged the bead again. What happened next was that the Saint Chi that had been swallowed by the spirit storage bead before actually returned to Ran Tianrui's body, and from his expression, there wasn't the slightest hint of discomfort. In a flash, the spirit storage bead returned to its original transparent appearance, but there were no longer any energy fluctuations inside it. The entire process was clearly witnessed by everyone present. At this point, 90% of the cultivators participating in the auction had a vague idea of what this spirit storage bead could do, and all of them immediately turned to look at the stage with excited expressions. Ren Tianrui chuckled and said loudly, I believe everyone already knows the purpose of this spirit storage bead. It can store Saint Chi in a cultivator's body and, when needed, feed it back to the cultivator's body, providing the cultivator with the power to fight. Friends who have come here must have fought before and know that during a fight, The only way to replenish one's Saint Chi is to take pills or absorb the energy from Saint crystals. But no matter which method it uses, the effect is very slow. However, this spirit storage bead is different. It can restore a cultivator's Saint Chi to its peak in a very short time. The premise is that there is enough energy stored in this bead. As soon as these words came out, the hall immediately exploded. Although everyone had some speculations just now, after Ren Tianrue explained it in detail, everyone realized that they had underestimated the value of this spirit storage bead. If this was the case, then this spirit storage bead was equivalent to a second life. The reason many cultivator fell was because their Saint Chi was insufficient when fighting. If they could replenish their Saint Chi with this spirit storage bead, they could turn defeat into victory. For a time, countless burning eyes stared towards the high platform, filled with greed and greed. If not for the fact that this was Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction and there were countless masters inside and outside, many people would have desperately tried to snatch this spirit storage bead. Even Kai Yang, who was in room B13, revealed a look of interest. Such a treasure could be said to be a heaven-defying existence. Even with his wealth, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, let alone others. However, this thing was useless to him because Yang Kai never lacked Saint Chi, so this thought only flashed across his mind for a moment before he calmly observed it. After all, such a good thing would definitely fetch a high price when auctioned. Although Yang Kai had brought 70 million Saint crystals with him, he wasn't sure if he could obtain the item he wanted. If he used up his Saint crystals now and ran out of funds, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1375. The change in Ren Kai's expression didn't escape Yang Inflammation's observation. Seeing that Ren Kai seemed to have lost interest in the spirit storage bead, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "Although this thing is good, there are restrictions on how it can be used. You don't need to feel pity about it." What kind of restrictions? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although this thing is good, Nephew Ren doesn't need to boast so much. What are the restrictions on how this bead can be used? You might as well tell me all about them. Before Yang Inflammation could answer though, Yang Kai heard a majestic voice from one of the rooms. It seems that Yang Inflammation isn't the only one who knows about this spirit storage bead, Yang Kai thought to himself. Ren Tianrue looked over and smiled lightly, cupping his fists and saying, "So it is Thunder Typhoon Sec's Senior Cheng." Senior's insight is quite profound. Although this spirit storage bead is convenient to use, it does have some restrictions. Even if Senior didn't ask, Junior was prepared to explain them in detail so as not to allow the friends who came to participate in the auction to buy it. My Treasure Trove Pavilion still has that much credibility. Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Cheng snorted lightly, declining to comment. As for whether he believed the other party's words or not, only the heavens knew. Many people secretly estimated that if no one questioned him, Ran Tianrue would definitely not explain the restrictions. At most, he would send someone to quietly inform the owner of the spirit storage bead after the auction was over. That would be the best he could do. This wasn't the first time Treasure Trove Pavilion had done such a thing. Who is that? Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and asked the girl. Although Qing Er's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a native of Shadowed Star. Naturally, she had some guesses about the identity of the speaker, so when she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, seemingly wondering why Yang Kai would ask such a question, quickly replying, "If Junior's guess is correct, it should be Senior Changpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect. After all, he is the only master with this surname in Thunder Typhoon Sect." Yang Kai gently nodded, satisfied with her answer. At the same time, Ren Tianrue explained the limitations of the spirit storage bead. However, this spirit storage bead was something that the Endless Treasures Pavilion had unintentionally purchased from a small, run-down family clan. According to the person who sold this item, the amount of Saint Chi stored in this spirit storage bead was limited to a certain extent, roughly equivalent to the total amount of Saint Chi in the body of a third-order Saint King cultivator. In other words, it was unable to accept Saint Chi beyond that of a third-order Saint King cultivator. It would immediately escape. This kind of restriction was not a big problem. For a cultivator at the Saint King realm, this restriction made no difference. For an origin-returning realm cultivator, all they had to do was pay attention to it. As long as he didn't store too much Saint Chi in the spirit storage bead, he could still use it. It was just that in a moment of crisis, the Saint Chi he received back was unable to restore him to his peak state. Overall, this restriction was not a big deal. However, the second restriction greatly reduced the value of the spirit storage bead. This was an artifact, one that should have been refined by an ancient cultivator. This bead had been used many times, but according to the appraisal of the Treasure Trove Pavilion's artifact masters, this bead could only be used 3 or 5 times at most before it was completely damaged and could no longer be used. Hearing this, the passion in the eyes of many cultivators was immediately extinguished. To them, although 3 to 5 times was quite a lot, spending a lot of money to buy such an item was of no help to improve their strength, so they could only calm down. Besides these 2 restrictions, there is nothing else to pay attention to about this bead. Ren Tianrui didn't seem to care whether this auction item could sell for a high price or not, simply smiling and shouting, "The base price of this bead is 500,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 10,000. Everyone, please." Speaking of which, such a base price was not high for the purpose of this spirit storage bead. After all, this was the first item to be auctioned, so Treasure Trove Pavilion intended to sell it well. However, this figure of 500,000 instantly caused 90% of the cultivator in the hall to shut down. After all, a Saint King grade high-rank artifact only sold for about 300,000 Saint crystals, so even if they could afford a base price of 500,000 Saint crystals, they couldn't afford it. Of course, not everyone was like this. Since they had come to participate in this auction, of course they had raised enough Saint crystals. As soon as Ran Tianrui's voice fell, someone immediately called out a bid. Immediately afterwards, from every corner of the hall, voices calling out bids rang out one after another. Each increase in price was relatively mild, but it was impossible to withstand the pressure of the crowd. In just half a cup of tea's time, the price of this spirit storage bead had risen to 820,000 Saint crystals. By this time, the voices in the hall had become sparse, with only 2 or 3 people calling out bids. "This old master bids 1 million. Cheng Peng Xian's voice rang out from Thunder Typhoon Sec's private room, his voice still loud and clear. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, heard this and smiled lightly, not showing any surprise. With such a good thing, it would be strange if there weren't several great forces competing for it. The several cultivators in the hall who had participated in the auction before heard this and sighed. Since someone from Thunder Typhoon Sect was participating in this auction, there was no hope for them. All of them silently cursed Cheng Peng Xian for not bidding earlier. If they had known he was going to participate in this auction, why would they have wasted so much effort? How unlucky! Everyone even had the urge to kill. Haha, old Ghost Cheng, you're already a 3rd order origin returning realm master. How could you possibly need this spirit storage bead? You don't need to be so thick-skinned as to compete with some juniors, right? From another private room, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out, mixed with sarcasm and ridicule. Humph, if this old master doesn't need it, can't he just buy it and give it to his sect's disciples? Cheng Peng Xian coldly snorted. Brother Mo's words are somewhat incorrect. Since this is an auction, this old master's participation is perfectly justified. How is that thick-skinned enough to compete with a junior? That makes sense. The person in the private room didn't seem to care and slowly said, "Good, then this MO will also join in the fun. I can't let Brother Cheng monopolize all the glory. 1 million. Old Ghost MO, do you know what it means to help others?" Cheng Peng Xian's voice sounded a little unhappy. 2 million. Brother Cheng also said that this is an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. 5 million. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. 2 million. It was as if the two of them were old rivals. Their words were sharp, and neither of them was willing to back down. In the blink of an eye, the price of the spirit storage bead had increased several times over. Moreover, from the looks of it, the final price would most likely be even higher, causing all the cultivators in the hall to be dumbfounded. Surname Demo? In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned as he looked towards the private room competing with Cheng Peng Xian. That should be Elder Mo Xiao Shang of Heaven Battling Union. Qing'er quickly explained. Yang Kai gently nodded. This time, even if Qing'er didn't explain, he could guess who it was because he had heard others mention this Mo Xiao Shang of Heaven Battling Union several times. Yang Kai himself had also paid special attention to him for no other reason than that this Mo Xiao Shang, like him, cultivated the Tao of space. This was an extremely rare secret art, and even if one searched all of Shadowed Star, there was no third person who could cultivate it. In terms of the study of the Tao of space, Yang Kai was confident that he wouldn't lose to this Mo Xiao Sheng. If they were to compete in the Tao of space alone, Yang Kai estimated that he could definitely crush the other party to death. After all, not everyone could comprehend the destructive power of Space Blade. But after all, this person was quite young, so his understanding of the Tao of space could not be underestimated. If Yang Kai could find an opportunity to exchange a few words, perhaps he would gain some benefits. But this was impossible. Heaven Battling Union's style of conduct was really shameless. If Yang Kai really exposed that he was proficient in the Tao of space, it would only invite disaster. As such, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before immediately rejecting this idea. At this time, Ran Tianrue, who was sitting on the high platform below, had opened his folding fan and was fanning himself gently, looking like an elegant scholar, a gentle smile on his face as he listened to the elders of the two great leaders bid one after another, putting him in a very good mood. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had always been on bad terms, so this competition for the Spirit Storage Bead was not only a competition of financial resources but also a showdown of face. Neither side was willing to back down. After a stick of incense worth of time, Cheng Peng Xian shouted a sky-high price of 10 million Saint crystals, causing an uproar among the cultivator in the hall. In all fairness, although the Spirit Storage Bead was very good, the price of 10 million Saint crystals was really unexpected. If it weren't for Mo Xiao Shang of Heaven Battling Union competing for it, the price definitely wouldn't have been so outrageous. At this point, whether it was Cheng Peng Xian or Mo Xiao Shang, both of them were secretly annoyed. The two of them naturally knew that this kind of competition would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion, but now that they were riding a tiger, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. 10 million Saint crystals wasn't much for these two great forces, but it wasn't a number that could be wasted casually. One had to know that such a sum of Saint crystals was enough for many disciples to cultivate for a lifetime, but this spirit storage bead could only be used by one person. The two third-order origin returning realm masters both cursed each other in their hearts as they grit their teeth and bid. After the price of 10 million Saint crystals was bid, Heaven Battling Union fell silent, as if Mo Xiao Shang was weighing the gains and losses, deciding whether to continue bidding. At that moment though, a voice suddenly rang out. 10,001 million. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes gathered on the bidder, but what surprised everyone was that the one who made this bid was not sitting in one of the private rooms, but instead a young cultivator in the hall. His cultivation wasn't too high, only third-order Saint King, and the clothes he wore were quite ordinary. It could be said that such a cultivator could be found anywhere on Shadowed Star, and from the fact that he could only sit in this hall to participate in this auction, it was obvious that his background wasn't high, otherwise, he wouldn't have been crowded here. However, the price he shouted was truly shocking, and what was even more admirable was this person's courage and boldness. One had to know that the one who participated in this competition just now was an elder from one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's great forces, and at this critical juncture, no one dared to provoke him, but this young man had actually taken action. Chapter 1376. This young man's bid was also extremely subtle, only adding 10,000 to the base 10 million, as if he didn't want to break the rules of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Not only were many cultivators suspicious of this young man's identity, but even Ran Tianrue, who had always been as calm as a mountain, frowned slightly as he stared at this young man suspiciously, secretly wondering where he came from and why he had such a huge net worth. In front of everyone's eyes, the young cultivator wore a calm expression, not feeling the slightest pressure or tension, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. Lu Yi. Inside room B13, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the young man who had just bid in the hall, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. What shocked Yang Kai wasn't that this person had come to participate in this auction. Although Flowing Cloud Valley wasn't a great force, it was still a sect. As the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, Lu Yi was naturally qualified to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion, but he wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai to have his own room and could only squeeze into the hall. What shocked Yang Kai was Lu Ye's arm. Looking at it at this moment, both of Lu Ye's arms were intact, without a single one missing. How is this possible? Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. He clearly remembered that when Lu Yen was competing with this Lu Yi for the red candlestalk in the desert, he had cut off one of his arms. Although the other party had managed to escape in the end, Yang Kai still remembered the scene vividly. But now, Lu Ye's severed arm had somehow grown back, and judging from the color of his arm, it wasn't a prosthetic arm, it was clearly a real arm. How did he do it? Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Regrowing a severed limb was something that only existed in legends. Not to mention that Lu Yi was a trivial Saint King realm cultivator. Even an Origin King couldn't achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had somewhat underestimated this Lu Ye's strangeness. Just from the fact that he was able to regrow his severed arm, it was clear this person had a great secret. This person. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Yang Yen suddenly frowned and pointed at Lu Yi below, a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. I don't know why, but I find him very annoying. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head, her pretty face full of suspicion. But this is the first time I've seen him. You just called him Lu Yi. Do you have any grudges with him? Yes. But I don't know why, but this man wanted to kill me in the Lu Yen desert. Yang Kai snorted. The grudge between him and Lu Yi was indeed inexplicable. The other party had attacked him for no reason, and it was the kind that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Yang Kai asked himself, before going to the Lu Yen desert, he had never dealt with Lu Yi. Even in the Lu Yen desert, it was the first time they met. And, be careful of this man, he seems to be very dangerous, Yang Inflammation warned. I understand, even if Yang Inflammation didn't say anything, Yang Kai was well aware of this. However, where did Lu Yi get so many saint crystals to bid on this spirit storage bead? As far as Yang Kai knew, Flowing Cloud Valley could only be regarded as a low-level sect, barely comparable to some small families. Even their sect master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with no more than 300 to 400 disciples. The territory they occupied wasn't very rich, and they didn't have any saint crystal mines, so how could he afford 10 million saint crystals? Haha, Brother Cheng also said that he wanted to show his sincerity. Since this little friend wants this spirit storage bead so badly, this Mo will give up. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Mo Xiao Sheng's hearty laughter came from Heaven Battling Union's private room. Immediately afterwards, Chang Peng Xian's loud voice rang out. Humph, old ghost Mo, don't try to make it sound so nice, but since you've given up, this Chang won't either. He spoke as if he disliked this spirit storage bead, but many of the cultivator present naturally understood that these two old men were simply taking advantage of the situation to get rid of the hot potato that was the spirit storage bead. It could be said that the price of 10.01 million saint crystals was just right. Not only had he earned a small favor from these two old men, but he had also won the spirit storage bead, killing two birds with one stone. Considering all this, many people felt regret. If they had known earlier, they would have offered the same price. Although more than 10 million saint crystals wasn't a small amount, if they could take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with the elders of the two great forces, they wouldn't have had to pay too much. However, even if they understood, if they were given the choice again, they might not have the courage to bid at this juncture. If they were to flatter the wrong person, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? This young man was quite decisive. Many people couldn't help admiring him. Ran Tian Rue stood on the high platform and called out the price 3 times, but no one else increased it, so the spirit storage bead was purchased by Lu Yi for 10.01 million saint crystals. Immediately after, someone led Lu Yi to the auction house's back hall to hand over the saint crystals and spirit storage bead. The auction continued, and with the first item being auctioned off, the atmosphere in the auction venue became much livelier. The items Treasure Trove Pavilion had put up for auction this time were indeed quite good, and every item that appeared caused many cultivators to frantically bid for them, causing the price to rise steadily. Ran Tian Rue stood on the high platform, waving the folding fan in his hand, looking as gentle and elegant as ever, but he, who was also known as Little Black Face, had quietly sold each item for a high price that exceeded its original value, while the other cultivator participating in the auction were completely unaware of this. Ran Tian Rue's methods were so brilliant that they couldn't help admiring him. The items sold at this auction were of great use to cultivators, including artifacts, pills, secret arts, secret techniques, spirit grasses, ores, and many others. Yang Kai didn't make a move this whole time and simply sat in room B13, listening to Yang Yan's comments on the auction items while enjoying Qing Er's massage and patting, feeling extremely comfortable. Although these items were good, he had no use for them, and with Dragon Cave Mountain's current cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall, it wasn't too difficult to obtain these items. Overall, the first half of the auction was uneventful. Most of the items being auctioned were things that could be bought with saint crystals, and most of the bidders were the cultivator in the hall. The masters in the various rooms rarely made a move unless they really encountered some items they were interested in. But in the second half of the auction, the masters in the various rooms finally made a move. The items being auctioned were not something the cultivator in the hall could compete for. Surprisingly, the young man who won the first auction item made a series of bids, displaying his huge financial resources. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, he won several items in succession, paying more than 40 million Saint crystals in total. Lu Ye's actions naturally shocked Yang Kai, but soon, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Without a powerful sect to back him up, Lu Yi was constantly showing off his wealth. This was no different from looking for trouble. Sitting in his room, Yang Kai could feel the divine senses of many masters constantly sweeping towards Lu Yi. It seemed that after the auction was over, someone would definitely want to have a good chat with him. This was something Yang Kai was happy to see. No matter why Lu Yi was targeting him, since he had made a move against him, he was his enemy. Now that Lu Yi was looking for trouble, Yang Kai was naturally happy to just sit back and watch, wishing for him to die as soon as possible. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was also quite impressive. Facing the malicious gazes of so many people, he still remained calm, sitting in the hall with no intention of leaving early, as if he wanted to continue participating in the auction. As one item after another was sold, the auction gradually came to an end. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious. He had been waiting for the thing he needed to appear, but until now, there had been no trace of it. Naturally, he was anxious, fearing that Treasure Trove Pavilion would change their mind at the last minute and withdraw the item from the auction. However, on second thought, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had printed his picture on their invitation cards and sent it out, there was no reason for them to do so. If they did, Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Just as he was thinking about this though, from the high platform below, another woman in palace robes walked up with a jade plate in her hand. Although the auction item was covered by a red cloth, when Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his face lit up with joy and he quickly sat up straight, rubbing his palms together. The thing he had been waiting for had finally appeared. At the same time, divine senses swept across the various rooms, and soon, the cultivator in the hall began whispering to each other. The reason was simple. The auction item that appeared this time seemed to be a bit unusual. When the woman in palace robes appeared with a jade plate, everyone felt an invisible pressure radiating from it, like a sharp blade cutting into their skin. What kind of item was this? Everyone couldn't help looking around curiously, secretly looking forward to it. Ran Tianrue carefully observed everyone's reactions and was very satisfied with their reactions. Putting away his folding fan, he tucked it into the back of his collar and chuckled. Although the next item to be auctioned isn't a rare treasure, it is still an extremely rare treasure. As for what it is, allow this Ren to keep everyone in suspense. But this Ren can only say that it is a material that will be of great use to seniors who cultivate some special martial arts. Enough nonsense. Quickly let this old master see what it is. From a private room in the A block, an old and majestic voice rang out, a trace of anxiety faintly apparent in this voice, as if this person was very concerned about this auction item. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, secretly feeling that wanting to win this auction item would not be so simple. Haha, Senior Jean Sure of Demon Blood Temple, right? Senior, don't worry, Junior will let you see it clearly. Ren Tianrue revealed the identity of the speaker before reaching out and removing the red cloth. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed, causing all the cultivators present to feel a sharp pain in their eyes and involuntarily close them. As for those with higher strength, they had to circulate their Saint Qi to their eyes in order to see what was inside this golden light. Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes, and after seeing what was inside this golden light, his heart skipped a beat as he became extremely excited. Chapter 1377. What was placed on this jade plate was a fist-sized piece of red gold or with a bumpy surface. What was shocking was that the runes on the surface of this ore had obviously been sealed by some kind of powerful master to prevent its aura from leaking out. Even so, everyone who participated in the auction could clearly feel that the ore was emitting streams of energy that were as sharp as swords. If this ore was sealed by a barrier, what would happen if it was unsealed? Any cultivator with slightly lower strength wouldn't even be able to get close to this ore. This object was extraordinary, and only a few people were able to recognize it. All everyone knew was that this was definitely a rare treasure. No wonder Treasure Trove Pavilion had placed this item at the end of the auction. It was already the final item. Good, 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 ha ha ha, this Jean has been searching for it for most of his life, But to no avail, I never expected to see it here today. Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation for gathering treasures from all over the world is well deserved. Inside Demon Blood Temple's A-block private room, the master named Jean Sure laughed heartily, seemingly very satisfied with this ore and determined to obtain it. You want this? Inside room B13, Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai's mood was obviously quite excited, so how could Yang Yan not understand what he was thinking? Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Yan nodded but didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted this thing for. When the young girl Qing'er heard this, a touch of joy appeared on her brow, but soon she worriedly said, "But Senior, Elder Jean of Demon Blood Temple also seems to want it." "It's an auction, the highest bidder wins." Yang Kai grinned. He had brought 70 million Saint crystals this time, so he wasn't afraid of losing to Jean Sure. After all, in the previous auctions, Demon Blood Temple had already bid several times, so the cost wasn't small. Qing'er nodded docilely and said, "Then I wish Senior a great victory." "Thank you for your kind words." Yang Kai grinned. He naturally knew why this little girl was so nervous. It was because if he participated in the auction and successfully bought the item, then she would receive some rewards from the Endless Treasures Pavilion. This reward was directly proportional to the price he paid. Previously, he had been biding his time and didn't buy anything, so the girl naturally didn't receive any rewards. But if he bought this item, then the reward from the Endless Treasures Pavilion would definitely last her for a long time. This matter was also mentioned by Qing'er herself. Yang Kai didn't deliberately inquire about it. The little girl served him very well and attentively. Yang Kai naturally didn't mind letting her get some benefits. "Forgive this old man's poor eyesight, but what the hell is this thing? Old Ghost Jean, why did you lose your composure like this?" From another private room, a strange voice called out. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed he didn't recognize this ore. It wasn't that this person was ignorant, but rather that in the star territory, all kinds of materials were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and this ore was extremely rare. The only reason Jean Sure knew about it was because he cultivated a special secret art that required this kind of ore, so he had paid special attention to it. Only a freak like Yang Yun would know about all kinds of materials, but such people were in the minority. Haha, Senior Jin's excitement is inevitable. After all, this profound gold is of great benefit to Senior Jin's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. With this profound gold, Senior Jin's secret art will surely reach the grand accomplishment stage. Ren Tianrue said casually, as if he was afraid that others didn't know about Jean Sure's background. Profound gold. The person who spoke before seemed to remember something when he heard this name and couldn't help exclaiming. "Little brat Ren, if you want to auction it off, why bother bringing up this old master's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art?" Jean Sure was annoyed. He naturally understood Ren Tianrue's malicious intentions. If this were any other place, he would definitely have taught him a lesson, but in the end, this was Endless Treasures Pavilion, so even if he was angry, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. However, after being reminded by the other party, Jean Sure knew that it would be much more difficult to obtain this profound gold. After all, Demon Blood Temple had many enemies, and none of them would just sit back and watch him obtain this profound gold. "Senior, please calm your anger, Junior spoke too much." Ren Tianrue seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly bowed. However, the words spoken were like spilled water. How could they be taken back? Hidden behind Ren Tianrue's fearful appearance, a trace of pride flashed across the depths of his eyes. For Endless Treasures Pavilion, it didn't matter who won this profound gold as long as it could be sold for a high price. "Cut the crap and hurry up with the auction," Jean Sure impatiently urged fiercely. "Yes." Ren Tianrue chuckled as he waved his folding fan towards the profound gold and loudly said, "This is a piece of profound gold, 1 Jean and 3 taels in weight. The starting price is 5 million Saint crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000, please." 10 million. As soon as Ren Tianrue's voice fell, Jean Sure's voice rang out, directly raising the price by more than double, showing his determination and boldness to obtain this piece of profound gold. In any case, it was no secret that he needed this profound gold, so there was no need for him to hide it. Heh, such a rare artifact refining material. This old master needs it for his golden bone shield. 1 million. Heaven Battling Union's Mo Xiao Sheng's voice sounded. This old master will also join in the fun. 5 million. Chang Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect also seemed unwilling to be outdone. 11 million. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from another room, and from the sound of it, it was actually an old woman. 12 million. Inside Demon Blood Temple's private room, Jin Shi's face was extremely ugly. Although he knew that Demon Blood Temple had many enemies and it would be difficult for him to obtain this profound gold, he hadn't expected that as soon as he bid, 5 or 6 people would follow suit. On top of that, none of these 5 or 6 people had lower status than him and their cultivations weren't any weaker than his. Even if he wanted to suppress them, it would be impossible. Filled with anger, Jin Shi angrily shouted, 20 million! Brother Jin is quite bold, but you want to obtain this profound gold for a trivial 20 million? Brother Jin, have you not woken up yet? This old woman bids 25 million. The old woman sneered and raised the price by another 5 million. However, this price only lasted for a breath of time before it was replaced by a higher bid. This wasn't surprising though, as profound gold was simply too rare. When Ren Tianrue introduced it before, he hadn't been exaggerating. This kind of material was a rare treasure that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Whether it was used for artifact refining or to cultivate special secret arts, it had great benefits. For a time, the auction hall was filled with cries of bids, and the amount of increments made countless people's hearts jump. These people were truly worthy of being from great forces. This amount of saint crystals was enough to allow a small sect or family to develop without worry. Yet all of them were competing for this small piece of material. Inside B13's private room, Yang Kai remained silent and didn't participate in the competition because he knew that the current price wasn't the final price yet. So he simply didn't want to waste his energy and simply waited for his competitors to withdraw. 40 million. Jin Shi's voice rang out again. The auction of this profound gold had brought the entire auction to a close, but it was far from over. After shouting out this price, Jin Shi said, "Everyone, this profound gold is indeed of great use to this Jin. If you are willing to part with it, this Jin will certainly remember it and personally thank you in the future." Up until now, no one was willing to withdraw, causing Jin Shi's heart to beat rapidly. Seeing the price rise steadily, and faintly surpassing his expectations, he had no choice but to speak up. As soon as this statement came out, the bidding from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect really stopped, as if Cheng Peng Xian and Mo Xiaoshang were weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Mo Xiaoshang chuckled and declared, "Since Brother Jin has said so, this Mo will give up. In any case, no artifact refiner can fully refine this grade of material. Using it on this old master's golden bone shield is a waste of heaven's treasures." Immediately afterward, several other masters who had been participating in the bidding also expressed their willingness to withdraw. It wasn't that Jin Shi's face was big enough, but that everyone could see that Jin Shi was determined to obtain this profound gold. If they continued to compete, it would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion. Ren Tianrue, this little brat, was standing on the auction stage with a grin on his face, so it was better for him to withdraw now and sell Jin Shi a favor. What's more, this profound gold really had no use for them. Although its grade was extremely high, no artifact refiner could fully utilize it, so what was the point of having such a high grade? Seeing this, Jin Shi's heart relaxed and he quickly expressed his thanks. "Humph. Old Ghost Jin, you want this profound gold for a great use? Did you think this old woman would buy it for fun? 41 million. The old woman's voice sounded again, not giving Jin Shi any face. "Old woman Feng, what do you want this profound gold for? If you don't explain clearly, this old master won't let you off." Jin Shi was furious. Everyone else was easy to talk to, but this old woman Feng was the only one who wanted to compete with him. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he immediately exploded. "Do you think this old woman is afraid of you?" Old woman Feng didn't seem to have a good temper either, so when she heard this threat, she immediately retorted. Inside the 2A block private rooms, the auras of the Third Order Origin returning realm masters fluctuated wildly, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. "Two guests, this is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Please restrain yourselves." From the void, a faint voice inexplicably sounded. Hearing this voice, both old woman Feng and Jin Shi's complexion changed slightly, as if they had thought of something and really did restrain their auras. The cultivator in the hall gasped for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. Ren Tianrue, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. Although Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions had never had any problems, if these two really fought here, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. After thinking about it for a moment, Ran Tianrui said, Senior Jean, please don't be angry. Since Senior Feng is participating in this auction, she must have some use for it. What use? Jean Shi coldly snorted, obviously not believing this claim so easily. Ran Tianrui smiled lightly and said, as far as Junior knows, the golden thunderlion that has been with Senior Feng for half its life should be about to break through, right? Chapter 1378. Golden Thunder-Striped Lion Beast. Demon Blood Temple's elder Shi exclaimed with a faint trace of fear in his voice. Many of the masters in the other large rooms also frowned, as if this golden thunder-striped lion beast had some kind of extraordinary origin. Qing where does this Senior Feng come from? What level of monster beast is this golden thunder-striped lion beast? Do you know? Yang Kai looked at the young girl standing next to him and asked. Qing smiled and whispered, replying to Senior, this Senior Feng is an elder of Myriad Beast Mountain, and this golden thunder-striped lion beast is her natal monster beast. It is said that this golden thunder-striped lion beast is an ancient variant, a ninth-order monster beast. In terms of strength, it is roughly equivalent to a second-order origin returning realm master. Senior Feng also has this cultivation, but if the two of them work together, they should not be any weaker than third-order seniors. Myriad Beast Mountain? Yang Kai raised his brow. He had long known that there was a great force on Shadowed Star that controlled and enslaved monster beasts. It was none other than Myriad Beast Mountain. When he was in the Lu Yen Desert, he had met a disciple from Myriad Beast Mountain. This sect seemed to be quite close to Colored Glass sect, and there was a lot of friction between the two great forces. As for the natal monster beast Qing mentioned, Yang Kai had also heard about it. Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivation method was somewhat different from other cultivators. Every Myriad Beast Mountain disciple had their own natal monster beast, and their own strength would increase along with that of the monster beast. If the monster beast advanced, as its master, the cultivator would also receive great help and could even take advantage of this opportunity to break through their own shackles. According to Qing this old woman Feng was already a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if her golden thunder-striped lion beast obtained the assistance of this profound gold, it was very likely that its strength would soar, and as its master, she would be able to break through to the third-order origin returning realm. At that time, with one person and one beast working together, even an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be her opponent. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately understood why old woman Feng wanted to compete with Jean Shi for the profound gold. He couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Whether it was old woman Feng or Jean Shi, both of them had a great need for profound gold. If he wanted to make them give up, he could only rely on financial pressure. Brat Ren, your treasure trove pavilion doesn't just gather all the treasures in the world. When did you become responsible for gathering information? Old woman Feng's voice contained a trace of anger, obviously because Ran Tianrui had pointed out the reason why she needed profound gold. Standing on the high platform, Ran Tianrui gave a hollow laugh and didn't dare to say anything. Humph, even if that's the case, I won't give up so easily. Your beast needs profound gold, but I need it even more. 42 million. Before old woman Feng could raise the price, a chuckle suddenly came from the other side of the room, full of temptation. This junior will also join in the fun. 43 million. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a strange grin. This couldn't be helped though, as he recognized the voice of this bidder as Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass sect. It wasn't surprising for her to be here. When Dai Yuan came to Dragon Cave Mountain last time, she had told Yang Kai that Yin Su Dai was the leader of Colored Glass sect's monitoring of the Emperor Garden. However, since she dared to bid now, it was likely she had been instructed by the elders of her sect. After all, Colored Glass sect and Myriad Beast Mountain had always been on bad terms, so naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and watch old woman Feng obtain the profound gold and increase her strength. This is a good opportunity. Yang Kai had been considering when to bid without attracting too much attention, but Yin Su Dai's bid had actually helped him. Considering all this, he followed up without hesitation. 50 million. The auction hall immediately became noisy. Inside the private room, the young girl Qing Er's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's financial resources to be so strong. Two unfamiliar voices joined the bidding, causing the already tense atmosphere to become even more treacherous. Good, good, good. Old woman Feng ground her teeth and coldly snorted. Interesting, no matter what kind of cat or dog it is, it dares to compete with this old woman. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to keep your life? The threat in her tone was so strong that Ran Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, wore a cold expression. Treasure Trove Pavilion had held many auctions in the past, and although each time there would be masters who would become enraged over competing for the items being auctioned, some even fighting afterwards, resulting in many of them dying, no one had ever dared to make such a threat in public. After all, such words were an insult to the dignity and credibility of Treasure Trove Pavilion, so Ran Tianrui calmly said, Senior Feng, my Treasure Trove Pavilion only wishes to hear such words once. If there is a next time, Myriad Beast Mountain will be listed as an unwelcome sect. I ask Senior to reconsider. Although Ran Tianrui's cultivation wasn't high, he was representing Treasure Trove Pavilion at this moment, so his words naturally carried some weight. Old woman Feng also seemed to realize that her words just now were somewhat inappropriate, so she chuckled and said in a hoarse voice, Little brat Ren, there's no need to be so nervous, this old woman was just joking. Bidding is naturally a matter of mutual consent. Is that so? Ren Tianrui's face suddenly bloomed into a kind smile as he waved the folding fan in his hand and slowly said, Then this junior has offended Senior Feng. And, does Senior wish to increase the price of this profound gold? Naturally. 51 million. 60 million. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and immediately followed, not even frowning. For him, the biggest purpose of this trip was this piece of profound gold, so of course he wouldn't miss it. Even if he had to spend all of his wealth, he would buy it. Even at this price, there were still people competing for it, so it was time for him to show some financial strength and make others back off. As such, every time Yang Kai increased the price, he would raise it by a large margin. The Myriad Beast Mountain private room suddenly fell silent. It seemed that this price had far exceeded old woman Feng's bottom line. After all, although profound gold was precious, its value was still quite high. 60 million saint crystals was a lot. On the other hand, Jean Sher of Demon Blood Temple hesitated for a moment before saying, 60 million, if there is a higher price, this old master will withdraw. 60 million was also Jean Sher's bottom line. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said unhurriedly, 60,200,000. He had only added 100,000 to the original bid. Good, good, good. Jean Sher shouted 3 times in a row. No one could tell what his mood was, but he really didn't increase the price again, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that this piece of profound gold was now in his bag. Treasure Trove Pavilion was obviously very satisfied with such a price. At the very least, a happy smile appeared on Ren Tianrui's face as he looked towards private room B13 and called out, Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, this Ren will be counting down. 60,200,000 going once, 60,200,000 going twice. 60 million. Just as Yang Kai was full of confidence and was about to let Qing'e receive this piece of profound gold, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he turned towards the source of this voice and couldn't help grinding his teeth. Because he discovered that the one who had shouted out a new price at the last moment was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Lu Yi had been in the limelight at this auction. Even though he was standing in the hall, he had still been so generous, winning several items in a row and paying tens of millions of saint crystals in total. This was not something a cultivator from a small sect or force could possess. Many people had secretly paid attention to him, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he had instead chosen to show off again at the last moment, which was completely against common sense. However, since the price had been refreshed, Yang Kai certainly wasn't willing to show weakness. Gritting his teeth, he called out his entire fortune. 70 million. On the high platform, Ran Tianrui raised his brow and cast an inquisitive look towards Lu Yi, as if he was expecting him to bid again, but to everyone's disappointment, Lu Yi only called out a price once before falling silent. Instead, he raised his head and grinned towards Yang Kai, his smile full of pride and sarcasm. Shit! He knows I'm here. Yang Kai's face sank as he immediately realized he had been fooled. If Yang Kai hadn't bid just now, this Lu Yi would have caused a lot of trouble because he didn't have so many saint crystals at all. It was only because he knew Yang Kai was here that he deliberately raised the price, but Yang Kai hadn't expected he would actually fall into a trap. Understanding this, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help becoming complicated, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Yang Kai wasn't distressed by the extra saint crystals he had paid, but rather by not being able to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Lu Yi was a real pity. Treasure Trove Pavilion had its own rules. If one didn't have enough saint crystals but still tried to maliciously bid, once it was found out later, the bidder would be hunted down and killed. Having missed such a heaven-sent opportunity, Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. But very quickly, he smiled light-heartedly, and his mood calmed down. If one often walked by the river, how could they not wet their shoes? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, just wait and see. After the price of 70 million saint crystals was called out, no one else followed, and after Ren Tianrui shouted out 3 times, this piece of profound gold fell into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it to the young girl, Qing before ordering her to go to the back hall of Treasure Trove Pavilion to hand it over. Qing obeyed. A moment later, another item was brought up for auction. It was actually a 9th order monster beast egg, and just like old woman Feng's golden thunderlion, it was also an ancient variant. Although it wasn't as precious as the golden thunderlion, it was still quite good. Such a good thing naturally attracted many people, especially those from Myriad Beast Mountain who spared no effort to obtain it. After all, this was a 9th order monster beast egg, so as long as it was properly cultivated, it would likely become a powerful 3rd order origin returning realm master in the future. In the end, this monster beast egg was won by Myriad Beast Mountain, and the final price was neither high nor low, 36 million saint crystals, a price that everyone was happy with. Next, several more items were brought up, each of which was contested by countless people, with the final price being several times or even more than 10 times the base price, causing the cultivator in the hall to secretly click their tongues. Chapter 1379. With the last few items being auctioned off, Yang Kai naturally sat on the sidelines. All the saint crystals he had obtained from Wu Yi had been used to purchase this profound gold, so there was no need for him to compete for anything else. But having said that, although the last few auction items were quite good, Yang Kai wasn't interested in them at all. After a stick of incense worth of time, Qing returned with a jade box she respectfully handed to Yang Kai and congratulated. "Congratulations, senior, for obtaining this item." Yang Kai smiled and accepted it before opening the jade box to take a look. Inside the box was indeed the piece of profound gold he had seen before. It was about the size of a goose egg and was pure gold in color. Although it had been sealed by a powerful spirit array, it still couldn't stop the pure metal attribute aura from leaking out. This aura was like a sharp blade that couldn't be underestimated. Describing this piece of profound gold as a sharp blade was the best way to describe it. Yang Kai happily played with it for a while before tossing it into his black book space. The reason he needed this piece of profound gold was naturally to cultivate the body-tempering secret art, the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art. If he wanted to cultivate this body-tempering secret art, he needed to find all 5 supreme treasures. Of these 5, Yang Kai already had the Thunderwood, Profound Een Sunflower Water, and Sun's True Essence. Now that he had obtained this profound gold, all that was left was the Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure. Once he found all of them, he could begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art. Perhaps he could ask Treasure Trove Pavilion to help him keep an eye out for these treasures. After all, this great force specialized in such matters. Thinking so, Yang Kai secretly decided to visit old Sir Yen Pei after the auction was over. Thinking about it, the other party shouldn't refuse, as long as Yang Kai could afford it. In a good mood, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be stingy. With a wave of his hand, he rewarded Qing with a few bottles of pills, an artifact, and many saint crystals. These pills were refined by Yang Kai himself, so there was no need to mention their quality. The artifact was given to him by Yang Yen, so of course it was an excellent artifact that was suitable for the young girl. Although there weren't many saint crystals, only a few tens of thousands, for a cultivator like Qing, it was enough to support her cultivation for a long time. Naturally, the other party was moved to tears. From below, Ren Tianrui's slightly excited voice rang out. "Everyone, this auction has come to a successful conclusion. Many thanks to all of you for coming all the way here. And, please don't be impatient. Although the auction is over, my Treasure Trove Pavilion has been entrusted by a reclusive master to ask all of you seniors for a favor." "Brat Ren, what do you mean by this?" Immediately, an expert from a great force asked. Ren Tianrui smiled lightly and gestured towards the back, bowing slightly. Everyone followed his gaze and couldn't help grinning. There was no other reason. Old black-face Yen Pei was actually strolling up the stage. Haha, everyone, there's no need to be nervous. Since the auction is over, there won't be any more items to be auctioned. This yen was only entrusted by an old friend to come here to discuss a matter with everyone, Yen Pei said unhurriedly. What's the matter? If you have something to say it quickly. We don't have that much time to play dumb with you. Clearly, not everyone believed Yen Pei. They were still secretly vigilant. My old friend wants to exchange an item with everyone here. Yen Pei didn't keep them in suspense. After smiling slightly, the space ring on his hand flashed and he took out an item from it and held it up. The masters in the private rooms all released their divine senses and carefully examined the item. A moment later, there was a burst of exclamations. This is... No way, is there really such a thing? There's some residual emperor pressure in it, so it can't be wrong. I didn't expect the legends to be true. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai was also staring at the thing in Yen Pei's hand, a strange expression on his face. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed something and turned his head to look at Yang Yen, only to find that she was also looking surprised, but her beautiful eyes were also filled with excitement and hesitation. Her two delicate fists were clenched so tightly that her nails were digging into her palms, but she didn't notice. A Star Emperor token. Mo Xiaosheng exclaimed, Brother Yen, forgive this old master for being blind, but is that the legendary Star Emperor token in your hand? Yen Pei smiled lightly and said, Since Brother Mo has already seen through it, why bother asking this yen? Presumably, most of the people present here have their own judgments, yes? It's really a Star Emperor token? It's not a fake? If it was a fake, why would this yen take it out? Yen Pei snorted lightly. This yen and several friends from Endless Treasures Pavilion have personally appraised it. This is indeed a Star Emperor token. After all, the residual emperor pressure inside it cannot be imitated. Rumor has it that the Starry Sky Great Emperor refined 10 Star Emperor tokens, and each one of them contained the great divine abilities of the Grand Elder. Their power was enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, move mountains and fill seas. Could this be one of them? Cheng Peng Xian's voice was no longer calm and was filled with excitement. If this was really one of the 10 Star Emperor tokens refined by the great emperors of Starfield, as long as one could possess it, they would be invincible. The great emperors of Starfield were existences beyond the Origin King realm. There was not even a single Origin King on Shadowed Star, so who could compete with the divine technique sealed in this Star Emperor token? All the masters from the various great forces thought of this, and in an instant, all of them stared at the Star Emperor token with burning eyes, causing the atmosphere in Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction hall to become a little strange. Yen Pei observed everyone's expressions and knew that greed had arisen in the hearts of countless people, but he was not in a hurry and simply explained, This is indeed a Star Emperor token, but the divine technique sealed inside has already been activated, so please don't think too much about it. There was a faint warning in his words. Hearing this, many masters felt like they had been splashed with a bucket of cold water and instantly calmed down. If this Star Emperor token was in good condition, only a fool would take it out, and Yen Pei wouldn't have made it public. It has actually been activated, what a pity, what a pity. Mo Xiaosheng's tone was extremely lonely as he sighed. Humph, old ghost Mo, you still want to obtain an unactivated Star Emperor token? Aren't you thinking too much? Cheng Peng Xian sneered. Does Brother Cheng not think so? Mo Xiaosheng did not care and readily admitted. But Brother Yen, what do you want to do with this useless Star Emperor token? Someone asked. Yen Pei calmly said, Although this Star Emperor token has been activated, it is not useless. After all, this is a treasure personally refined by the great emperors of Starfield. Not to mention the remnant emperor pressure inside it can allow you to comprehend it, perhaps you will gain something from it. My Endless Treasures Pavilion is unable to identify the materials used to make this token. Perhaps some people know of other uses for this Star Emperor token. That being said, the value of such a Star Emperor token is not too high. I wonder what Brother Yen wants to exchange it for? Mo Xiaosheng asked after pondering for a while. Even if this Star Emperor token had been activated, it still had huge research value, so Mo Xiaosheng was not willing to miss out on it. There were many others who had the same idea as him, and one of them immediately echoed, Yes, Brother Yen, all the sects on Shadowed Star are here, so you should be able to find what you need. Why don't you tell us and see if we have it with us? If not, perhaps our sex storehouse has some. Yan Pei said lightly. What my old friend wants to exchange for is not easy to find. If it were really easy to find, with Endless Treasure's pavilion's strength, they would have already exchanged for this Star Emperor token. Why would they bring it to this auction? As such, although there were many people here, Yan Pei did not have much confidence in helping his old friend exchange for it. What exactly is it? Let's hear it, Chang Peng Xian said impatiently. Lu Yen Flying Fire. Yan Pei revealed the answer. Lu Yen Flying Fire? Where can you find such a thing? The last time Lu Yen's sandfield opened was 400 years ago. Although it opened a few years ago this time, I've never heard of any sex disciple being lucky enough to obtain it. There was a lot of discussion, and it was extremely noisy. Another master asked, wanting to exchange other precious materials for this Star Emperor token, and some even proposed to buy it with Saint crystals, but old black-face Yan Pei simply shook his head like a rattle drum and repeated patiently, I apologize, but this Star Emperor token does not belong to my Endless Treasures Pavilion. This yen was entrusted by someone to exchange for it. As for Fong Yeming, other than the Lu Yen Flying Fire, I don't want anything else. Of course, if you can tell me where to find soul-cleansing divine water, I will also accept it. Soul-cleansing divine water? Brother Yen must be joking. If I had such a thing, I wouldn't even be able to wait to enjoy it. How could I exchange it for a useless Star Emperor token? Many masters were annoyed, feeling that the owner of this Star Emperor token was asking for too much. If there really was a Lu Yen Flying Fire, exchanging it for the Star Emperor token would not be a loss. But soul-cleansing divine water was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star's territory and its value was immeasurable. Only a fool would exchange it for a used Star Emperor token. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Yen Yen glanced at each other with strange expressions. Others did not have Lu Yen Flying Fire, but Yang Kai did. Last time, in the Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai obtained a total of 9 Lu Yen Flying Fires. After using a few for himself and giving 2 to Yang Yen, he still had 3 left. Yang Kai wanted to find some time to refine these flying fire to enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge C, but he had been busy with other matters and had been delayed. Now, however, Lu Yen Flying Fire had played a role. When it came to Star Emperor tokens, Yang Kai was no stranger to them. He had 2 in his possession. One was given to him by the Origin King Realm Master Gue Zhu, and the other was obtained from Lu Yen Desert. However, the one Gue Zhu gave him was intact and had not yet been activated. The one he obtained from Lu Yen Desert was the same as the one in Yan Pei's hand, but the sealed divine technique of the great emperors of Starfield no longer existed. Should I exchange for it? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his expression a little hesitant. He was qualified to exchange for it, but exchanging it for a useless Star Emperor token made him feel that the gains were not worth the losses. Exchange! Yang Yen Yen decisively interjected. Oh, why? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. I don't know, but I feel that this Star Emperor token definitely has more than just the sealed divine technique of the great emperors. There must be other secrets. The other secrets were also possible. However, if he really wanted to exchange for the Star Emperor token, he did not necessarily need to use Lu Yen Flying Fire. From the other party's request, Yang Kai had some guesses and judgments, but he was not certain. After all, Lu Yen Flying Fire was of great help to enhance his conflagrated knowledge C, so if he could save it, it would naturally be better. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded lightly, already having a plan in mind. Chapter 1380. On the auction hall's high platform, Yan Pei waited for half an incense stick of time, but seeing that no one was willing to make an offer, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. It seems that none of you have any news about Lu Yan's Flying Fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Very well, I would like to thank all of you again for coming. Saying so, he turned around and left. Although the masters from the various great forces wanted the Star Emperor token, none of them could meet the request of the token's owner, so they could only shake their heads and sigh. After all, they couldn't just snatch it. Not to mention how valuable a useless Star Emperor token was, Treasure Trove Pavilion was not an existence they could casually provoke. In an instant, all the cultivators in the auction hall left one after another. Yang Kai glanced around the hall, whether intentionally or unintentionally, only to discover that Lu Yi had disappeared at some point. This guy had slipped away quickly, knowing that he had been too generous this time and had attracted the attention of many people. Continuing to stay here would definitely not be a good thing. Yang Kai sneered but didn't care. In any case, the grievances between him and Lu Yi would be settled sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the young girl, Qing and said, "Take me to see Senior Yen, I have something to ask of him." "Yes." Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions, immediately leading the way. Although Yang Kai had only made a single bid at this auction, he had demonstrated his extraordinary financial resources. What's more, on the way to Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qing had seen Yen Pei treat Yang Kai politely, so she naturally knew that Yen Pei and Yang Kai were not strangers. Such a person was naturally qualified to meet with Yen Pei. Just after walking out of private room B13, Yang Kai suddenly felt two subtle divine senses sweep over him, causing him to freeze slightly. Yang Kai then continued to follow behind Qing as if nothing had happened. Although he didn't know who was spying on him, Yang Kai had some guesses. It was none other than Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain and Jin Shi from Demon Blood Temple. At the auction, he had only made a single bid, and the only ones competing with him were these two. It seemed that they still hadn't given up on the profound gold. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. On the other hand, the divine sense that spied on him had merely swept past him, and it didn't have any other intentions. After a short moment, Yang Kai had already arrived at a certain room in the rear hall of the Treasure Trove Pavilion, and he sat upright and waited. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, old black-face Yen Pei pushed open the door and entered, a smile on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang." "Greetings, Senior Yen." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Yes, sit down." Yen Pei nodded before walking over to the chair next to Yang Kai and sitting down, getting straight to the point. "Is there something little friend Yang needs this old master's help with?" Senior Yan's eyes are as sharp as torches. "This junior indeed has something to ask of Senior," Yang Kai grinned and added. "Yes, to be precise, I want to borrow the power of your building." "Let's hear it then, but first, my Treasure Trove Pavilion's motto is to make money amicably. If you want this old master's help, you will have to pay a certain price. Moreover, Treasure Trove Pavilion and this old master don't accept murdering and robbing business. This junior naturally understands. What junior is requesting does not violate the principles of Treasure Trove Pavilion." "Good." Yen Pei nodded with satisfaction. "It's like this, junior is looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure." "An Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure." Yen Pei raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Today, little friend Yang didn't hesitate to bid for a piece of profound gold, and now you're looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure. Could it be you want to cultivate some kind of secret technique?" "This old dog." Yang Kai secretly cursed. He knew that a person like Yen Pei was experienced and knowledgeable, so if he revealed a little bit of information, the other party would be able to guess what he was up to. Yang Kai didn't foolishly admit it and instead asked with a smile, "Senior Yen, is Treasure Trove Pavilion really responsible for collecting information in addition to collecting treasures?" These words were said by Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng during the auction. Yang Kai was just using them for a bit, so he wouldn't offend anyone here. Yen Pei was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. This old master was just asking casually. If little friend Yang doesn't want to answer, then there's no need to. However, little friend Yang should state his specific requirements. This way, this old master and Treasure Trove Pavilion will have a direction in which to search. Perhaps we won't even need to search as the things little friend Yang needs are stored in our building. There are specific requirements, as long as the monster core of a 10th order monster beast is no less valuable. A 10th order monster beast. Yen Pei's eyes shrank as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement and shock. Although he had some guesses, he hadn't expected Yang Kai's requirements to be so high. If this was the case, then the things stored in Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to meet the other party's requirements. After all, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. It was impossible for such a thing to exist on Shadowed Star. It's not just a monster core, as long as its value is no less than a 10th order monster beast's monster core, Yang Kai added. It's a bit difficult. This old master can't guarantee anything, but I can say that I will try my best to keep an eye out for you. Of course, little friend Yang shouldn't remain idle. Perhaps little friend Yang's opportunities will allow him to obtain what he wants. Junior naturally understands this. Yongkai nodded lightly. Yongkai gently nodded. Of course, he wouldn't pin all his hopes on Treasure Trove Pavilion. Coming to see Yen Pei this time was just a matter of convenience. His main purpose here was to obtain the Star Emperor token. Thinking so, Yongkai changed the subject and said, "Right, Senior Yen, the Star Emperor token you took out just now. What? Do you want to exchange it?" Yen Pei was drinking tea when he suddenly heard Yongkai mention the Star Emperor token. He couldn't help raising his brow and asking anxiously, as if he couldn't wait. This came as a great surprise to Yongkai. After all, according to Yen Pei, this thing was something a reclusive old friend of his had brought out to exchange for. For him to act so eagerly, it seemed that the relationship between this reclusive old friend and Yen Pei wasn't shallow. Otherwise, why would this old black face be so anxious? Junior wants to exchange it. Yongkai nodded while thinking about it. Do you have Lu Yan's flying fire? Yen Pei's eyes widened as he asked excitedly. Yongkai shook his head. Yen Pei frowned and immediately asked in surprise, "Then do you know where to find soul-cleansing divine water?" "I don't know." Yongkai still shook his head. Soul-cleansing divine water was too rare and couldn't be carried around. It could only be used where it was. Otherwise, when the soul-cleansing divine water was found in Lu Yen's sand field, Chu Chongfeng and Lang Qing would have already divided it up and taken it away. There would have been no need to soak it in that pool of water. Seeing Yongkai say nothing, even though Yen Pei had a good impression of him, his face couldn't help sinking as he said faintly, "Little friend Yang, are you trying to make fun of this old master? This old master has said more than once that my old friend only needs these two things before he is willing to exchange for the Star Emperor token. Since you don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or any information about soul-cleansing divine water, how could you dare exchange for the Star Emperor token with this old master? Senior, please calm your anger." Yongkai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest sign of panic, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Very well, if it is convenient, can this junior talk to that senior face to face? This junior will not let him down." Seeing Yongkai's confident look, Yen Pei couldn't help feeling suspicious, wondering where he got such confidence from. If it were anyone else who said this, Yen Pei would have already kicked them out, but Yongkai's origins were mysterious. According to Yen Pei's investigation, he had come here from the territory of Shadowed Star. Perhaps he had something that the natives of Shadowed Star didn't have, something that was comparable to soul-cleansing divine water or Lu Yan's flying fire. Considering all this, Yen Pei's face relaxed slightly, but he still wore a calm expression as he said, "In that case, I'll call him over, but little friend Yang, you'd better be confident." "Is 100% confident enough?" Yongkai grinned, full of confidence. After all, even if his previous guess was wrong, he still had Lu Yan's flying fire. It was just that he didn't want to take it out unless he had no other choice. Hearing this, Yen Pei's brow twitched, but he didn't waste any more words, immediately taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and giving a few instructions before waiting quietly. After waiting for less than half a stick of incense worth of time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Yen Pei called out. The door was immediately pushed open and a young man walked in. This young man didn't look very old, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that he wasn't as young as he appeared. This young man was quite strange. He had a sharp mouth and a pair of small eyes that seemed to be unable to open at all. Only 2 slits could be seen in his eyes, but they shone brightly. He was tall and slender, his hands were longer than average, and his palms were wide. What was most striking about this young man was that he actually had a set of buck teeth. Yongkai's first impression of this man was that he was wretched. For a moment, Yongkai was dumbfounded. Sweeping this young man with his divine sense, Yongkai found that this young man was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Is this the reclusive old friend Yen Pei mentioned? Why does he look like a scoundrel who roamed the streets? Yongkai almost spat out a mouthful of tea, and even Young Inflammation, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hand as she couldn't help laughing at this young man's strange appearance. Yen Pei coughed lightly and said in a clear voice, "Don't think too much, this is a descendant of my old friend. It is inconvenient for my old friend to come out of seclusion, so he is the one who brought the Star Emperor token to exchange for it." Yongkai showed a look of understanding. If this young man was a descendant of that reclusive old man, then his cultivation and age made sense. "Mr. Yen, are you looking for me?" The buck-teeth cultivator didn't seem to put young Kai and young inflammation in his eyes at all, and directly asked after entering the room. "N." Yen Pei gently nodded. The other party looked happy and asked, "Is there news about the item to be exchanged?" "Just barely." Yen Pei didn't know how to answer, and such an answer naturally stunned the other party. Fortunately, Yen Pei pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is little friend Yang Kai. He said that he can meet nephew Ge's request, but he wants to discuss it with you face to face. This old master is only responsible for introducing the two of you to each other. You can discuss the rest among yourselves." "Meet my request?" The buck-teeth cultivator turned his head to look at Yang Kai and sized him up suspiciously, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 1381. After all, Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, and although this buck-toothed cultivator was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, to put it bluntly, an ordinary second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not his opponent, so Yang Kai was somewhat contemptuous of him. Without a trace, Yang Kai looked away and glanced at Yang Inflammation. Unexpectedly after this glance, the buck-toothed cultivator's face changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his body directly hitting the door with a bang. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as his long and narrow eyes suddenly opened. His eyes trembled as he pointed at Young Inflammation. You. Nephew Gu, what's wrong?" Yen Pei looked at him in amazement, then at Young Inflammation, not understanding why the other party looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yang Kai was also suspicious and quietly asked Young Inflammation, "Do you know him?" Young Inflammation shook her head blankly and replied, "I've never seen him before." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Yang Kai was even more confused. Although Young Inflammation's artifact refining and spirit array skills were good, her temper had always been very good, so she shouldn't have made enemies outside. However, judging from the reaction of this buck-toothed cultivator, the other party was obviously very afraid of Young Inflammation, as if he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Young Inflammation before, which was unforgettable. "Nephew Gu!" Yen Pei shouted as an invisible spiritual energy rushed towards the buck-toothed cultivator, awakening him from his shock. The cultivator surnamed Gu shivered and the fear in his eyes dissipated a lot, but his forehead was instantly covered with fine sweat, visible to the naked eye. His face began to turn blue and his lips turned white. "What the hell?" Yang Kai looked displeased. Even if this person had suffered a loss at the hands of Young Inflammation before, he shouldn't be so weak now, right? What's more, Young Inflammation said that he didn't recognize the other party at all. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Just because he recognized the wrong person, he had such an unbearable reaction. It seemed this guy was just an embroidered pillow. Yang Kai coldly snorted and couldn't help but look down on him. He came back to his senses. The cultivator surnamed Gu kept wiping away the sweat on his forehead with his hands, but after wiping away one piece, another piece appeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. Soon, his sleeves were soaked with sweat. While wiping his sweat, he kept glancing at Young Inflammation, but when he met Young Inflammation's eyes, he quickly looked away. His expression was one of fear and trepidation. Seeing this, Yang Yen pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly realized that this person was quite interesting. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, and she used a pair of beautiful eyes to fiercely stare at the other party. The cultivator surnamed Ge's legs slowly began to tremble. He looked around as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into or quickly escape from this place. Yen Pei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this prickly appearance. He said in a clear voice, "Nephew Gu, let's talk nicely." The cultivator surnamed Ge's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh. However, he squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying. He clasped his fist at Young Inflammation cautiously and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask this lady's name?" This sentence seemed to have used up all the strength in his body. After he finished asking, he waited anxiously. The sound of him swallowing his saliva was extremely loud. Yen Pei put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Speaking of which, he had some understanding of this descendant of his old friend. He knew that the other party had been following his old friend in seclusion. Although he didn't have much experience, his cultivation aptitude was a heaven-defying existence. Therefore, even though he only had the cultivation base of the first-order origin returning realm, he could fight above his level. He was the elite of the elites. This time, he had no choice but to leave the mountain on the orders of his old friend. He had also encountered some trouble along the way, but they were all resolved by him with thunderous methods. The other party wasn't a coward. Although his appearance was a little wretched, his spirit was heroic and had won Yan Pei's appreciation. Yan Pei even intended to send a message to his old friend to let this cultivator surnamed Gu stay in the Trove of Treasures pavilion to take up an important position. But today's scene made Yan Pei unable to believe it. No matter how impressive this little girl's methods were, she shouldn't be able to scare this nephew Gu into such a wretched state at first sight, right? What's more, this little girl looked completely harmless. Me. Young Inflammation smiled slightly. Her beautiful face bloomed so that the cultivator surnamed Gu didn't dare to look directly at her. My name is Young Inflammation. What can I do for you, sir? Young Inflammation. The cultivator surnamed Gu shuddered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was mumbling. Soon after, he bent his waist and kept clasping his fist. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. My name is Xueqi. Just call me Little Qi. As he spoke, there was a flattering smile on his face. Set off by his buck teeth, he looked even more wretched. Little Qi. Young Inflammation gently nodded, holding back a smile. With a graceful and noble demeanor, she lightly opened her red lips and said, Little Qi. Here. Xueqi hurriedly responded. His head almost reached his crotch. He was very respectful. Am I ugly? Young Inflammation seemed to ask casually. These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Xueqi's face change greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Misappearance shames the moon and flowers. You are a first-class beauty. The word ugly has nothing to do with it. Is that so? Young Inflammation raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly. If that's the case, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? I thought I was too ugly to be seen in public. Xueqi became more and more frightened. With a long face he said, Miss, I'm innocent. It's really. Really what? Young Inflammation asked. There was a faint majesty in her demeanor. This scene made Yang Kai and Yan Pei stunned because this majesty didn't seem to be fake. It had a taste that made everyone submit. At that moment, even Yan Pei faintly had the illusion that Young Inflammation was high and mighty. Xueqi was even more unbearable. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Yan Pei reacted in time. He reached out and lifted his body up. With a light cough, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Little friend Yang, you see. Yang Kai gently nodded and glared at Young Inflammation. Don't make trouble. Xueqi was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although he didn't know why he was so afraid of Young Inflammation, it was a bit too much for Young Inflammation to continue playing tricks on him. Young Inflammation stuck out her tongue and said, Who told him to be so timid? Timid. Yan Pei secretly smiled bitterly. This descendant of his old friend was not a timid person, but today's matter was really too strange. He couldn't figure out the reason. Brother Gu, right? Yang Kai stood up and slightly cupped his fist to Xueqi. He smiled apologetically and said, This senior sister is a bit naughty. She was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Gu. Senior sister? Xueqi was stunned for a moment. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his expression changed. There was no longer the contempt and disdain from before. He actually nodded and bowed. I don't dare. Brother is too polite. Yang Kai touched his nose and felt helpless. He always felt that this Xueqi in front of Young Inflammation was like a mouse in front of a cat. He pondered for a moment and said, Young Inflammation, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Brother Gu. Young Inflammation heard this and unwillingly pouted. No need. Xueqi hurriedly waved his hand. If Young Inflammation went out because of him, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. Young Inflammation secretly had a headache. She was just being playful and teasing the other, but she didn't want to make things like this. Now she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Xueqi looking at him with a sincere expression, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and signaled to Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation understood and covered her face with the hood of her black robe and sat quietly to the side. Seeing this, Xueqi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Gu, please sit. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Guqi looked at Yan Pei for help. Seeing the other side nod gently at him, Guqi took a seat while apologizing. His appearance was like that of a junior meeting an elder. Even after sitting down, his butt only touched half of the chair, indicating the difference in status. Yang Kai and Yan Pei naturally saw the scene clearly, but they didn't say anything. It's like this. I heard from Senior Yan that the Star Emperor token was given to you by Brother Gu. Yang Kai looked at Guqi and asked. Yes. Guqi's face became bitter as he quietly glanced at Yang Inflammation and for some reason explained. If it wasn't for the circumstances, Ancestor would never have used the Star Emperor token to exchange, but now there is no other way. I ask Brother Yang and Yang Inflammation to judge clearly. Yang Kai secretly understood what this was, but after meeting Guqi, he had always been baffled by his actions, so he wasn't too surprised. And what Brother Gu wants to exchange is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai asked again. Yes. Guqi nodded cautiously. Although this Yang asked Senior Yan to call Brother Gu here, I have to say that whether it is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, I don't have them. It's fine, it's fine. Guqi didn't seem to mind at all. If Brother Yang wants this Star Emperor token, allow this Gu to go back and report to Ancestor. If Ancestor agrees, giving it to Brother Yang. And Miss Yang Inflammation isn't a big deal. Yang Kai looked stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, this Yang didn't mean that. Although the divine technique sealed inside the Star Emperor token has been activated, it is still something refined by great emperors, so its value is extraordinary. This Yang won't take it for free. If I may ask, is there something wrong with Senior GE's knowledge see? Hearing Yang Kai's inquiry, Yan Pei's eyes flashed, secretly surprised that he could guess this much. As an old friend of the Hidden Master, Yan Pei naturally knew why the other party had taken out the Star Emperor token to exchange for something this time. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that Guqi readily admitted it without any hesitation, nodding as he said, what Brother Yang said is correct. Half a year ago, my ancestor was plotted against by a villain and his knowledge sea was poisoned. So he needed a flowing flame flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. According to my ancestor, only these two things could cure his knowledge sea poison. Chapter 1382. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, becoming more and more confident as he reached out and touched his space ring, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Guqi. Although I don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, Brother Gu might as well take a look and see if this pill meets Senior GE's requirements. After a few words, although Guqi's expression was still a little restrained, his mood had finally stabilized. Glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai, he smiled and stretched out his hands to accept the jade bottle. After apologizing, Guqi carefully opened the lid of the bottle and in an instant, a fragrant scent wafted out, causing him to raise his brow in surprise. As the fragrance entered his nose, he couldn't help feeling somewhat refreshed. Pouring out the pill from the bottle, Guqi's eyes bulged. This is... Yan Pei, who was sitting to the side, also straightened up as his eyes stared fixedly at the pill, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although Guqi had been living in seclusion with his elders for many years, as an origin-returning realm cultivator, he still had some ability to discern. As the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yan Pei had auctioned countless valuable items over the years, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. The two of them instantly saw through the extraordinariness of this pill. An origin-grade high-rank pill? Yan Pei called out in horror, disregarding the difference in status, snatching the pill from Guqi's hand and holding it in his palm to examine it carefully. Is it really an origin-grade high-rank pill? Xueqi also felt like he was dreaming and asked in disbelief. Yes, it is indeed an origin-grade high-rank pill. This color, this fragrance, and the medicinal efficacies contained inside are clearly at the level of an origin-grade high-rank pill. Yan Pei murmured. One couldn't blame him for losing his composure as on Shadowed Star. Origin-grade high-rank pills were nothing more than a myth. Here, the highest rank an alchemist could reach was origin-grade low rank, and it was impossible for them to advance any further. As everyone knew, when alchemists refined pills, their chances of failure were very high. Therefore, even origin-grade low-rank alchemists didn't dare say they could refine origin-grade low-rank pills with 100% certainty. Occasionally, if one was lucky enough, an origin-grade mid-rank pill would appear, but each origin-grade mid-rank pill was a priceless treasure. Even if one was successfully refined, It would be hidden away by the great forces, never to be seen in the outside world. As for the origin grade high rank pill, to put it bluntly, no one on Shadowed Star could refine such a pill. Treasure Trove Pavilion had obtained a few of these pills over the countless years, but without exception, they had all been found in ancient ruins. After the flowing time great emperor passed away, most of these pills had lost their medicinal efficacies and could no longer be used. Only one of these pills had ever been put up for auction. Yen Pei vaguely remembered that at that time, the great forces of Shadowed Star had all fought over it. That time, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had almost ended prematurely. Every time he thought about it, Yen Pei felt a lingering fear. But now, after so many years, another origin grade high rank pill had appeared in front of him. No matter what the function of this pill was, its value was immeasurable. However, since Yang Kai had taken out this pill at this time, Yen Pei had some guesses about its function. This is a soul cleansing pill. I wonder if Senior Yen has heard of it. Yang Kai smiled lightly before taking a sip of tea. A soul cleansing pill. It's actually a soul cleansing pill. Yen Pei breathed a sigh of relief. This is really a good pill for treating the symptoms. Senior Yen, you mean? Xueqi looked at Yen Pei worriedly from the side and asked weakly. Take it. Yen Pei put the soul cleansing pill in his hand into a jade bottle and tossed it to Xueqi. This soul cleansing pill is enough to solve Brother Ji's crisis. Although it's not as effective as soul cleansing divine water, it's better than the Lu Yen flying fire he needs. Really? Xueqi was overjoyed. Why would this old master lie to you? Yen Pei snorted. The reason why Brother Gu didn't ask you to exchange for this pill is probably because he thought there was no such thing as an origin grade high rank pill in this world. So he settled for the next best thing, Lu Yen flying fire or soul cleansing divine water. But now that there is such a good pill for his illness, what need is there for those things? Brother Ji's luck is quite good. Hearing this, Xueqi's face filled with joy and he quickly and carefully put the soul cleansing pill into his space ring before thanking Yang Kai. No need, Brother Gu and I are just taking what we need. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. This soul-purifying pill was something he had refined when he was in retreat last time. He had refined a lot of pills last time, but there weren't many origin-grade high-rank pills, only 2 or 3 of them. This soul-purifying pill happened to be one of them. At the auction, Yang Kai had heard from Yen Pei that the owner of the Star Emperor token wanted to exchange for the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai had guessed that there was something wrong with the other party's knowledge sea, and if that was the case, this soul-cleansing pill was undoubtedly the best choice. Xueqi took the soul-cleansing pill and naturally handed the Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. After fiddling with it for a while, Xueqi found that it was almost identical to the Star Emperor token he had obtained in Lu Yan's desert last time, so he tossed it into his space ring. After Xueqi completed his task, he naturally couldn't wait to leave this place and return to his family ancestor so he could take the soul-cleansing pill. Before leaving, Xueqi solemnly cupped his fists and said, "If family ancestor survives this disaster, he will definitely pay you a visit. I hope Sister Yang Yun will not take offense." Saying so, Xueqi bowed to Yen Pei again and hurried away. Inside the room, Yang Kai rubbed his nose and exchanged a glance with Yen Pei, both of them wearing confused expressions. Xueqi's words before leaving had a deep meaning. He said that his family ancestor was going to visit Yang Yun, not Yang Kai, which was quite intriguing. Senior Yen, this Brother Gu. Little friend doesn't need to inquire. If that old friend of mine really comes to visit, you will naturally know his origins. If he doesn't, this old master will not tell outsiders what his identity is. However, there is one thing little friend needs to know. Although this old friend of mine has been in seclusion for a long time, he was still a famous character back in the day. Yen Pei smiled slightly, appearing very enigmatic before suddenly asking in a low voice. Right, little friend Yang, the soul-cleansing pill you just took out. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Quickly shaking his head, he said. No, that's all. Yen Pei obviously didn't believe him so easily and didn't continue to pester him, instead turning a thoughtful look towards Yang Kai and asking, Is this pill something little friend obtained in the past? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. Presumably Senior Yen also knows where I came from, but even in the outside world, origin-grade high-rank pills are rare treasures, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. So that's how it is. Yen Pei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It's fine. If little friend Yang discovers some other good pills one day, you might as well hand them over to my treasure trove pavilion for auction. The price will definitely satisfy you. Of course, Yang Kai responded casually. Yan Pei chuckled and got up. Good, this old master will do his best to fulfill little friend Yang's request. If I really find some good earth attribute supreme treasures, I will definitely let you know. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai also stood up. Then this junior will take his leave. Coming out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yang Kai had a heavy look on his face as he glanced over at Yang Inflammation from time to time, secretly wondering what this woman had done before meeting him and why Xueqi had been so nervous and cautious when he saw her. He had no clue. Yang Inflammation was a very mysterious person, and the more he came into contact with her, the more he couldn't see through her. However, there was one thing Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that Yang Inflammation had no malicious intentions towards him. Yang Kai, it seems that someone is watching us. After leaving Heavenly Fate City, Yang Inflammation suddenly whispered. Oh! Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and soon noticed that there were indeed people hiding nearby, but their cultivations weren't very high. The one leading them was only a member of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, and it didn't seem like they were from the same group. However, although these people had ill intentions, they didn't show any murderous intent. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately understood who was watching them, so he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about them, this is Heavenly Fate City, they won't dare to make a move here. Let's go back first." Saying so, he and Yang Inflammation used their movement skills to fly towards Dragon Cave Mountain. A moment later, the two arrived in front of the mountain defending array. Landing, Yang Kai ordered, "You go back first, I'll talk to these people." Yang Inflammation nodded and didn't say much before walking straight inside. The mountain defending array couldn't stop Yang Inflammation in the slightest, allowing her to walk straight in, her figure disappearing in an instant. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he called out loudly, "You've all followed me here, why don't you show yourselves?" The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply smiled. "Since you won't show yourselves, I'll go in. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, the cultivator hiding nearby finally couldn't hold back. On the left, a ripple spread out and a group of 5 or 6 people strangely appeared, while on the right, several figures of the cultivator also appeared. As soon as the two groups of people appeared, they glared at each other fiercely, as if they were ready to jump at each other's throats. The group of people on the left had some traces of demonic chi on them and their clothes were embroidered with patterns of birds, fish, insects, and beasts. Needless to say, these people were from Myriad Beast Mountain. Only the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, who dealt with Monster Beast all day long, would be contaminated with demonic chi. As for the group on the right, although their cultivations were the same as those on the left, the fluctuations of their vitality were obviously higher and there was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. People from Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai's gaze fell on a certain person in the group on the right and raised his brow, cupping his fists and smiling. "Brother Deng, long time no see." The man smiled bitterly and showed a helpless look before returning the courtesy. "Brother Yang, you're still as elegant as ever." The two exchanged words and seemed quite familiar with each other, causing the expressions of the Myriad Beast Mountain disciples on the left to change slightly while the Origin Returning Realm leader on the right looked happy and asked the cultivator surnamed Deng, "Do you know this little brother?" Chapter 1383. N. Hearing his elder's question, the cultivator surnamed Deng nodded helplessly. "Oh." The Origin Returning Realm cultivator looked overjoyed. "Since you know each other, things will be easier. Deng Ning, tell this little brother that Elder Jin sure needs that piece of profound gold. See if he is willing to part with it." This Demon Blood Temple disciple was none other than Deng Ning, whom Yang Kai had met before. When he left Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai happened to encounter him being chased by 2 of his fellow sect disciples. At that time, Yang Kai had lent him a hand. The Demon Blood Thread secret technique was obtained from Deng Ning and had helped Yang Kai a great deal. Later, Deng Ning returned the favor and led Yang Kai to use the space array there, allowing Yang Kai to teleport to another city and return to Heavenly Fate City. From this relationship alone, Yang Kai had a good impression of Deng Ning. Although the Demon Blood Temple disciple Yang Kai came from wasn't very good, it was definitely not a problem to have a private relationship with him. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Deng Ning would also come to Heavenly Fate City this time and follow him with the other disciples of Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai knew that Deng Ning had no choice but to follow him, so of course, he didn't blame him. What's more, Although Yang Kai had a friendship with Deng Ning, it wasn't deep, so there was nothing to worry about. Nodding, Deng Ning looked at Yang Kai helplessly, but before he could speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Brother Deng, there is no need to say anything more. Since this profound gold was obtained by me, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand it over. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint everyone. Please return." The origin returning realm cultivator from Demon Blood Temple's face sank and was about to say something. On the other side, a burly man from Myriad Beast Mountain laughed. "Little boy, don't be so ruthless. First listen to my Myriad Beast Mountain's conditions before making a decision. Although my Myriad Beast Mountain is not comparable to Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect, it is still a first-class sect. We will definitely not let you suffer a loss. If you want something, no one will refuse." His words were casual, but there was a hint of threat in them. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple immediately retorted, "Friend's tone is quite bold. What other conditions can you offer? If he had enough capital, why did you back off at the auction?" The tall and sturdy man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain coldly snorted. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai, his lips wriggling as he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Young man, I don't think you lack saint crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid such a high price at the auction. But you also know what our 10,000 Beast Mountain does. How about this? I can make the decision to give you 37th grade Monster Beast, 10 8th grade Monster Beast, and I'll teach you the beast taming technique, as long as you give me that piece of profound gold. Your little mountain doesn't occupy a large area, so if you have these monster beasts to guard it, it will be impregnable. Although I can't guarantee too much, no one will dare to provoke you. What do you say?" In all fairness, this price wasn't high, but it wasn't low either, but it definitely couldn't match the number of Saint Crystals Yang Kai was willing to pay. After all, a 7th grade monster beast was only equivalent to a Saint Realm cultivator, while an 8th grade one was only equivalent to a Saint King. 10,000 Beast Mountain clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation, and Dragon Cave Mountain was protected by many layers of spirit arrays. So what use would these monster beasts have? As such, even if the other party was showing some sincerity, Yang Kai decisively shook his head. The man from 10,000 Beast Mountain frowned and continued to transmit his voice. "I'll add 5 more 8th grade monster beast. This is the highest price my 10,000 Beast Mountain can offer. Think carefully before you answer. I already said, the profound gold has already fallen into my hands, so it is impossible for me to hand it over. Your Excellency, please return." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you believe I won't flatten this little mountain right now?" The burly man flew into a rage. Yang Kai's shameless attitude annoyed him greatly. Listening to this man's threats, Yang Kai grinned. "Good, I'll wait and see how you flatten my Dragon Cave Mountain." "You court death." Murderous intent flashed across the burly man's eyes, but soon, he seemed to remember something and glanced around vigilantly, only to see the people from Demon Blood Temple staring at him with great interest, as if they couldn't wait for him to immediately start fighting with this little brat. Immediately, the burly man's heart clenched as he knew that if he attacked, he would only end up benefiting these people from Demon Blood Temple. So he quickly suppressed his anger, sneered, and stood aside, assuming a posture of watching a good show. Since he couldn't obtain the profound gold, he naturally couldn't allow these people from Demon Blood Temple to obtain it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report back to Elder Feng. Moreover, this place was close to Heavenly Fate City, so he didn't dare to kill people at will. If not for this, how could they have gotten a chance to act this time? Old woman Feng and Jean Shi would have already personally come to Yang Kai. It was because they were in Heavenly Fate City's territory and didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak that these 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sent their respective disciples to discuss the profound gold with Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would be tactful and hand over the profound gold. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple saw the people from Myriad Beast Mountain looking at him and didn't try to hide anything, loudly declaring, "I don't know what price this friend from Myriad Beast Mountain is offering you, but my Demon Blood Temple is willing to pay you 20 outstanding beauties. What does little brat think of this proposal?" Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai confidently, as if he felt that no one could refuse such an offer. When the people from Myriad Beast Mountain heard this, all of their expressions changed greatly, the burly man even sucking in a breath of cold air. 20 blood slaves, your noble temple is truly generous." After saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily, fearing that he would immediately agree. After all, The temptation of 20 blood slaves was too great for ordinary people to refuse. If Demon Blood Temple was willing to give him such benefits, he would immediately betray Myriad Beast Mountain and join Demon Blood Temple. Heh. Compared with Elder Jean Shure's secret art, what are 20 blood slaves? The leader of the Demon Blood Temple group smiled lightly as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Blood slaves can only be cultivated by my Demon Blood Temple on Shadowed Star, but if some special ceremony is performed, the blood slave will completely obey your orders, loyal to you until death. What's more, each blood slave's primordial yin chi can help enhance the cultivator's vitality." Saying so, he suddenly turned to a woman behind him and revealed an evil grin. "This is one of my blood slaves." Soon after, he gave an order that made everyone's jaws drop. "Take off your clothes." The woman heard this and was stunned, her face turning pale as her tender body trembled slightly. This woman had picturesque facial features and a graceful waist, giving her an extremely charming appearance. It was unknown what kind of beguiling technique she cultivated, but there was an alluring charm to her brow. Her cultivation was not low, at least a first-order Saint King, but after listening to the orders of the man from Demon Blood Temple, she actually began to undress in front of everyone. Biting her thin lip, the woman's face turned pale, obviously unwilling, but she was unable to disobey this man's order. Rustling sounds rang out as the male disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were dumbstruck. The sound of gulping could be heard continuously, and the few female disciples even revealed looks of disdain, spitting endlessly. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and very soon, the woman was only left with undergarments that covered her vital parts. Her skin was snow-white like fine jade, and her body was suffused with an alluring luster, causing one's appetite to be aroused. Especially this kind of flirtatious expression, which was extremely lethal to any man, causing one's blood to boil. Seeing that she was actually about to take off her undergarments, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, showing a look of impatience as he quickly said, "I'll say this one last time, I will not hand over the profound gold. You don't need to test me anymore." The expression of the Origin returning Realm Master from Demon Blood Temple changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, "Boy, do you really want to be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation?" Yang Kai just stared back at him indifferently, too lazy to say anything more. "Humph, good, young people with lofty aspirations, I hope your life won't be as thin as paper." The man sneered, leaving behind these ruthless words before tactfully not attacking Yang Kai here, waving his hand and leading the Demon Blood Temple disciples away. Before the blood slave left, she gently nodded to Yang Kai with a look of gratitude on her face. Grabbing the clothes on the ground, her tender body flickered and disappeared without a trace. Deng Ning also cupped his fists to Yang Kai, an apologetic look on his face before retreating with his elders. After the people from Demon Blood Temple left, the burly man leading the Myriad Beast Mountain group chuckled. "Boy, you should think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, come to Heavenly Fate City and find me. The conditions I proposed before can be exchanged at any time." His face was filled with goodwill, as if all the unpleasantness he had with Yang Kai a moment ago was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After saying so, he took his people and left. After the conflict dissipated, Yang Kai frowned secretly. He found that recently, he had made more and more enemies, but there was nothing he could do about it. The profound gold was indeed of great use to him, so he couldn't easily hand it over. Moreover, Dragon Cave Mountain was near Heavenly Fate City and was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. Although Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the various grievances between Yang Kai and the Xie family, if Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple attacked Dragon Cave Mountain, Shadow Moon Hall would not sit idly by. These two forces could be ignored for the time being, but the Xie family needed to be considered. Originally, Yang Kai planned to settle the score with the Xie family after coming out of seclusion last time, but now that he learned that Lu Yi was also in the Xie family, and it seemed that even Sea Heart sex people had run to the Xie family, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to take action. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive strength was absolutely unquestionable, but in terms of offensive power, it was indeed somewhat lacking. This matter would need to be carefully considered. Regarding Lu Yi, Yang Kai was still quite wary. Just the fact that the other party could regrow his severed arm was enough to shock him, so it would be unwise to act rashly before thoroughly understanding Lu Ye's background. Thinking so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountain defending array. Yang Yan was waiting for him up ahead and had not gone to rest, so when he saw Yang Kai return safely, he wasn't too surprised and simply beckoned to him before walking towards the cave mansion. Yang Kai smiled lightly and slowly followed. Inside the cave mansion, the two sat face to face and Yang Yen stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see that Star Emperor token." Chapter 1384. As if he had expected Young Inflammation to say this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and handed the Star Emperor token he had exchanged with Xueqi to Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation received it, a complicated look on her face as she gently stroked it, her expression fluctuating as a trace of reminiscence flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai sat to the side, not bothering to disturb her. After half an hour, the strange look on Young Inflammation's face disappeared as she let out a heavy breath and handed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai. "Keep this thing well, it may be of great use in the future." "Great use?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "How do I use it?" "I don't know," Young Inflammation slowly shook her head. "It's just my feeling. Even if you asked me to explain it, I wouldn't be able to. However, it definitely hides some secrets, and it is rumored that the great emperors refined a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens in their lifetime. Perhaps we need to collect all 10 in order to unravel the mystery." After saying so, she laughed self-deprecatingly. "But collecting all 10 Star Emperor tokens is simply too difficult. For an ordinary person, obtaining one in their lifetime is already a great opportunity, so how could they possibly collect all 10? "Is that so?" Yang Kai showed a strange smile. "I have more here." "What?" Young Inflammation looked at him in amazement before her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the other Star Emperor token that had strangely appeared in Yang Kai's hand, speechless for a long time. This Star Emperor token was basically the same as the one Xueqi had exchanged for, and there was no difference at all. The divine technique sealed inside had been activated, but the remnant Emperor pressure was incomparably clear. Obviously, it was also something refined by the great emperors. This was not the end though, as Yang Kai flipped his hand and another Star Emperor token appeared. When Yang Yen saw the third Star Emperor token, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she muttered, "Could this be?" This third Star Emperor token was clearly different from the previous two. Although its appearance was the same, the energy fluctuations it gave off caused one's heart to palpitate. Young Inflammation was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could he not see through its hidden mysteries? This is an intact Star Emperor token." Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed it to Yang Yen. Young Inflammation took it in a flurry. Then, something unexpected happened. When the intact Star Emperor token was grasped by Yang Yen, a rippling aura was visible to the naked eye and at the same time, a crisp bird cry rang out from the Star Emperor token. This bird cry was similar to that of a sparrow, but it was extremely loud and clear. At the same time, a cyan slender bird pattern with long feathers on its tail flashed across the Star Emperor token before disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the Saint Chi fluctuations in Young Inflammation's body resonated with the energy contained in the Star Emperor token, and both of them floated up involuntarily. With a loud sizzling sound, the aura inside the cave mansion became chaotic and a coercion that caused Yang Kai to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai didn't understand what was going on at all and hurriedly summoned his purple shield while circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself. Only then did he release his divine sense to investigate the situation of Young Inflammation. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was surprised. He found that Young Inflammation didn't show any signs of abnormality and instead seemed to be receiving some kind of message from the Star Emperor token. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, and her brow furrowed from time to time. This scene didn't last long, only a dozen breaths of time. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what to do, Young Inflammation suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the Star Emperor token floating in front of her, and gently floated down to the ground, staring at it thoughtfully. "What happened?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Young Inflammation glanced at him and didn't answer his question directly. "You haven't refined it yet, have you?" "This thing can be refined?" Yang Kai was shocked. Young Inflammation smiled lightly. "This is also a kind of artifact, but it's a one-time use artifact, so naturally it can be refined. Fortunately, you've been keeping it hidden and haven't used it yet, otherwise you would have died." Yang Kai didn't show any surprise. Gue Zhu had already told him this before, so even though the situation had become more dangerous over the years, he had never thought about using this Star Emperor token. This kind of trump card that would allow him to perish together with his enemies was not something he would easily take out. "You seem to know a lot of things." Yang Kai frowned slightly as he looked at her. "What do you want to say?" Young Inflammation pursed her red lips lightly. her expression slightly uneasy. Since you fell into a coma for no reason last time, I feel like you've changed a lot. What are you hiding? Is there something you can't tell me? Yang Kai decided to speak up about the doubts he had been harboring during this time, especially today. When Gu Qi saw Yang Yan, he acted like he had seen a ghost, but Yang Yan said she had never seen him before. Now, this Star Emperor token had actually resonated with Yang Inflammation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to ignore it. Yang Kai wanted to talk to Yang Yan openly and honestly. I'm not hiding anything, it's just... Yang Inflammation showed a hesitant look on her face. Just what? It's just that I'm not sure myself, so I didn't say anything. When I'm sure, I'll tell you, okay? Yang Inflammation looked at him pleadingly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. Tell me how to refine this thing, I've studied it a few times before, but I've come up with nothing. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't continue to ask, Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. I only just found out, hee. Saying so, Yang Inflammation condensed a wisp of sword-like Saint Qi at his fingertips and quickly cut a small wound on his wrist. Red blood immediately flowed out and Yang Inflammation placed the Star Emperor token on the wound. Yang Kai heard a bone-chilling sound, as if a hungry ghost was devouring flesh and blood, and the blood that flowed out of Yang Yan's wrist was absorbed by the Star Emperor token. In the blink of an eye, the Star Emperor token had become as red as blood. After doing all this, Yang Inflammation seemed to be a little tired and tossed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai before sitting down cross-legged. That's it? Yang Kai looked at the Star Emperor token in his hand in amazement and found that only its color had changed a little. Nothing else had changed. Yang Inflammation nodded seriously. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. If refining the Star Emperor token required blood, then it should have been provided by the person who refined it, so why would Yang Inflammation provide blood? You'll know once you try. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips before standing up and walking out, saying, You must take good care of these 3 Star Emperor tokens. Got it. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai held the bright red Star Emperor token in his hand and tried to pour his Saint Qi into it. Surprisingly, his Saint Qi poured in easily without the slightest hindrance, nor did it show any sign of activating the divine technique sealed inside. At this moment, the Star Emperor token was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing Yang Kai's Saint Qi and establishing a faint connection with it. This was clearly the beginning of refining this artifact. Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation was right. This Star Emperor token could really be refined, so he spared no effort in doing so. At the same time, in a jungle about 300 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, a young man was flying forward seemingly casually at a leisurely pace. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately attacked this young man. The reason was simple. This young man was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, the one Yang Kai hated to the core. Looking at the direction he was flying, it was obvious he was returning to the Xie family. Lu Ye's lips curled slightly as a light smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the star shuttle beneath his feet turned and flew directly into the jungle. A moment later, he gently landed on the ground and stood there with his hands behind his back. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the branches and leaves. What's wrong? Didn't all of you lie in ambush here specifically to wait for this Lu? Now that this Lu is here, why don't all of you show yourselves? Lu Yi tilted his head and glanced at the thick trees on either side. No one answered, nor did anyone show up, as if Lu Yi was the only one here. However, Lu Ye's expression remained firm as he sneered. A group of cowards, actually daring to ambush this Lu? Good, since you don't want to show yourself, don't blame this Lu for being impolite. Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. You were actually able to see through our concealment technique. What a pity, your life has come to an end. A loud and clear voice rang out. In the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from a large tree. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound as people appeared all around, all of them staring towards Lu Yi with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was surrounded and there was no way out for him. In the auction just now, Lu Yi had been extremely generous with his money, so naturally, he had attracted the attention of countless people. Although he had quietly withdrawn from the auction at the last moment, many people were still secretly following him. Knowing that he was returning to the Xie family, these people had set up an ambush in this jungle in advance, waiting for him to show up. Sure enough, Lu Yi really did pass by here, but what these people with malicious intentions did not expect was that Lu Yi would be so bold, daring to walk right into the trap despite knowing that there was an ambush. The man who spoke just now was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with a short stature and a large bump on his forehead. His appearance was extremely ugly, and as he stared at Lu Yi, a malicious grin appeared on his face as he nodded. Not bad, not bad. Your courage is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a brave little brat in many years. Brother Chung, why are you wasting time with him? Just hurry up and do it. On the other side, an elderly man with 3 strands of long beard impatiently urged. Although on the surface, this elderly man was much older than the cultivator surnamed Cheng, the two were actually not that far apart in age, only their appearances differed. Yes, a long night is fraught with dreams. This boy is quite rich, so his harvest will definitely not be small. What's the hurry? The cultivator surnamed Chang coldly snorted. Naturally we must act, but how should we distribute this treasure? Shouldn't we discuss it first? There were a total of 3 groups, 3 origin returning realm masters, 1 Saint King, and 1 Saint Realm Master, totaling about 15 to 16 people. Chapter 1385. Now that they had the upper hand, none of the 3 groups put a trivial Lu Yi in their eyes. After all, under the investigation of their divine senses, they could tell he was just a third-order Saint King. In front of him, all of them wanted to discuss the division of benefits. Someone who could spend 40 million Saint Crystals at the auction should still have some Saint Crystals left on him. What's more, the things he bought at the auction were all excellent treasures, more than enough to be divided among them. The backgrounds of these 3 groups were not high and the forces they belonged to were only comparable to Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi belonged to. All of them were small forces, otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to killing and robbing. A cultivator from a big force was generally more self-disciplined due to the strict rules of their sect. With such a big fat sheep in front of them, anyone who looked at it would drool, feeling that their group was stronger and deserved a bigger share. In an instant, the 3 origin returning realm masters began to quarrel, spittle flying everywhere, none of them willing to back down. Lu Yi stood in place with an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest sign of panic, as if these people were not talking about him. His expression gradually becoming impatient. Seeing the 3 people arguing more and more fiercely, Lu Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore and coldly snorted, "Useless trash." As soon as this statement came out, all 3 origin returning realm masters stared at him in amazement. The cultivator surnamed Cheng pretended to pick his ear and exclaimed in surprise, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." "I said you're just a bunch of trash, killing and robbing people, but before they're even dead, you're already discussing the division of benefits? Ridiculous. Do you think you can eat this, Lu?" Lu Ye's mouth curled into a sarcastic and disdainful smile. The cultivator surnamed Cheng's face sank. His expression became ferocious as he chuckled meaningfully. "Two friends, this little brat is tired of living. Since he wants to die, we might as well grant him his wish first, then we can sit down and have a good discussion." The other 2 were also stimulated by Lu Ye's arrogant words, so naturally, there was no reason for them to disagree. The cultivator surnamed Cheng sneered, waved his hand and shouted, "Chop him into mincemeat, I want him to regret being born in this world." Once the order was given, many Saint King Realm and Saint Realm cultivator summoned their artifacts. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed, becoming incomparably gloomy as he laughed. "Trash like you want to scheme against the senior's life? For more than 100,000 years. You are the most daring people I have ever seen." What? The 3 origin returning realm masters were dumbfounded upon hearing this. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Lu Yi laughed maniacally and waved his hands. Suddenly, blood-red beams of light shot out. They all rushed towards the cultivator. A strange sound rang out from the blood-red light, as if it was some kind of living creature, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. They all tried to resist, but a scene that made everyone despair appeared. Whether they attacked or defended, they were unable to resist this blood-red light. Not to mention the Saint Kings and Saints, even the cultivator surnamed Cheng and the other 2 origin returning realm masters were all struck. The blood-red light only flickered slightly before disregarding their protective Saint Qi and drilling directly into their bodies, disappearing from sight. "What the hell?" The cultivator surnamed Chang cried out in horror as he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, his face pale as he hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate himself. What surprised him though was that there was nothing wrong with him. His Saint Qi was flowing smoothly. His meridians were open, and his divine sense was not affected in the slightest. What was the effect of that blood-red light just now? After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time the cultivator surnamed Chung had encountered such a strange thing. Feeling suspicious, he turned his head to look at the other two Origin returning realm masters but found that they were just as suspicious as him. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain, obviously unable to find any useful information. After releasing the blood-red light, Lu Yi did not move, simply standing in place and staring at them with a contemptuous look, coldly snorting in dissatisfaction. I thought I would be able to draw out a lot of useful people, but I didn't expect that only 3 wastes would show up. Fine, at least you are of some use. From now on, you will obey this senior's orders. Draw out? The cultivator surnamed Chung listened to his words and frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, his expression changed drastically. You deliberately acted so generously at the auction just to attract people to rob you? The other 2 Origin returning realm masters heard this and instantly understood the whole story, and could not help looking at Lu Yi with some fear. No matter what this person wanted to do, this intention alone was enough to make them suspicious. What's more, no one knew what that blood-red light just now was. You are not qualified to ask. If you obey this senior's orders, I can spare your life, otherwise. Otherwise what? The cultivator surnamed Qing obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. Or rather, he did not believe that the blood-red light had any mysterious effect. After all, he was not feeling any discomfort right now. Maybe the other party is just deliberately mystifying things. He comforted himself. Otherwise, the end will be very miserable. Lu Yi grinned wickedly. As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator surnamed Cheng suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed loudly. His scream sounded like he was being cut by 1,000 knives, causing everyone to be shocked. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivator surnamed Cheng's clothes were soaked with sweat. His whole body was bent like a shrimp as he let out a beast-like roar from the depths of his throat. His skin was red, as if he would explode at any moment. What did you do to Brother Cheng? What was that thing just now? The other Origin returning realm master's eyes trembled as he asked in shock. Not only was the cultivator surnamed Cheng affected by the blood-red light, but everyone present was affected as well. Seeing the cultivator surnamed Cheng being tortured like this, he naturally felt a sense of sadness. This senior just gave him a 10,000 poison evil insect. Why make such a fuss? Lu Yi sneered. 10,000 poison evil insect? Everyone heard this and looked at each other. Although none of them had heard of it before, from the experience of the cultivator surnamed Cheng, it was obviously not something good. The elderly man's expression flickered for a moment before he suddenly pointed his finger and summoned a long black sword. This long sword was shrouded in black qi and faintly exuded a bloody aura. The black qi struggled and squirmed before suddenly transforming into a 10-meter-long black snake that bit towards Lu Yi. He actually intended to kill Lu Yi directly. This idea wasn't wrong. No matter what this 10,000 poison evil insect was, for it to cause this cultivator surnamed Cheng to suffer so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was obviously under Lu Ye's control. The elderly man was also affected by this 10,000 poison evil insect, so if he wanted to get rid of it, he could only kill Lu Yi by surprise. In his opinion, Lu Yi was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, so the fact that he could stand here so calmly without the slightest fear was obviously because of the strangeness of the 10,000 poison evil insect. But no matter how powerful the 10,000 poison evil insect was, once the cultivator died, it would be useless, right? The elderly man was also a decisive person, so as soon as he thought of this, he immediately took action. There was no prior warning, and his attack was extremely ruthless, directly summoning his most powerful artifact. The black snake rushed towards Lu Yi in an instant, causing the elderly man's mouth to curl into a cruel smile as he secretly cheered in his heart. But in the next moment, his eyes bulged. Because Lu Yi had actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the black snake, seemingly moving slowly but actually grabbing it in the palm of his hand. The black snake struggled and squirmed, trying to break free from Lu Ye's grasp, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to do so. How is this possible? The elderly man's face changed drastically. This artifact of his was extremely evil, not to mention just holding it. Even if a Saint King realm cultivator were to come into contact with its black qi, they would immediately fall unconscious. At that time, they would be at his mercy. But this young man seemed to be completely fine. This scene frightened the elderly man, but he was still an origin-returning realm master with extremely rich combat experience. With a single thought, the black snake in Lu Ye's hand suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black venom directly onto Lu Ye's face. "Let's see if you'll die this time." The elderly man roared with a ferocious look on his face. After saying this, he opened his mouth wide and was unable to close it again. He was shocked to find that even if he was sprayed with venom, Lu Yi remained unscathed. Only a sizzling sound could be heard from his face as Lu Ye's expression gradually became extremely violent, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Facing these two eyes, the elderly man's body trembled as a chill ran down his spine. He felt the call of death. Lu Yi stretched out his other hand and slowly wiped the venom off his face, saying in a low voice, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you've chosen to seek your own death, don't blame the senior." Saying so, he stared coldly at the elderly man. In the next moment, the elderly man's vitality began to surge and the surface of his skin became as red as iron as his body began to swell. "No, no, spare!" the elderly man shouted in horror, but before he could finish speaking, his body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but bones. The smell of blood filled the air. The other origin-returning realm master saw this scene and froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of monster had they provoked? A trivial third-order Saint King not only ignored all of the elderly man's attacks but also caused him to explode with a single thought. Was this really something a Saint King could do? After killing the elderly man, Lu Yi casually threw the black snake in his hand to the ground. Without its master controlling it, the black snake once again transformed into a black sword. Lu Yi calmly took out a brocade handkerchief and wiped his face before turning to look at the last origin-returning realm master. The cultivator was quite perceptive and knew that he was doomed. Seeing Lu Yi look at him, he immediately half-knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "This one is willing to serve you as master and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you." With an origin-returning realm master doing this, the other Saint Kings and Saints all exchanged a glance before kneeling on the ground and pledging their allegiance. The cultivator surnamed Chang had been tortured for a long time and was terrified of Lu Yi, so how could he resist? He also hurriedly got up and expressed his willingness to follow Lu Yi. Chapter 1386. The reaction of these people obviously satisfied Lu Yi. Even if he knew they had no sincerity at all, Lu Yi didn't need them. In front of absolute strength, what did it matter if they tried to curry favor? The corners of Lu Ye's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. "Good, since you all are so sincere, I won't hesitate to spare your lives, but Saint Realm Masters are too weak to be of any use. Kill them all." Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed greatly, especially the Saint Realm cultivator, who panicked. Never having expected that even if they groveled, they wouldn't be able to escape this fate, so they immediately began begging for mercy. The two origin-returning realm masters also chimed in. After all, these saints were their juniors, how could they just kill them like that? Lu Yi remained unmoved and said lightly, "Do you need this senior to do it himself?" The cultivator surnamed Chang and the other origin-returning realm master were stunned for a moment before recalling the tragic death of the elderly man just now. After exchanging a glance, the two of them steeled their hearts and pushed their Saint Chi towards the Saint Realm cultivator. With a series of cracking sounds, the Saint Realm cultivators all had their heads crushed and died on the spot. "N." Lu Yi gently nodded, expressing his satisfaction before ordering, "This senior has something he wants you to do. Please give us your orders, master." The cultivator surnamed Chang said respectfully, "No matter what method you use, whether it's luring or kidnapping, find this senior some origin-returning realm cultivators whose strength is no less than the two of you. Find some Saint Kings as well." "Yes." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Ching immediately understood what Lu Yi was planning to do. This young man clearly wanted to use the same method to recruit subordinates, causing him to feel secretly happy, not feeling the slightest sense of rejection. Human psychology was always so subtle. If one suffered a loss, of course, one would be happy to see others suffer as well, so one's mood would be much better. "But master, where should we take these people?" "The Xie family." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards the Xie family's headquarters. After he left, the cultivator surnamed Chang gasped for breath. When he was being tortured by Lu Yi just now, He had almost thought he would die, but he had never expected to be able to keep his life, so he was naturally overjoyed. Brother Cheng, do we really have to obey this little brat? The other origin returning realm master stared in the direction Lu Yi disappeared and frowned, a look of unwillingness on his face. Although he was quicker than anyone else to pledge his loyalty, he still felt some rejection in his heart. No matter what, Lu Ye's cultivation was a level lower than his, and the flowing cloud valley he came from was not very powerful either. How could such a person deserve his loyalty? What else can we do? Does Brother Ren want to experience the pain of 10,000 poisons biting at his heart? The cultivator surnamed Chang recalled the torture he had just suffered and couldn't help shivering. The cultivator surnamed Ren's face also turned ugly as he hesitantly said, "But this boy, isn't he?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng wore a thoughtful expression. Flowing Cloud Valley shouldn't be that strong, so how could such a monstrous talent appear here? But his methods are incredible, not even fearing the Black Snake Sword. Brother Ren, are you sure you can withstand a blow from the Black Snake Sword? The cultivator surnamed Ren shook his head quickly. The Black Snake Sword was the half-grown old man's most important artifact and was extremely powerful. He didn't dare to take it head-on, but Lu Yi had done so. Now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points, but Lu Ye's strength was obviously not low. You and I are definitely not his opponents in a one-on-one fight. He is only a third-order Saint King now, but if he breaks through to the third-order origin returning realm one day, heh, don't tell me Brother Ren doesn't understand the saying, "Under a big tree is the best shade"? Hearing what he said, cultivator surnamed Ren's eyes lit up. Besides, our families aren't strong, and with the appearance of the Emperor Garden this time, everyone wants a piece of the pie. If we can join forces with that little brat, we may be able to obtain some benefits. On top of that, this 10,000 poison evil insect is too strange. I've never even heard of it before, so I don't think anyone knows how to deal with it. What Brother Chung says makes sense, then we might as well follow his orders for now. In any case, there's plenty of time in the future. And that's what I was thinking. Cultivator surnamed Ching nodded immediately. The two of them reached an agreement and naturally agreed to carry out the task given by Lu Yi, preparing to find an origin-returning realm master to lure to the Xie family so Lu Yi could plant the 10,000 poison evil insect. Half a month later, inside the cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai looked at the blood-red Star Emperor token in his hand with a touch of joy in his eyes. After half a month of refining, he finally managed to refine this intact Star Emperor token into his body. Yang Kai had heard of this kind of one-time use artifact before, all of which were extremely powerful, but because of the limited number of times they could be used, ordinary artifact refiners would not easily refine them. Yang Kai had never expected that he would actually be able to obtain one, and a famous Star Emperor token at that. What was sealed inside this Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the great emperors. It could be said that once used, one would be invincible on Shadowed Star. However, the consequences were equally huge. The divine technique of the great emperors was no trivial matter, and if one did not have enough strength to lift the seal, it was very likely that they would perish together with their enemy. Yang Kai knew that he could not open this Star Emperor token right now. Even if he reached the origin returning realm, he would need to consider whether or not to use it. Perhaps he would need to reach the third order origin returning realm before he was qualified to use it. After happily playing with this Star Emperor token for a while, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Just as he was about to cultivate his golden blood thread secret technique, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction, a look of amazement filling his face. After a short while, Yang Kai got up and disappeared from the cave mansion like a ghost, restraining his aura as he quietly flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was late at night, and Yang Kai had deliberately concealed his whereabouts, so no one on Dragon Cave Mountain noticed that Yang Kai had actually left. Half an hour later, in a wasteland about 200 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai's figure landed. Not far away, a graceful figure was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Noticing his arrival, this figure raised her eyes and looked over, helplessly saying, "I knew I couldn't hide from you." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "You were the one who gave me the mountain defending array token, so of course I noticed you activating it." The one who had quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain in the middle of the night was actually Yang Yun. "What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "I want to go somewhere," Yang Yun replied without concealing anything. "Where are you going? Why didn't you tell me?" Yang Kai looked at her with dissatisfaction. Nowadays, the area around Heavenly Fate City was filled with dragons and snakes. Many great forces had stationed themselves here to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, but the Emperor Garden had remained silent for so long. However, the cultivator who stayed here could not bear the loneliness. After all, many of the great forces had grievances with each other. Every day, fights broke out near Heavenly Fate City and people died every day. Shadow Moon Hall naturally would not intervene in the grievances between these great forces, so the situation around Heavenly Fate City was becoming more and more chaotic. Yang Yun leaving alone was actually very dangerous, so Yang Kai was naturally a little angry. "Didn't you follow me?" Yang Yun pouted. "Tell me, where are you going?" Yang Kai looked at her helplessly. "You'll know when we get there," Yang Yun giggled. Yang Yun giggled, but before Yang Kai could ask, she continued, "When we get there, I may know a lot of things and can answer many of your questions. Don't ask me now because I don't know how to answer them." Yang Kai frowned and nodded gently after a long time. "I'll explain things to Dragon Cave Mountain and then we'll set off." "No need, I've already told Wu Yi and Chen Yu." Yang Yun stuck out her tongue and only then did Yang Kai understand that she had no intention of leaving him behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Yang Yun wiped her space ring and took out a long shuttle-like artifact before gently tossing it forward. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth and this long shuttle artifact grew in size, becoming 10 meters tall and 10 meters long in the blink of an eye, floating quietly in front of them like a shark. "This is..." Yang Kai stared dumbfounded. "This is my improved flight-type artifact, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. This is my first time using it, so it should be quite good." Yang Yun smiled lightly before pouring her Saint Qi into the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. With a soft sound, an entrance suddenly appeared on the shuttle. Yang Yun flew in lightly, waved to Yang Kai, turned around, and disappeared inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed as he circled around the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle several times before following in. Entering the interior, Yang Kai was stunned again because from the outside, this so-called Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was only 10 meters long. But after entering, he discovered that there was actually a whole new world inside. There were several rooms, and although this space wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. Yang Kai also felt a familiar wave of power lingering around. Space Force. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai found traces of Yang Yun and walked straight in that direction, entering a room full of various spirit arrays. The entire room was filled with dense spirit qi. Pieces of round objects that looked like saint crystals were placed in grooves. They were densely packed together and were innumerable. Saint crystal sources. These were the saint crystal sources that could only be condensed by the stone mongoose, and their grade was even higher than high-rank saint crystals. At this moment, Yang Yun was fiddling with something in front of a spirit array. Yang Kai leaned over to take a look and found that the spirit array in front of him actually showed a clear path with flashing points of light that were somewhat similar to a star. Yang Yun skillfully chose a point of light, and in the next moment, Yang Kai noticed that the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flickered slightly before shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai's face paled. He found that the flying speed of this Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was several times faster than that of a star shuttle, reaching a terrifying level. "You asked me to pour my space force into those things some time ago in order to refine this thing?" Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked around. "N. You can even refine this kind of thing?" Yang Kai was really shocked this time. Chapter 1387. One had to know that the grade of starships on Shadowed Star was not high, and there were very few of them. Only a few great sects could possess them. The last starship the Haiku family sent to Shadowed Star territory was rented from Shadow Moon Hall at a high price. For this reason, the Haiku family had paid a huge price at that time. It was not a simple matter to refine a battleship. It was very likely that it would require hundreds or even more refiners to work together for many years before it could be completed. But Young Inflammation had actually achieved this with his own strength. Although it was small, it was still a starship. "What's wrong with this? I can refine even bigger ones," Young Inflammation said smugly. If he had a tail, it would have already flown to the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling his mouth go dry as he stared at her expectantly. Why was Shadowed Star isolated from the outside world and unable to communicate with the other stars in its territory? It was nothing more than its location being too remote. It would take several years to travel from the nearest living star, and along the way, there were many dangers and thorns. With the artifact refining level of Shadowed Star starships, it was impossible for them to support such a long-distance and dangerous flight. If there was an Origin King-grade starship, or even an Origin-grade high-rank starship, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would be able to restore contact with the outside world. Yang Kai had been stranded on Shadowed Star for a long time, so he knew that there were only two ways to leave Shadowed Star. The first was to rely on his own cultivation to ignore the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory and cross the long star road with his own strength. The second was to rely on a high-grade starship. However, neither of these two options could be easily achieved. Without even mentioning the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, which prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm, a starship that could withstand the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory was simply impossible to produce. But now, Young Inflammation had taken out one. The Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was definitely a powerful artifact that could support long-distance voyages within Shadowed Star's territory. This gave him hope of leaving Shadowed Star. He suddenly felt that the distance between him and the woman he had been thinking about all this time had suddenly narrowed. Before he received any news about Su Yen, Yang Kai had not thought much about it, but after learning that Su Yen was living to this day's territory, he dreamed of finding her. There was also Xia Ning Chong, who lived on Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai wanted to go back and see how she was. Young Inflammation to say, Young Inflammation to you to Young Inflammation stars to, Young Inflammation Young. Yang Yang's Yang twos to me to you to me to you to you to you to you to. Young Inflammation stars. But it still needs some improvements. Calm. Yang stars. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has an underground secret vault? Yang Kai was even more stunned. Yang Yen chuckled lightly. You've been in retreat all day, so of course you don't know. Yang Kai blushed with shame. Speaking of which, although he was the sect master of Dragon Cave Mountain, he never cared about its affairs. The only thing he cared about was funding. If there was a shortage of saint crystals or materials, he would find a way. As for what those saint crystals and materials were used for, he didn't care. Yang Kai used to think that Dragon Cave Mountain was spending money like water because Young Inflammation was arranging spirit arrays. But now he knew that Young Inflammation was refining starships. No wonder no matter how many saint crystals and materials there wasn't enough for her to squander. Thinking about the scale of the starships he had seen on Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's Watermoon Star, Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's divine sense was almost unable to keep up with its speed, so it was easy to imagine how fast it was. I want to do an experiment. If something goes wrong, remember to save me, Young Inflammation suddenly said inexplicably. What? Yang Kai was taken aback, unable to recover from his daze. Young Inflammation smiled strangely as he suddenly poured his Saint Chi into a complex spirit array in front of him. Immediately after, a loud buzzing sound rang out in this room as all the Saint crystal sources inserted into the grooves gave off a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a frightening energy fluctuation gathered in one place. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he turned his head to look at the Saint crystal sources, only to find that all the Saint crystal sources had dimmed in an instant, as if all the energy inside them had been sucked dry. Quickly calculating the sum of these energies in his mind, even Kai Yang, who had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but pale. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a muffled bang rang out, as if it had come from the ninth heaven, shaking the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai saw a bright and dazzling pillar of energy shoot out from a certain part of the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle and bombard the void. The void was like a snowflake under the scorching sun and quickly melted, transforming into a chaotic vortex that slowly rotated and emitted strong space force fluctuations. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Young Inflammation had already controlled the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle to rush towards the void corridor. Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop her, only able to hear her giggling like a silver bell. A familiar feeling suddenly descended from the sky. It was the unique feeling of weightlessness that one would experience when passing through a void corridor or using a space array. This feeling came quickly and went quickly. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai found himself and Young Inflammation in a strange place while the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle slowly emerged from a huge vortex. Not having the time to be shocked, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but in the next moment, his face sank. Because not far in front of him, There were two groups of people fighting. Their strength wasn't very high, with the leaders being first or second order saint kings while the rest were all saints. The number of people in the two groups added together was about 30 to 40. In the middle of the two groups, there were several corpses lying on the ground, all of them extremely gruesome to look at. Not far away, there was also the corpse of an 8th order monster beast, Wind Flame Fox. At a glance, it was obvious that these two groups were fighting over this dead monster beast. It was very likely that the two sides had joined forces to kill the monster beast, but in the end, because of unequal distribution of the spoils, there was a conflict. This situation was so common that Yang Kai was able to guess the situation with just a sweep of his divine sense. Aya! Yang Yen let out a soft cry, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that the flying shark battle shuttle's first attempt to shatter space and perform a long-distance transmission would be witnessed by so many people. After all, it was still late at night, so who would have thought there would be so many people in this desolate wilderness? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Is it fun to be stared at like a monkey? Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. Yang Yen immediately recovered, stretched out his hand, and tapped the array plate in front of him. With a hum, the flying shark battle shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Below them, the two parties who were fighting fiercely were all stunned. Brother, what was that? A woman dressed like a young woman approached a Saint King Realm cultivator and asked with trembling eyes. She didn't look very young, but she had maintained herself very well and still retained her charm. It was obvious that she must have been a beauty when she was young, but at this moment, her pretty face was filled with panic, obviously frightened by what had just happened. Brother doesn't know. The Saint King Realm man shook his head blankly. It wasn't that they were shallow, but rather that the scene just now was too shocking. A void vortex had appeared out of thin air, and then a shark-like creature had emerged from it. Even if an origin-returning realm master was here, they would likely be frightened, let alone people like them. But from the looks of it, it should be a starship, right? The man muttered again. Is there such a small starship? The young woman obviously had some doubts. Little sister was fortunate enough to see Thunder Typhoon Sec's starship set sail many years ago. That one was several dozen times larger than the one just now. Just as the two were talking though, a scream rang out. The man and the young woman's expression went cold as they turned their heads to look, quickly discovering that one of their cultivators had been seriously injured by an enemy while he was absent-minded, bleeding profusely as he cried out in pain. The man flew into a rage. Su Old Third, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Shameless. Saying so, Yang Kai once again activated his artifact and sent it flying towards the other side. The original silence was instantly broken as the two groups once again clashed. As for what they had just witnessed, in the face of this blood feud, it had long been forgotten. Above a certain grassland 1,000 kilometers away, the flying shark battle shuttle came to a stop quietly. Inside the starship, the shock on Yang Kai's face had yet to fade while Yang Yen was quickly replacing the Saint Crystal sources. Yang Kai had never expected that this flying shark battle shuttle could actually shatter space. Although the consumption was enormous, consuming all the energy contained in over 100 Saint Crystal sources at once, this was still an unimaginable feat. Moreover, the distance the flying shark battle shuttle could cross when shattering space was much greater than when he tore space himself. At the very least, Yang Kai could no longer detect its original position with his divine sense. A moment later, Yang Yen finished replacing the Saint Crystal sources and once again urged the flying shark battle shuttle to fly forward. How far can you travel by shattering space like this? Yang Kai asked. Just now, it should be 100,000 kilometers, Yang Yen replied casually, his brow wrinkling slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The consumption is too great, and the exact position isn't easy to determine. After all, I was only using the principles of space arrays, so it seems I'll have to make some improvements. Yang Yen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This kind of thing can't be leaked, otherwise it'll cause a lot of trouble, Yang Kai said solemnly. It doesn't matter if it leaks, Yang Yen said confidently. Even if others obtain this flying shark battle shuttle, they won't be able to use it. Why? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Because others don't have Saint Crystal sources. If they want to drive this flying shark battle shuttle, they don't have enough high-rank Saint Crystals, so only the Saint Crystal sources condensed by Xiao Xiao can meet the requirements, Yang Yen explained. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So that's why you're holding onto the stone mongoose so tightly? Yang Yan nodded happily. The poor stone mongoose. Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as he observed a moment of silence. Chapter 1388. The flying shark battle shuttle flew forward at an unimaginable speed while Yang Kai sat cross-legged in one of the rooms of the battle shuttle, cultivating alone. As for Yang Yan, he was controlling the direction of the battle shuttle. Riding this special flight-type artifact was much better than using a star shuttle. First of all, this battle shuttle had its own room and was quite spacious, allowing Yang Kai to stay inside without being disturbed by the outside world. This was something a star shuttle could not compare with. Second, while controlling a star shuttle to fly, one had to resist the wind and activate the star shuttle's protection, all of which consumed the cultivator St. Qi. However, this flying shark battle shuttle did not have such concerns as all of its power was provided by St. Crystal sources, so it did not consume any of the cultivator's strength. Third, the speed of this flying sand battle shuttle refined by Yang Yan was not something an ordinary star shuttle could compare with. At the very least, Yang Kai had been cultivating here for more than 10 days without feeling the slightest disturbance, as if he was in a secluded room where the outside world's interference could not reach him at all. Yang Kai was now a third-order Saint King, just one step away from the origin returning realm, and he would be able to condense his own Shi. However, breaking through to the origin returning realm was not a simple matter. At least, Yang Kai still could not see any hope of doing so. He secretly felt that breaking through was probably not something that could be achieved through hard work, but rather through opportunities and external stimuli. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the third-order Saint King realm, he had heard some news about Su Yan from Qianyu, which had given him an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai wanted to find this opportunity by cultivating various secret techniques, so over the past few days, he had been cultivating his golden blood thread, assimilating the colored glass bead with his demon eye of annihilation, and even refining the last few Lu Yen flying fires. The power of his conflagrated knowledge sea had increased significantly, allowing him to perform alchemy more easily. At the same time, the strength of his divine sense had also greatly increased. If he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, its power would definitely increase as well. However, Yang Kai had not found an opportunity to experiment. On this day, Yang Kai was condensing a new golden blood thread with his golden blood when he suddenly felt the battle shuttle tremble slightly and come to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes, got up and walked out. A moment later, he came to Yang Inflammation's side. "We're almost there, we'll use our star shuttle to fly the rest of the way." Yang Yan Yun glanced over at him. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He had always been curious about where Yang Inflammation would go this time. Now that the answer was about to be revealed, he was naturally looking forward to it. The two of them exited the battle shuttle and Yang Yan formed a few seals before the flying shark battle shuttle quickly shrank and was stored into her space ring. The two of them then summoned their star shuttles and flew forward. The more they flew forward, the more clearly Yang Kai could feel the rich fire attribute aura in the air. Gradually, his expression became strange as he fell into deep thought. 2 days later, when the horizon was dyed red and the ground beneath them was dried up, countless ravines and cracks crisscrossed the landscape, Yang Kai exclaimed, "Lu Yen Sandfield? The place you want to go is Lu Yen Sandfield?" Yang Kai naturally remembered this familiar scene clearly. On all of Shadowed Star, it was likely that only the area around Lu Yen Sandfield had such a harsh environment. However, as far as Yang Kai knew, even if he used a star shuttle, it would take him 2 to 3 months to travel from Lu Yen Sandfield to Heavenly Fate City. But this time, it only took him and Yang Inflammation 10 days to arrive. It was obvious how terrifying the speed of the flying shark battle shuttle was. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiry, Yang Inflammation didn't answer and instead stared blankly at the fiery red sky in front of her, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she was recalling something, but at the same time, there was also a trace of fear. As they approached, this expression became more and more obvious, as if she was afraid of something, her face turning slightly pale. Yang Kai stepped forward and gently held her hand. Yang Inflammation was startled and turned her head, but after seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile. "What are you doing here? Can you tell me now?" Yang Kai stared into her eyes. To confirm something, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. "Oh, what is it that you need to confirm in Lu Yen Sandfield?" Yang Kai was surprised. The last time Lu Yen Sandfield opened, Yang Inflammation had completely disdained it and had no intention of following along. But now, several years after Lu Yen's sandfield closed, she had actually taken the initiative to come here. One had to know that there was no way to enter this place now unless one used a Star Emperor token to open the way. When Yang Kai had been stranded in Lu Yen's sandfield, he had used a Star Emperor token to open the way and return safely. Because of this, he had wasted a lot of time and suffered a lot. Yang Kai, do you believe in reincarnation? Yang Inflammation suddenly asked. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly. Do you remember when I told you that all my knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays was innate? No one ever taught me these things, and in my memory, I don't have the concept of parents. It's as if I appeared in this world out of thin air. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more, not understanding what Yang Inflammation was trying to say, so he could only try to comfort her. No one appears out of thin air. Perhaps you encountered something in the past that caused your memory to be somewhat incomplete. Perhaps. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly but didn't argue further. While talking, the two arrived at the periphery of Lu Yen Sandfield's first layer flame area. Staring at the dark flame barrier, even though Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. The terrifying power radiating from this flame barrier was something that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have no choice but to die if they tried to break through. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when Yang Inflammation arrived here, the flames seemed to have become even more intense. In my many years of dreamland, I often dreamed that I had become another person. This person rebukes the heavens and earth, covers the heavens with one hand, and is an overlord. Yang Inflammation stared ahead, not showing the slightest trace of panic, simply muttering to herself softly. Do you think you are this person? Yang Kai looked at her serious face and wanted to laugh but couldn't, faintly feeling that something was wrong. I didn't think so before, but since the Emperor Garden appeared, these ethereal dreams have become more realistic. Sometimes, when I am meditating or refining something, these inexplicable scenes will appear. Combined with my experiences over the past few years, I can't help but think so, Yang Kai explained. I've never thought so before. You came here to prove this point? Yang Kai finally sorted out his thoughts and asked curiously, how do you prove it? What's so special about this place? It's simple. Yang Inflammation smiled and her tender body flickered, instantly disappearing from where she stood and rushing straight towards Lu Yen Sand. It was unknown what kind of exquisite movement skill she used, but Yang Kai was unable to stop her. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look towards Lu Yen Sand, only to see Yang Inflammation's figure disappear into the flame barrier. Hurriedly taking out a Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was about to use its power to chase after her when the flame barrier suddenly roared and squirmed violently. An unimaginable resistance emerged from the other side and, like a giant invisible hand, pushed Yang Kai several thousand meters away. Yang Inflammation's intrusion was like sprinkling a handful of salt into hot oil, causing Lu Yen Sand's first layer flame area to thoroughly boil. The heavens and earth buzzed, and the already crimson-red sky became as red as blood. The crisscrossing ravines on the ground cracked open even wider, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't stand still, swaying unsteadily. Looking around, the world energy aura of Lu Yen Sand's first layer flame area had become completely chaotic. The fire attribute aura within 1,000 kilometers was madly gathering towards this place, reaching a density visible to the naked eye in an instant. Yang Kai stared blankly, his face pale. With such a violent gathering of energy, let alone a trivial Yang Yen, even the most powerful master on Shadowed Star would not be able to resist it and would be crushed to pieces in an instant. But when he saw a graceful figure quietly standing in the air, his nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Yang Inflammation is actually fine. Although Yang Kai couldn't see her face or movements clearly, from the vague outline of her figure, he could infer that this woman seemed to be constantly forming hand seals. With her as the center, the surrounding fire attribute aura and the flames of the flowing flame sandfield's first layer flame area were all gathering towards her. The momentum was extremely shocking. Such a massive change in the heavens and earth naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were tens of thousands of kilometers away could clearly feel it. For a time, many lights shot up into the sky and rushed towards Lu Yen Sand, wanting to see what was happening. Kai Yang stood in place, anxiously watching, his heart in turmoil, his thoughts in chaos. He never imagined that Yang Inflammation would be so bold as to rush into the flame area alone. What was he trying to prove that he was willing to risk his life? Yang Kai was both angry and anxious, but he was helpless. Every time Yang Kai tried to approach, he would be pushed back by a huge force. Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be powerless. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a huge sound came from all directions, and the flames of Lu Yen San's first layer flame area were squirming and flowing, constantly converging towards Yang Inflammation, as if her side had become a bottomless hole that could accept any amount. As time passed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the flames of the first layer flame area were rapidly becoming thinner and thinner, and their power was greatly reduced. He could not help but be stunned. Half an hour later, Yang Inflammation's delicate body was clearly revealed, and the first layer flame area was almost gone. Yang Kai stood in place and watched. He saw Yang Inflammation with a solemn face, her eyes closed, her long black robes fluttering in the wind, and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She was holding a fiery red ring in her hands. The ring was about the size of a collar, but it exuded a terrifying fire attribute energy fluctuation. All the fire attribute aura and the flames of the flame area were pouring into the ring and being swallowed by it. Chapter 1389. Yang Kai had never seen this ring before and was certain that Yang Inflammation did not have such an artifact before. This artifact seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and Yang Kai was unable to identify its grade at a glance, which greatly surprised him. One had to know that even if it was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, Yang Kai could still identify it with his eyesight. So could this ring be an origin king-grade artifact? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was taken aback. After a short while, everything suddenly returned to normal and the changes in the surrounding area disappeared without a trace. However, the flowing flame sand field's first layer flame area, which caused all cultivators on Shadowed Star to tremble in fear upon hearing its name, no longer existed. In its place, only a dry, dark red earth remained, a shocking sight to behold. Yang Inflammation slowly opened her eyes and Yang Kai was about to open his mouth to call out to her when he suddenly found a strange look in her beautiful eyes, causing him to freeze in place and stare at her with narrowed eyes. Yang Inflammation played with the ring in her hand for a moment before a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had just regained something precious and was extremely happy. Immediately, she stretched out her white arm and put the ring on her wrist. With a flash of light, the ring quickly shrank and fit perfectly on her white wrist. Yang Inflammation shook it happily as a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Yang Kai. Standing mid-air, she suddenly raised her head and called out. Yang Kai did not respond and instead stared at her more carefully because at this moment, Yang Inflammation, although her appearance had not changed, gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling, as if she had become a completely different person, which made him feel a little uneasy. Although he did not know why Yang Inflammation had undergone such a change, he was certain it was related to what had just happened. Compared to why the first layer flame area of Lu Yen Sandfield had disappeared, Yang Kai was more interested in what had happened to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation did not care about his silence and instead stroked her hair behind her ear and said softly, "I know who I am." "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked loudly. "I am one of Starfield's great emperors." A trace of pride flashed across Yang Inflammation's face as she raised her slender neck slightly, releasing a graceful and noble aura. This kind of temperament shouldn't have appeared on such a timid woman, but at this moment, it was incomparably natural, as if Yang Yen was born with this temperament, causing others to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority. Even an Origin King Realm Master did not necessarily have such a temperament. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he nodded lightly, his mouth twitching slightly before his figure and disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Inflammation. With a soft thump, Yang Inflammation exclaimed as she covered her forehead with both hands, her beautiful eyes filled with a layer of mist as she stared at Yang Kai aggrievedly. Her graceful and noble temperament seemed to have been instantly defeated by this finger and disappeared without a trace. "You're one of Starfield's great emperors, right?" Yang Kai grit his teeth as he looked at her, stretched out his hand, pinched Yang Inflammation's cheek, and pulled fiercely to the side. "What are you doing?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be dumbfounded as her mouth was pulled out of shape, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. "What do you think I'm doing?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he pulled even harder. "Let go of me!" Yang Inflammation cried out as she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Hurry up and let go, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you. When my main body awakens, I'll make you pay." Wait for your main body to awaken, right? Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Yang Yan's face. In an instant, Yang Yan's expression twisted, a look of both anger and amusement appearing on her face as she clawed at Yang Kai, a look of defiance and defiance. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to ravage her face. Yang Inflammation's tears flowed down her cheeks. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, Yang Inflammation's movements also stopped. The two exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and disappeared. Under the investigation of the two's divine senses, countless people were rapidly approaching from all directions, apparently attracted by the changes in the world just now. About half a cup of tea's worth of time after Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation disappeared, more than a dozen different colored lights flew over from different directions. When they arrived at the periphery of Lu Yan's desert and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were dumbfounded. The flame area, which had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, had actually disappeared. These cultivators couldn't help rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. But what shocked them the most was that the first layer flame area had really disappeared. For a time, everyone was shocked and quickly took out their communication artifacts to send out messages. As time passed, more and more cultivator arrived, all of them looking around blankly. After over 100 cultivators had gathered here, everyone had a simple discussion and decided to explore further. After all, the first layer flame area had disappeared, which meant that the second layer treasure area was now unimpeded. If they entered, they might be able to obtain a great harvest. But to their disappointment, after several days of searching, none of them managed to find anything in the treasure area of the second layer. The spirit grasses and herbs that should have been here had all disappeared along with the flame area. No one knew where they had gone. While these people were breaking into the second layer treasure area, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had already reached the towering mountain range of the fourth layer. Being able to reach this place was not because Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token, but because Yang Inflammation had opened the way ahead. The third layer flame area was much more powerful than the first layer flame area, but when Yang Inflammation passed by, the heat waves and flames all parted on their own, as if they had a mind of their own, not daring to obstruct his path. The two of them went all the way and did not encounter any danger. Looking at the looming pavilion in the clouds, Yang Inflammation showed a trace of nostalgia. That is the ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, turned to look at her and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "You can say yes, but you can also say no." Yang Inflammation frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "It is a sect that the great emperors of Starfield supported." "Aren't you one of the great emperors of Starfield?" Yang Kai's mouth slightly raised. Yang Inflammation curled her lips. "I am me, and the great emperors of Starfield are the great emperors of Starfield. Although we are somewhat related, I cannot represent the great emperors." Yang Kai became even more interested. He had never doubted Yang Inflammation's words. After all, he had long suspected that Lu Yen Sandfield might be related to the great emperors of Starfield. Otherwise, he would not have found a Star Emperor token in the attic on the 6th floor. Yang Inflammation was also unconscious when the Emperor Garden appeared, and when Yang Kai awakened her soul, he witnessed many incredible things in her knowledge sea. Now, she had easily led him into Lu Yen Sandfield. Combining all this information, Yang Inflammation saying that she was one of the great emperors of Starfield was not too shocking. Even though he felt a little uneasy and hesitant, Yang Kai still chose to believe Yang Inflammation. After a long silence, Yang Inflammation said, "Have you heard of soul splits?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am a soul splits of the great emperors. For some reason, the great emperors are still asleep. All my artifact refining and spirit arrays are inherited from the great emperors." "Why would she be asleep?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He was not curious about this soul splits because he also had a soul splits, a secret technique he had obtained from the great demon god's golden blood. This soul splits had been forced by Guei Zhu to enter the space array he had constructed to investigate the situation on the floating continent. As a result, its Yuan Qi was severely injured and it was almost destroyed. However, after so many years of nourishment, this soul splits had long since recovered and was even stronger than before. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to find a vessel to use this soul splits. "She seems to be injured." Yang Inflammation's words were shocking. "The great emperors can also be injured?" Yang Kai was taken aback. So what if she's the Great Emperor's? She also has an enemy, and that enemy's strength is no weaker than hers. I don't know the specific situation as the memories I inherited from the main body are somewhat incomplete. I only remembered them after arriving here, but after the battle between the two, the Great Emperor should have fallen into a deep sleep and it should have been tens of thousands of years since then. Young Inflammation slowly shook his head. My strength is too low, so I don't know much. Only after my strength has improved will I be able to summon this information one by one. What happened to that enemy? Yang Kai asked. He's probably dead, Yang Yan replied uncertainly. Then this ring. Yang Kai looked at the red ring on her wrist thoughtfully. One of the 3 blazing flame rings is an artifact of the Great Emperor's, so I was able to collect it. Young Inflammation smiled lightly. The 3rd layer flame area and the 5th layer flame area were both transformed from the 3 blazing flame rings. Unfortunately, my strength is not enough and I am unable to collect them for my own use for the time being. Even with the 1st ring, I can't display much of its power. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had dared to ravage Young Inflammation before because he had been with Young Inflammation for so long, Yang Kai estimated that if the original bodies of the Great Emperors were here, he wouldn't even be able to move a muscle. The majesty of the Great Emperors was not something he could easily offend. On top of that, this so-called 3 blazing flame rings was just an artifact of the Great Emperors and had become a restricted area on Shadowed Star. Just how strong was the divine technique of the Great Emperors themselves? Such a person had actually been injured. So who was her enemy? What made Yang Kai feel even more incredulous was that the Great Emperors, whose name had spread throughout Shadowed Star's territory, was actually a woman. If this kind of secret were to spread out, it would likely cause countless men to die of shame. But as a result, Kai Yang suddenly understood. No wonder when the Lu Yen sandfield closed, a jade-white palm belonging to a woman appeared. In the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai saw this jade-white palm for the 2nd time. Thinking about it this way, it should be a secret technique left behind by the Great Emperors. After all, whether it was the Lu Yen sandfield or the Emperor Garden, strictly speaking, both belonged to the Great Emperors. With the divine technique of the Great Emperors, it was not surprising that they could accomplish this. Chapter 1390. Although Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and his mood was chaotic, he remained extremely calm on the surface. While chatting with Yang Yan, he inquired about all kinds of information about the Great Emperors. After all, Yang Yan's memories were slowly recovering, and as a soul clone of one of the Great Emperors, she must be somewhat flustered. If Yang Kai did not maintain his calm, it would only make things worse. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was why the Great Emperors chose to sleep on Shadowed Star. Did the world principles here that prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with her? After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the location where the Great Emperors were sleeping was actually inside the Emperor Garden. This reminded him of something. Fei Ji too once said that he had found a jade coffin in a certain palace in the Emperor Garden. Inside that jade coffin was a person who appeared to be a woman. Fei Ji too and the others had triggered the spirit array near the jade coffin at that time, allowing Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the others to escape. So, the woman lying inside the jade coffin was the true body of one of the Great Emperors? Such a terrifying master was actually sleeping on this isolated and backward shadowed star? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic. While pondering, Yang Kai secretly glanced at Yang Yan, unable to connect her with the great emperors of Starfield who were famous throughout Star territory. Let's go. Yang Yan stared at the supreme profound sect ruins in the clouds for a long time before saying with waning interest, "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" "No." Yang Yan slowly shook her head before lightly stepping forward. "Where are we going now?" Yang Kai asked puzzledly. "I'm going to the 6th floor to retrieve something." Yang Yan Yun smiled and did not explain further. The 6th floor. Wasn't that where the attic was located? Back then, he had found the 10,000-year incense there. From the looks of it, the 10,000-year incense was probably something owned by the great emperors back then. In other words, it was the Yang inflammation. Yang Kai sniffled. There was nothing awkward about it. After all, to him, Yang inflammation was basically his, so there was no need to be too distant. The speed of the two was not fast, but with Yang inflammation leading the way, any danger in this Lu Yen sandy ground was avoided. The two of them quickly arrived at the 5th layer of the flame area. Just like when he had passed through the 3rd level, The omnipresent heat wave seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically parted to the sides, revealing a path that led directly to the 6th level. A soft cry came from Yang Kai's body as the Firebird artifact spirit appeared on its own. Flapping its wings, it hovered above Yang Kai's head and transmitted a vague message. Yang Kai smiled lightly, understanding its intentions, but he didn't stop it, instead just waving his hand and letting it do as it pleased. The artifact spirit cried out happily and immediately turned into a flame, flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction it was heading, it was surprisingly heading towards the location of the Earth-Lung Fire Vein. The Earth-Lung Fire Vein was the birthplace of this artifact spirit. Although it had stayed there for tens of thousands of years, due to the limitations of its growth, it could not continue to absorb more power from the Earth-Lung Fire Vein. But now it was different from before. After being baptized and integrated with several wisps of Sun's true fire, the Firebird artifact spirit was much stronger than when Yang Kai first obtained it. Now that it wanted to go to the Earth-Lung Fire Vein, it obviously wanted to devour the pure fire energy there to strengthen itself. How could Yang Kai stop such a good thing? After half a day, the two of them passed through the 5th layer flame area and arrived in front of the exquisite loft hidden in the bamboo forest. Looking at this simple loft, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with nostalgia, as if she was reminiscing about something. Yang Kai did not say anything to disturb her and instead came to a stop in front of the bamboo forest. These bamboos were extremely hard. Yang Kai had spent half a year here in the past but only managed to cut down 20 of them with his space blade. Now, the cutting marks were as fresh as new, and everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. This is black golden bamboo. Although it is an excellent material for refining sword-type artifacts, compared to its other function, it is not worth mentioning, so don't touch it. Yang Yan's voice came from not far away. Its other function? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had experienced the hardness of this bamboo, and naturally knew that it was not an ordinary artifact refining material. After black golden bamboo blooms, the black golden bamboo rice it produces is the purest source of energy in the world and can be consumed by any cultivator, allowing them to improve their cultivation without any side effects. Yang Kai's expression froze. Is there such a thing? Why would I lie to you? Yang Yan shot him a disdainful look. Then when will it bloom and produce black golden bamboo rice? Yang Kai asked impatiently. Soon, probably within 10 or 20 years, Yang Yan smiled, naturally knowing what he was thinking. 10 or 20 years. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. Who knew what would happen 10 or 20 years from now? Perhaps by that time, he would no longer be on Shadowed Star. Chuckling lightly, Yang Yan no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and stepped into the loft. Yang Kai sighed bitterly and hurriedly followed. After entering the first floor of the loft, the first thing that caught his eye was a picture scroll hanging right in front of him. There was no other pattern on this picture scroll, only the back of a woman. When Yang Kai first came here, he had also studied this picture scroll, but no matter how he probed it, he could not find anything special about it. This picture scroll seemed to be a common item in the market and did not give off any energy fluctuations. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that this back was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Now that he looked at it again, he suddenly understood. This back was exactly the same as Yang Yan's. It was just that because Yang Yan always wore a large black robe all year round, Yang Kai had never thought of it. But at this moment, Yang Yan was standing in front of the picture scroll and staring at it blankly, so when he compared the two, he naturally understood what was going on at a glance. Just as he was thinking this, the picture scroll seemed to be blown by a breeze and swayed slightly, followed by an incredible scene. The back of the woman in the picture actually slowly turned around and stared straight at Yang Yan with a smile on her face. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement and was stunned for a moment. After the woman in the picture turned around, Yang Yan's appearance was clearly the same as Yang Yan's. The only difference was that the two of them were wearing different clothes at this moment. Yang Yan was wearing a black robe while the woman in the picture was wearing a white robe, giving her a pure and beautiful appearance. This strange scene looked as if Yang Yan was standing in front of a mirror, making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. What shocked him even more was that the woman in the picture actually glanced at him, as if she had her own life and consciousness. If Yang Kai had a little doubt about Yang Yan's identity before, then at this moment, all of his doubts were gone. Not to mention anything else, just the strangeness of this picture scroll made Yang Kai unable to speculate. One person, one portrait, stared at each other for a long time before Yang Yan suddenly sighed softly. Since I have awakened, you don't have to stay here. Come out, you have worked hard these past few years. I am you and you are me, why be so estranged? A voice identical to Yang Yan's came out from the picture scroll. Immediately, the woman in the picture smiled and with a shake of her tender body, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Yang Yan's head. Yang Yan's tender body trembled and a trace of pain appeared on her face, but she soon calmed down and closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her. On this trip to the Lu Yen desert with Yang Yan, everything he saw and heard was beyond his scope of understanding. The methods of the great emperors were not something a cultivator of his level could come into contact with. After the portrait of the great emperor disappeared, the painting began to burn without any fire. In a flash, it disappeared from this world. Yang Yan was still sensing with her eyes closed, and Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her, just waiting quietly to the side. About 2 hours later, Yang Yan suddenly exhaled softly, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, turned around, and smiled at Yang Kai. Although he still couldn't see through Yang Yan's cultivation, Yang Kai felt that after receiving the portrait, Yang Yan's aura had changed and seemed to have become stronger. This is a hidden chess piece left behind by the great emperors. If I hadn't appeared in time, she would have played a role, Yang Yan explained softly. What role? The role of awakening the great emperors. Yang Yan replied slowly. You should be glad you aren't a woman. If you were, your body would have already been possessed when you entered this place. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, speechless, but soon he became suspicious again. You mean you're now shouldering the task of awakening the great emperors? Yes. Yang Yan nodded. How do I awaken them? Wait for the Emperor Garden to open and then go inside. Yang Yan looked up in the direction of the Emperor Garden, but unfortunately, this was the Lu Yen desert and the sky was covered by the heat, so it was impossible to see what was outside. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. This matter is over, let's go back, Yang Yan said with satisfaction. Good, wait a moment, Yang Kai nodded, at the same time sending out an order in his mind before standing in place and waiting. A moment later, a streak of fiery light flew over from afar. It was the Firebird artifact spirit that had left Yang Kai before. In the blink of an eye, the artifact spirit rushed in front of Yang Kai, its body covered in raging flames. It seemed that although it hadn't been there for long, the artifact spirit had still obtained many benefits from the earth-lung fire vein. After being summoned back by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit still seemed somewhat reluctant to part with him and kept chirping. Yang Kai waved his hand and the artifact spirit obediently entered his body. Only then did the two walk out side by side. In order to avoid being seen, the two of them were extremely careful when they went out. Fortunately, the appearance of the Emperor Garden had attracted the attention of most cultivator, so there weren't too many people who rushed to the Lu Yen desert to investigate the situation. After concealing themselves for a while, the two of them finally left the Lu Yen desert unscathed. After leaving this forbidden zone, Yang Yan immediately summoned his flying shark battle shuttle and flew off in the direction of Heavenly Fate City. Chapter 1391. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. On this day, 1,000 kilometers outside of Heavenly Fate City, the figures of a man and a woman appeared. The man had a tall stature while the woman wore a black robe. Naturally, these two were Yang Kai and Yang Yan. After leaving Lu Yan's desert, Yang Yan had the flying shark battle shuttle travel through space again. Unfortunately, although the distance this time had not changed, the destination was not satisfactory, causing the two of them to spend a few more days returning. However, this did not matter. In any case, the Emperor Garden was still some time away, so there was no need to rush. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Emperor Garden was floating above Dragon Cave Mountain, allowing it to be so close to Heavenly Fate City. This was not a coincidence, nor was it because Dragon Cave Mountain had good luck, but because Yang Yan had been there at the time. The Emperor Garden was the courtyard of the great emperors, where the true bodies of the great emperors slept, so naturally, it was inextricably linked to Yang Yan, so it was not difficult to explain why it was floating directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's conjecture and he had not confirmed it with Yang Yan, but it should not be far from the truth. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked up, only to find that the sky in front of him was filled with flashing multicolored lights. Faintly, There seemed to be a strong energy fluctuation coming from them. Yang Yan's figure came to a halt as he and Yang Yan glanced at each other in amazement, their faces immediately becoming gloomy. Looking at the situation over there, it seemed that some kind of battle was taking place, and the location of this battle was actually near Dragon Cave Mountain. Could it be that after he and Yang Yan had only left for a little over a month, someone had already attacked Dragon Cave Mountain? Realizing this, Yang Kai sent out his divine sense and urged his star shuttle to rush over at full speed, Yang Yan naturally following closely behind. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain was indeed under siege, and the one leading this attack was the Xie family, who had many grievances with Yang Kai. Because Lu Yi had moved into the Xie family, Yang Kai had been busy with many things recently, so he had not taken the time to deal with his grievances with the Xie family. But now the other side had actually taken the initiative. At this moment, in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with anger, was staring at the flashing lights inside Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, the anger in his heart. Xueqi. The Xie family's strongest master was now a second-order origin returning realm master who held a high position in Shadow Moon Hall. But for this operation, he had not hesitated to leave Shadow Moon Hall in order to avenge the death of Xie Hongwen. It was no secret that Xie Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although no one had revealed it, before Xie Hongwen entered Lu Yan's desert, he had planted a kind of secret technique on his body that Yang Kai had killed. Even if no one knew, this secret technique had been transferred to Xie Hongwen's body. After that, the Xie family's people only needed to do a little investigation to determine who the murderer was. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had Qian Tong as his backer, so Xueqi could only wait for an opportunity to strike. An opportunity soon came. When Qian Tong disappeared last time, Xueqi naturally wanted to take revenge, so he secretly instructed his subordinates in Heavenly Fate City to seize Dragon Cave Mountain's Saint Crystal and seize its cultivator in an attempt to lure out Yang Kai. This plan was very successful and flawless, but who could have known that Yang Kai's strength was so amazing that he single-handedly broke into Heavenly Fate City and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xie family in front of everyone's eyes. Then, Fei Ji too intervened and allowed Yang Kai to leave. After that, Qian Tong returned safely, so Xueqi could only give up for the time being. However, what Xueqi did not expect was that Qian Tong would say that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This made Xueqi overjoyed, but also extremely vigilant, thinking that Qian Tong was trying to lure the snake out of its hole by retreating in order to advance. However, after asking around, Xueqi learned that it was actually Yang Kai himself who had made the request and that Qian Tong was only cooperating with him. Courting death. Xueqi was overjoyed. Without Qian Tong and the support of Shadow Moon Hall, how could a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain withstand the bombardment of the Xie family's disciples? As far as Xueqi knew, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, and one of them was a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago. There was even one time when Xueqi could not wait to rush to Dragon Cave Mountain in person, wanting to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but after seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Xueqi realized that he had underestimated this place. He could not see the slightest flaw in this mountain defending array and had sent many of his family's disciples to investigate it, but none of them had succeeded and had even suffered a great deal of losses. Originally, Xueqi planned to ask the Kai family and Du family, who were proficient in spirit arrays, to break Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, but to his surprise, the Kai family's patriarch refused his invitation and even returned the reward he had offered. After inquiring about it, Xueqi learned that Yang Kai had once saved the lives of Kai He and Du Cc of the Kai family, so when they heard that someone wanted to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, the 2 of them naturally tried their best to stop him. As rising stars of their families, they naturally had some authority, so it was only under the interference of these 2 that the Kai family and Du family refused Xueqi's invitation, much to his annoyance. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Dragon Cave Mountain, relying on the mysteries of its mountain defending array, didn't put the world's heroes in its eyes and acted extremely arrogantly, first offending Sea Heart Sect, a great force from the limitless ocean, then offending Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. On top of that, Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, had said that he and Yang Kai were like fire and water, a deep grudge between them. With these forces joining forces, Xueqi's confidence soared. Feeling that Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely die without a burial this time, Xueqi immediately gathered the elites of his family and ordered them to leave Shadow Moon Hall and begin attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. This time, There were more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters. Although there were no third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters, and Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple did not blatantly cooperate, only secretly sending some masters to help, Xueqi was still very satisfied. In any case, it was certain that there were no masters in Dragon Cave Mountain. They were only relying on the protection of this mountain-defending array. As long as this spirit array was broken, the people inside would be at his mercy. Whenever he thought of Kai kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Xueqi felt a burst of joy. The saddest thing in this world was to send off one's own child. When he learned that Xie Hongwen had died in the Lu Yen desert, only the heavens knew how sad he had been. After investigating and discovering that Kai was the murderer, Xueqi had been unable to sleep or eat in peace for the past few years whenever he thought about how Kai was still free and unfettered in this world. Unable to cultivate, Xueqi had practically become his heart demon. Although he was no longer young, Xueqi's violent temper had not changed in the slightest over the years. Of course, he had to avenge his son's death, but he also had to plunder Dragon Cave Mountain's wealth. The amazing heritage Dragon Cave Mountain had displayed in recent years was extremely tempting. The materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall alone were worth hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals. Xueqi even suspected that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode under Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, how could they have obtained so many Saint Crystals? On top of that, if this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was successful, the Xie family would have the lion's share of the benefits. Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple had already announced that they would not ask for anything else but the piece of profound gold in Kai's hands. As for who would obtain it in the end, these two forces would discuss it carefully, and there was no need for the Xie family to worry about it. With such good conditions, Xueqi naturally agreed without hesitation. The conditions put forward by Flowing Cloud Valley were even stranger. Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, only wanted Kai's body and nothing else. What could the body of a Saint King Realm cultivator do? Although Xueqi did not understand, it was not convenient for him to ask. On the other hand, Lu Yi was a person worth being wary of. Every time he saw this young man, Xueqi always felt a faint uneasiness, as if he was not facing a Saint King Realm Jr., but rather a poisonous snake hiding its fangs. What made Xueqi feel even more strange was that Lu Yi had gathered more than a dozen Origin Returning Realm cultivator subordinates. Although all of them were from the First Order Origin Returning Realm, Flowing Cloud Valley was just a small force and did not have so many Origin Returning Realm Masters. These Origin Returning Realm Masters also gave Xueqi a strange feeling. Xueqi once happened to bump into a few of them talking to Lu Yi, and when these Origin Returning Realm Masters faced Lu Yi, they were all extremely respectful, their expressions filled with awe and fear, as if they were slaves facing their master who controlled their lives. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Xueqi's mind, but he slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about them. Instead, he issued orders, directing the forces gathered together to bombard a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array. Since it was impossible to invite an outstanding array master to help, Kai could only use a crude method. He believed that at some point, this spirit array would be broken. Moreover, this method satisfied Xueqi even more. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Kai would have when this spirit array was broken and Dragon Cave Mountain was exposed in front of him, allowing him to crush it. It had been 2 days since the spontaneous attack began. During these 2 days, the more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters were already panting from exhaustion, not to mention the Saint King Realm Masters. They had consumed countless Saint Crystals and pills to supplement their Saint Qi. This mountain-protecting Grand Array was much stronger than Xueqi had imagined. After 2 days of fierce attacks, it had only caused the light curtain's color to fade a little. It hadn't reached the point where it could be broken. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, there was also no sign of any counterattack, as if everyone inside had died. A variety of artifacts of different shapes and sizes bloomed with colorful lights and unleashed their full power, attacking a certain part of the light curtain one after another. All the cultivators present were secretly shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't help but hold back their anger. They had never seen such a sturdy array formation before. It was best to describe it as impregnable. All of a sudden, the clouds and mist behind the grand formation roiled, and several figures appeared from within. Xueqi raised his brow and raised his hand, motioning for everyone to stop. In the next moment, everyone put away their artifacts and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see 2 picturesque women standing side by side. Behind these 2 women were 3 old men, all of whom, judging from their auras,
were First-Order Origin Returning Realm Cultivators.
Chapter 1392.
Xueqi's eyes were cold as he swept his eyes over the two women in front of him, a sneer appearing on his face.
On the other hand, most of the cultivators' eyes were filled with malicious intent.
Some of the more lecherous ones were even leering at the two women, gazing at their beautiful figures, as if they were already in the bag and only needed to wait for the spirit array to be broken before they could seize them and humiliate them wantonly. The two women looked indifferent, not showing the slightest fear.
Xueqi recognized the identities of these two women at a glance. In order to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, he had naturally investigated the details of this place. One of the two women was called Xueqi, a disciple of the local Xueqi family, who later left her family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. The other was called Qianyu, who seemed to have been brought back by Yang Kai from somewhere. Their cultivations were not worth mentioning. A second-order Saint King and a first-order Saint King were not enough to enter Xueqi's eyes. As for the three old men standing behind them, two of them were definitely Chong Qi and Hao En. These two were also foreign elders of the Xueqi family. During Lu Yan's trip to the desert, these two had actually obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed them to break through to the Origin Returning Realm and later join Dragon Cave Mountain. As for the last person, Xueqi glanced over suspiciously, but after seeing the other party's face, he asked in surprise, "Brother Ning, why are you here?" This white-haired old man was none other than Ning Xiangchen, who had gone to the Emperor Garden with Yang Kai. After returning from the Emperor Garden last time and receiving Yang Kai's promise, Ning Xiangchen had been collecting artifact refining materials in order to come to Dragon Cave Mountain to borrow Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. It was not easy for Ning Xiangchen to gather so many materials. Ning Xiangchen had hurriedly rushed here, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had not yet returned? In desperation, Ning Xiangchen could only temporarily wait inside the mountain. Before he had even warmed his seat, the Xie family had already begun attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. Ning Xiangchen fell into an awkward situation for a while. It was not appropriate to continue staying here. Once Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was broken, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire. Leaving now was also not an option as that would appear too heartless. If that happened, he would not be able to find Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. Ning Xiangchen's face. He was in a dilemma. He didn't belong to any sect. He didn't have a clan, either. He had relied on himself to cultivate to his current level. Every step he took was filled with obstacles. He had escaped death countless times. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. When Master Grimm of the Shadow Moon Hall was still alive, if an artifact was damaged, it would be repaired by Grand Master Green. The Grand Master was approachable and easy to talk to. Over the years, Ning Xiangchen had received a lot of care from the Grand Master. But other than Master Green, he no longer knew any other origin-grade artifact refiners. Otherwise, how could he have asked Yang Kai for help? Ning Xiangchen stayed on Dragon Cave Mountain for 2 days uneasily while the cultivator outside bombarded the mountain for 2 days. But during these 2 days, he discovered something very strange. That was, the cultivator inside Dragon Cave Mountain, even in the face of heavy encirclement, did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they continued to carry out their duties, busying themselves with their cultivation, as if the movements and enemies outside did not exist. If one or two cultivator behaved like this, it could be explained away as having good mental fortitude, but if everyone behaved like this, it was a bit strange. This was especially true for the leaders, Xueqi and Qianyu. These two women were calmer than anyone else these days, even drinking tea and chatting happily from time to time. Did they not know how to write the word death? Ning Xiangchen was both shocked and impressed. Compared with his anxious mood, the performance of these juniors couldn't be any better. The mountain defending array of Dragon Cave Mountain, after being attacked by more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days, was actually still impregnable. This was what truly impressed Ning Xiangchen. This small mountain was not simple. Just this protective mountain array alone was not something that an ordinary person could set up. Recalling the many performances of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden, Ning Xiangchen grit his teeth and decided to take a risk. That was to stay and fight side by side with Dragon Cave Mountain. All kinds of signs indicated that this small mountain was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of powerful trump card that could save them from danger. Of course, Ning Xiangchen making this choice was not because of a sense of chivalry, but rather a gamble he had made after careful consideration. Ning Xiangchen was betting that Dragon Cave Mountain would survive this current crisis. Once it did, he would be able to legitimately borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai. Otherwise, if he owed him a favor, Ning Xiangchen would feel uneasy. At this moment, following Wu Yi and Chen Yu out to meet the enemy was Ning Xiangchen's own request. Hearing Xie Li's question, Ning Xiangchen chuckled. "Brother Xie, long time no see. I heard Brother Xie left Shadow Moon Hall? Why ask when you already know the answer, Brother Ning?" Xie Li coldly snorted. The other party was just a cultivator without any sect, so even if he was an origin returning realm master, Xie Li didn't put him in his eyes. It was just that the two of them had known each other for a long time, so they had exchanged a few words. "Since Brother Ning is here, this Xie has a proposal that I wonder if Brother Ning would consider." "Oh? What kind of proposal does Brother Xie have?" Ning Xiangchen frowned. Xie Li's eyes swept over Chen Yu and Wu Yi before sending a divine sense message. "Brother Ning, you can also see the current situation. Facing the joint forces of so many friends, this little mountain is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the spirit array is broken, Dragon Cave Mountain will be a fish on the chopping block. I don't know what benefits Dragon Cave Mountain has offered you, but this Xie is willing to pay double the price as long as you can capture these two women and hand them over to me. With Brother Ning's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this, right?" Ning Xiangchen raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile as he said in a clear voice. "Brother Xie, although this Ning doesn't belong to any sect and is nothing more than a straggler, I still know what integrity is and what loyalty is. Sneak attacking two juniors from behind is inappropriate. If this Ning were to do such a disgraceful thing, I fear that in the future there would be no place for me to stay in this world." Hearing Ning Xiangchen's words, Xie Li's face sank. The other party had not quietly sent a divine sense message to him and had instead directly stated his proposal in front of everyone, obviously not giving him any face, causing Xie Li to feel annoyed. Ning Xiangchen continued leisurely, "What's more, Brother Xie doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who have come here to cause trouble, breaking this spirit array is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. This matter is this old master's own idea. No one has offered me any benefits, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Xie." Originally, when they saw Xie Li quietly send a divine sense message to Ning Xiangchen, Wu Yi and Chen Yu's expressions were a little nervous, fearing Xie Li would use some kind of method to win him over. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xiangchen, so when they heard him say this, they couldn't help relaxing and showing looks of gratitude. Changqi even laughed and patted Ning Xiangchen on the shoulder. "Brother Ning, you'll be glad you made this choice." Howen also had a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Ning Xiangchen, this old man, was a lot friendlier. "I hope so." Ning Xiangchen remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating rapidly. He had made such a choice because he couldn't stand Xie Li and the others bullying the weak. Now that he had torn all pretenses with Xie Li, if Dragon Cave Mountain really fell, he wouldn't have any good consequences. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled calmly, but at the same time, her expression was somewhat unfathomable as she said, "Senior Xie and fellow seniors, my Dragon Cave Mountain has no grievance or grudge with you, so why do you insist on forcing us?" "No grievance or grudge?" Xie Li heard this and grinned. "If there really was no grievance or grudge between us, did you think we would attack a small mountain with nothing better to do? This old master won't bicker too much with a junior like you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw this mountain defending array and avoid some physical pain. Otherwise..." Wu Yi raised her head slightly and stared at Xie Li with her beautiful eyes, not showing the slightest timidity. Xie Li coldly snorted, "Once this spirit array is broken, I'll skin all of you alive." Senior's tone is quite bold. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Wu Yi still smiled calmly, but her words were filled with sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she swept her eyes over the many enemies who were glaring at her and shouted, "Since that's the case, Junior will also advise seniors to leave now. If you leave now, my Dragon Cave Mountain can let bygones be bygones and pretend this incident never happened. But if you insist on remaining stubborn, don't blame my Dragon Cave Mountain for being ruthless." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many of the origin returning realm masters who had come to help stared at Wu Yi like she was an idiot, their hearts filled with anger. Originally, after attacking for 2 days and still failing to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses, all of them were already feeling depressed, but now hearing Wu Yi's shameless boasting,
all of them couldn't help seething with anger. Any cultivator who had come here to attack Dragon Cave Mountain had either an ulterior motive or had a grudge against Yang Kai. So how could they be scared away by Wu Yi's arrogant words of 1 to 2? Not only that, these words only served to further stimulate their resolve. Immediately, some of the more hot-tempered cultivators activated their artifacts or released their martial skills to attack Wu Yi. Hong long long. A loud bang rang out as the light curtain of the mountain defending array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all these attacks. Wu Yi's face became cold as she glared at the cultivator who had attacked her and coldly declared, "Since all of you insist on remaining stubborn, let's wait and see. I hope you won't regret today's decision." Saying so, she waved her hand and a thick layer of cloud appeared from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, causing them to disappear from the sight of the many enemies. That arrogant little girl, when this old master catches her, he'll let her know what it means to wish for death. An old origin returning realm master sitting cross-legged atop a huge toad-like monster beast glared fiercely in the direction Wu Yi disappeared and gnashed his teeth. This old man was extremely ugly, with triangular eyes, a sunken nose, a bald head, and a face full of lumps. His short stature complemented the toad-like monster beast he was sitting on. Chapter 1393. Needless to say, this old man was from Myriad Beast Mountain. Although these people from Myriad Beast Mountain weren't wearing their sex robes in order to facilitate their movements, as long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to see their origins because their main method of attack was to control their monster beast. Such an obvious style was impossible to conceal. The jade blood toad this old man was riding was a powerful 9th-order monster beast, and coupled with the secret art this old man cultivated, he was strong enough to compete with a 2nd-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, those who knew this old man well knew that he was not only ugly, but also extremely twisted and lustful. He liked to torture beautiful women to death in order to experience the perverted pleasure of doing so. If Wu Yi really fell into his hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Heh. Those 2 girls are quite strong. If they were handed over to this old master, he would be able to turn them into 2 good blood slaves. On the other side, a middle-aged man covered in blood-red light grinned wickedly. A cultivator capable of turning blood slaves was undoubtedly from Demon Blood Temple. Talking is useless, we should all work together to break this spirit array. Xueqi showed a displeased look as he faintly reminded them. Now that this group of people had been intercepted in front of the spirit array and couldn't even break through the first layer of defense, what was the point of talking about anything else? The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain grinned. This old master didn't want to use this trick, but since that little girl is determined to die, this old master can only fulfill her wish, heh. Saying so, his expression suddenly became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi. At the same time, the jade blood toad he was riding also puffed up its cheeks and let out a low croak. In an instant, the surrounding Yuan Qi became turbulent and began converging towards this old man. Xueqi's eyes lit up as he stared at the old man's movements, smiling as he asked, "Is old Du planning to use his blood toad poison smoke?" Hearing what he said, the other origin returning realm masters all showed looks of shock as they turned to look at old Du. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain coldly snorted. "The blood toad poison smoke is my treasure specialty, but it can only be used once. This old master has thrown out a brick to attract jade. I hope all friends here won't hold back." With that said, the old man suddenly opened his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood arrow was like a snake fanged as it flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. At the same time, the jade blood toad's cheeks bulged. A mouthful of pitch-black, ink-like venom was spat out from its mouth. It wrapped around the blood arrow first, even though it was released later. The fusion between the two was tumbling. In the blink of an eye, some unknown changes took place. The venom and blood arrows turned into a black mist in the blink of an eye, and bombarded the light screen of the formation. Whoosh! The sound of corrosion could be heard. On the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, light flickered as a large gap was melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could actually allow one person to pass through at a time. Although this gap was quickly repaired, it still showed how powerful this attack was. Previously, after 2 days of frenzied attacks, no one was able to break a hole in the formation with one strike. However, this old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain did it. Even if this gap was repaired, it didn't matter as this blow was enough to consume a large amount of the mountain defending array's aura. If this old man continued to attack it a few more times,
he might really be able to break it. After using this attack, the old man's face became slightly pale and the jade blood toad he was riding also became slightly withered. The old man didn't say a word as he simply took out a jade bottle from his space ring, poured out a blood-red pill, and tossed it forward. The jade blood toad flicked its scarlet tongue and swallowed this pill, its green eyes flashing a look of enjoyment. This blood-red pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the jade blood toad. Old Du's methods are good, Xueqi laughed. He was secretly shocked but also overjoyed. Since that's the case, this Xie won't hold back. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly summoned a small dagger-like artifact. This artifact shone with a silver luster and was filled with spirituality.
White rainbow dagger. When the old man saw this dagger, he suddenly exclaimed, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he muttered, I didn't expect that this spirit array-breaking artifact would be obtained by Brother Xie.
Brother Xie's opportunities are not small. The other origin returning realm masters also stared at this white rainbow dagger with greedy looks, seemingly having a great origin. Xueqi chuckled and said lightly, It's not an opportunity, I just happened to obtain it. Saying so, he began pouring his Saint Qi into the white rainbow dagger with a solemn expression. How could the others believe his words? As far as everyone knew, this white rainbow dagger was an artifact specifically used to break spirit arrays and barriers, and its grade was extremely high, reaching the origin grade mid-rank. Such a grade might not be much in the territory of the Star Territory, but on Shadowed Star, it was extremely valuable. After all, the rarer an object was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, this white rainbow dagger should be a family heirloom of some small family. As for why it had fallen into Xueqi's hands, no one knew. It was likely that Xueqi had used some kind of method to snatch this white rainbow dagger from that small family. However, this had nothing to do with them, so although everyone disdained Xueqi's character, none of them said anything. During this moment, Xueqi activated the white rainbow dagger and the small dagger transformed into a white rainbow in front of him before disappearing in a flash. When it reappeared in the next moment, it had strangely appeared inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. With a whoosh, the white rainbow dagger flew out from inside and penetrated the spirit array without any hindrance. Although it seemed to have no effect, everyone understood that the spirituality of this spirit array had been greatly worn away. The reason why the white rainbow dagger was called an array-breaking artifact was because it contained some of the mysteries of space, allowing it to break through the barriers of space and attack directly from inside the spirit array. Such an artifact was impossible to refine with the current level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star, so it was a treasure left behind from ancient times. Sure enough, after Xueqi activated the white rainbow dagger a few times, the light of the mountain defending array dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and the other origin returning realm masters recruited by Lu Yi all rubbed their palms together and used methods they normally wouldn't use lightly to attack the mountain defending array. No cultivator who had broken through to the origin returning realm was weak. All of them had experienced countless life or death battles, tempering themselves through countless adventures, so it was only natural for them to have some hidden treasures and methods. If they didn't use these treasures and methods now, when would they? More than 30 origin returning realm masters attacking together was a spectacular scene. Even if a third-order origin returning realm master were to come here, they would have no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, the other Saint Kings also joined in to help, and for a time, the morale of the allied forces soared. Under such a fierce attack, the mountain defending array began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment, a scene that made everyone even more excited. At the same time, in Heavenly Fate City, 50 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were sitting opposite each other in a loft, both of them holding wine glasses in their hands and raising them to their lips, but both of them seemed to be lost in thought, forgetting to drink. Behind Qian Tong, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer stood with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations coming from Dragon Cave Mountain, Wei Guchang finally couldn't bear it and said, "Elder, let this disciple go." Although Dong Xianer didn't say anything, anyone could see the anxiety and worry in her beautiful eyes. Qian Tong smiled lightly, put down the wineglass in his hand, and glanced at Wei Guchang. "What can you do if you go?" Although this disciple has only broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, he can still help Brother Yang. It's better than just watching from the sidelines, Wei Guchang said in a deep voice. Qian Tong raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Do you think it's improper for this old master to just sit back and drink and be merry?" Disciple wouldn't dare. If you think so, then admit it.
What's there to be afraid of?
Qian Tong didn't care.
Wei Guchang's face struggled for a moment before becoming firm as he cupped his fists and said, "Then this disciple asks Elder to forgive this disciple's disrespect."
"And speak."
Qian Tong gently nodded. "Elder, even without mentioning Brother Yang's life-saving grace to this disciple and Xian'er, he was willing to take the risk of entering the Emperor Garden to rescue Elder last time.
Elder should not just sit back and watch. Who does Xueqi think he is?"
In order to deal with Brother Yang, he announced that he would leave Shadow Moon Hall.
Is Shadow Moon Hall a place he can come and go as he pleases?
As for the dead Xie Hongwen, everyone knows what kind of person he is. Even if Brother Yang did not kill him, this disciple would one day kill him. This disciple asks Elder to give the order for this disciple and Xian'er to go and kill Xueqi. Even if Xian'er and I are only first-order cultivators, killing Xueqi will be as easy as lifting our hands.
Arrogant.
Although Qian Tong scolded, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't think Wei Guchang was spouting nonsense and instead acknowledged his strength. Then tell this old master, why do you want to kill Xueqi?
Is it just because he left Shadow Moon Hall without permission? Isn't that reason enough?
Even so, the hall has its own law enforcement hall. It's not up to you to intervene. But I know you don't have many friends, Yang Kai is one of them, so naturally you don't want to just stand by and watch. But his grievances with the Xie family is something he requested Shadow Moon Hall not to intervene in. Right now, it's not just the Xie family attacking Dragon Cave Mountain, Elder, Demon Blood Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain, Flowing Cloud Valley, and Sea Heart Sect. And this old master knows all of this, which is why this old master wants to see what means he has to resolve this disaster. If he can really turn danger into safety, that little brat will be amazing.
And if he can't? Wei Guchang didn't seem to have much confidence. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great.
As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Dragon Cave Mountain was at a disadvantage.
Enough. Do you really think that old Ghost Qian will just stand by and watch?
Fei Ji too, who had been silent all this time, glared at Wei Guchang. Originally, he didn't want to interrupt, but this little brat's nagging was really ruining his mood.
Chapter 1394.
Wei Guchang was taken aback as he stared at Fei Ji too in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Fei Ji too sneered. "Do you think those people from Heaven's Gathering Hall are really out on a mission? Our hall is now facing external threats and is being watched by countless great forces in fear that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open. My Shadow Moon Hall is so close to it. So why would they go out on a mission at such a sensitive time?
Aren't they afraid of being caught rashly?"
Wei Guchang heard this and his eyes lit up. City Lord Master means. He had also heard that many masters from Heaven's Gathering Hall had been mobilized, so when he heard Fei Ji too say this, he immediately thought of something. "Use your brain when you do things. You still have a long way to go, young man." Fei Ji too snorted before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Wei Guchang scratched his head for a while as he looked at Qian Tong with an embarrassed expression. Suddenly, his expression became solemn as he bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Elder, this disciple misunderstood you."
Ha ha ha.
Qian Tong laughed, daring to stand up for a friend, even disobeying this old master's wishes, not pretentious or hypocritical. Good. You really did not disappoint this old master. Come, fill old Ghost Fei's cup. This old master will sit back and watch the show today.
Yes.
Wei Guchang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the wine pot, and filled a cup for each of the two elders. Then, he retreated to the side and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He exchanged a glance with Dong Xian'er. Unlike the anxiety and worry from before, both of them were calm at this moment. Heaven's Gathering Hall was a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There weren't many of them, only about 50 to 60, but each of them was an elite, with the weakest being a First-Order Saint King. The strongest among them was the First-Order Origin Returning Realm, but because of the special secret arts and martial skills they cultivated, each of these people could fight enemies above their own realm and were best at teaming up to kill enemies. The more people they worked with, the stronger their strength would be. If the entire Heaven Gathering Hall cultivator were to join forces, even a Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Master would not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Guchang heard that the people from Heaven Gathering Hall had been dispatched, he naturally no longer had any worries. Without even mentioning the exquisiteness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Wei Guchang naturally stopped worrying. Just these people from Tianluo Hall were enough to make those despicable people suffer. It was just that,
The elder was taking a huge risk by doing this.
Once someone noticed that something was amiss, it was very likely that the Shadow Moon Hall would once again become the center of attention. The appearance of the Emperor Garden put Shadow Moon Hall in a very bad situation.
On the other side, on a desolate hill a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, one of them was glowing.
The white-haired old man crossed his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, his expression as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad, but the powerful vitality fluctuations radiating from his body were awe-inspiring. Beside him was an old woman with a hunched back.
She held a dragon head walking stick and looked very weak. She coughed from time to time as if she could die at any moment.
Beside the old woman was a beautiful girl who was taking care of her. The wind blew and the girl's hair fluttered. The image of the old woman and the girl formed a stark contrast in this place. The old man was Demon Blood Temple's elder Xueqi, while the old woman was Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng. Two top origin returning realm masters were gathered in one place at this moment. It was not difficult to understand why they would be here. After all, both of them were coveting the piece of profound gold in Yongkai's hands, so naturally, they were paying close attention to the situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. Once Dragon Cave Mountain was breached and Yongkai was killed, the two of them would immediately take action to snatch the profound gold. As for now, it was not convenient for them to bully the weak. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so if they really took action, it was difficult to guarantee that Shadow Moon Hall would not take advantage of this situation. Senior Sister Feng, are you interested in reconsidering this Jin's proposal? As long as you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this Jin will accomplish 3 things for you in his lifetime, Jin Shi suddenly said.
Humph. Old woman Feng slammed her walking stick on the ground and sneered. Old ghost Jin, you don't need to call me that so intimately. My Myriad Beast Mountain has never had anything to do with your Demon Blood Temple, so there is no such thing as senior sister or junior brother. However, if you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this old woman will also accomplish 3 things for you in her lifetime. She had actually returned the original condition to him. After all, everyone knew that this kind of verbal promise was not binding in the slightest. Obtaining this piece of profound gold was the greatest benefit. Jin Shi's eyes narrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, but after thinking about it for a moment he chuckled. Senior Sister Feng, there is no need to keep me at arm's length. As far as this Jin knows, Senior Sister Feng is not young anymore. How many more years do you have left to live? What can you possibly accomplish for me? So what? In any case, this old woman can live longer than you. Ahem. It's meaningless for the two of us to argue about this. Jin Shi suddenly felt that bickering with old woman Feng here was like a child quarreling with a child. There was no point in dwelling on the issue of lifespan, so after thinking for a moment, he said, how about this, the two of us might as well compare notes. Whoever wins will obtain this piece of profound gold. What does Senior Sister Feng think? Do you think this old woman is afraid of you? Old woman Feng's bent back suddenly straightened as an astonishing fighting intent flashed across her old face as she sneered. This old woman would like to experience the power of your Excellency's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Secret Art. As she spoke, she released an astonishing pressure towards the other party, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Old woman Feng was just like her name. Although her face was old, she was extremely aggressive when she was young, and now that she was in her later years, her temper had not changed at all. In fact, it was even worse than when she was young. Jin Shi was an elder of Demon Blood Temple and cultivated the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Secret Art, so his vitality was extremely vigorous, but his temper was also not very good. On top of that, he was also a top origin returning realm master, so naturally, he would not show any weakness and immediately responded with his own momentum. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions and the disciples behind the 2 old women all showed looks of shock as they retreated. Only the young girl standing next to the old woman who was supporting her staggered for a moment before a light flashed from her body and she regained her footing, but her face was still slightly pale. It seemed that being caught up in the momentum vortex of these 2 masters was not a pleasant experience. Old woman Senior Jin, please don't act rashly. The young girl brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled helplessly. Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array has yet to be broken, yet the 2 of you are already fighting over the ownership of this profound gold. If others were to learn of this, wouldn't it only cause pain to those close to you and your enemies to be happy? What's more, both of you are top masters on Shadowed Star, so if you were to really fight, I'm afraid it would take some time to determine the victor, right? How could Jean Shi and old woman Feng not understand what the young girl was saying? It was just that neither of them had good tempers and neither of them was willing to show weakness, so they had decided to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Jean Shi took advantage of the situation and laughed. What you said is right, little girl. What is your name? Saying so, he restrained his momentum. The young girl's complexion improved greatly and she gracefully bowed. Disciple's name is Feng Yan. Feng Yan. Jean Shi frowned and glanced over at old woman Feng suspiciously, but the latter coldly snorted. This old woman's granddaughter, don't even think about her, otherwise, this old woman will fight you to the death. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jean Shi's face as he lightly coughed and said, Since she is a junior, how could this old master have any ideas about her? No wonder this little girl's cultivation is so high despite her young age. It turns out she has senior sister Feng's guidance. Little girl, let me ask you, if I don't compete with senior sister Feng, how should I decide who owns this profound gold? Since you've already interjected, you must have a good idea, so why don't you quickly explain it? Feng Yan smiled faintly. In front of senior Jean, how could this junior dare show off? Speak if you make a mistake, this old master won't blame you, so there's no need to be afraid, Jean Shi said with a pleasant expression. Feng Yan glanced over at old woman Feng before saying, If that's the case, then Junior will boldly speak frankly. Both senior sister and senior Jean are powerful masters, so it would be unwise for Junior to act against each other. If either of you were to suffer an accident, wouldn't that push our two sects to the opposite side? Now that the Emperor Garden has appeared and no one knows when it will open, it is naturally better to have more friends than enemies. Hearing this, Jean Shi nodded lightly, obviously feeling that what Feng Yan said was reasonable. Even old woman Feng's expression eased greatly as her anger subsided. It would be inappropriate for the two of you to act against each other, but both my Myriad Beast Mountain and Senior Jin's Demon Blood Temple have sent disciples to participate in this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain, so we might as well use their methods to decide who owns this profound gold. If Demon Blood Temple's disciples manage to snatch this profound gold, my Myriad Beast Mountain is willing to withdraw and congratulate Senior Jean in advance. Oh! Jean Shi's lips curled into a smile as he stared at Feng Yan. Do you have so much confidence in your Myriad Beast Mountain's disciples? Feng Yan pursed her lips and smiled. Does Senior Jean have no confidence in his disciples' methods? Jean Shi's eyes narrowed for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little girl, you don't need to provoke this old master. This old master naturally has full confidence in his disciples' methods. Good, this old master will only ask one thing. Do your words represent Senior Sister Feng? What Yanner says is what this old master thinks. Old woman Feng tapped her dragon-headed walking stick lightly and declared. It's a deal. Jean Shi coldly snorted as he stretched out his palm towards old woman Feng. The latter glanced over at him before casually raising her hand and clapping it together. After making a vow, the two of them no longer paid any attention to each other, and instead stared off into the distance with strange smiles on their faces. Obviously, both of them had full confidence in their disciples. Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged wasn't just limited to Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Jean Shi, and old woman Feng watching from a distance. At this moment, in all directions of Dragon Cave Mountain, at high points several dozen kilometers away, there were a number of people scattered about, all of them staring towards Dragon Cave Mountain and pointing towards it from time to time. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had only ended a short time ago, so the masters who had come to participate had not yet left. They wanted to take this opportunity to observe the Emperor Garden's movements, but there had been no movement from the Emperor Garden so far. Waiting here for the Emperor Garden to open was quite boring, so now that such a good show had happened, no matter who it was, they were all willing to watch it for entertainment. Chapter 1395. In particular, the sturdiness and strangeness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was of particular concern to these masters. Needless to say, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Fire Temple, Floating Mist Palace, Clear Sky Sect, Flame Shield Union, and other great forces on Shadowed Star all coveted Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. How could a mere mountain have such a strong defensive array? Who was the person who set up this array? No one cared whether Dragon Cave Mountain would survive or not, but everyone cared about who had arranged this spirit array. If they could rescue this person at a critical moment, they might be able to win him over to their side. Everyone had their own unspoken plans in their hearts, but all of them tacitly chose to sit back and watch,
allowing the Xie family to take the lead and lead several great forces to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi and Qian Yu retreated to the back of the mountain defending array, their faces slightly pale. Just now, when the two of them went out side by side to negotiate, although they were calm and composed, and didn't show the slightest sign of weakness, anyone who saw so many experts gathered here would feel uncertain in their heart.
When had the two women ever seen such a big lineup? Especially now, at this critical moment, neither Yang Kai nor Yang Yan was present. If not for Wu Yi's thorough understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, she would likely have already been discouraged. In terms of familiarity with the many spirit arrays covering Dragon Cave Mountain, besides Yang Yan who had arranged them, Wu Yi was second. Even Yang Kai was not as familiar with them as she was. After all, when Yang Yan was arranging the spirit array, Wu Yi had been there to assist him, so she knew just how dangerous the 100-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain was. As such, even though she was feeling uneasy, her mood remained stable as she retreated to the back of the spirit array and issued a series of orders. However, relying on the spirit array alone was definitely not enough. No matter how strong the spirit array was, if it could only take a beating and not fight back, it would eventually be broken. The only thing Wu Yi could do now was to contact Yang Kai and Yang Yan immediately. As long as either one of them was present, Dragon Cave Mountain could turn from defense to attack. However, Wu Yi had no idea where the two of them had gone or when they would return. Just as he was feeling anxious though, Qian Yu's expression suddenly changed and she quickly took out her communication artifact and released her divine sense. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on her face as she said, "Yang Kai and the others have returned." Really?
Wu Yi was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, as if she had found a life-saving straw while drowning. It was a message from Kai Yang.
Where are they?
Wu Yi looked around but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai.
Hiding outside.
Yang Kai said that there were too many people outside, so it would be difficult to sneak in without anyone noticing, so he didn't come in.
But
what? However, he told you to remove the mountain-protecting Grand Formation, and then let everyone hide in the Shi Mansion. He ordered consecrated Chong and consecrated how to wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. He and Yang Yan will also find an opportunity to make a move.
So that's how it is.
Wu Yi showed a contemplative expression while everyone else also wore indifferent expressions. Only Ning Xiangchen, who had only been here for 2 days, wore a dumbfounded expression.
Has that young boy gone crazy?
Why would he issue such an outrageous order? Although he had not been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, Ning Xiangchen was well aware of the strength and number of cultivators here. There were only a few dozen of them, and their cultivations varied from Saint King Realm, Saint Realm, and even Transcendent Realm cultivators. The only ones he could rely on were Changqi and Haoen, the 2 first-order origin returning realm cultivators. On the other hand, the other side had more than 30 origin returning realm masters, many of whom were second-order origin realm masters, and more than 200 Saint Kings. In this situation, if they relied on the mountain-protecting Grand Array to defend, they might be able to buy some time, but once it was removed, wouldn't that be the same as striking a stone with an egg? Even if Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, he was only one person, so with Changqi and Haoen, what could they possibly accomplish? Ning Xiangchen couldn't figure it out and was about to ask when he suddenly saw Wu Yi smile and say calmly, "Since that's the case, let's do as he says. It's time to let these shameless bastards see the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." She spoke resolutely, not putting the people outside in her eyes at all, as if Yang Kai's order alone had given her great confidence. Ning Xiangchen almost bit off his own tongue. Qian Yu nodded and immediately began to issue orders for everyone to hide inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. This cave mansion was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain and had the most spirit arrays. Unless one had a token to open it, it would be even more difficult to break through than the mountain-protecting Grand Array. As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not refute Yang Kai's decision and simply follow it. One by one, the cultivator hurriedly rushed over after receiving Qian Yu's order and hid inside the cave mansion. In the blink of an eye, only Changqi, Haoen, Qian Yu, Wu Yi, and Ning Xiangchen remained outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly as she glanced over at Ning Xiangchen. Even with her intelligence, she didn't know what to do with Ning Xiangchen at this moment. Should she let him take refuge inside the cave mansion? That was impossible.
The cave mansion was Yang Kai's retreat, so there were many unknown secrets hidden there. Although they were all hidden by spirit arrays, if Ning Xiangchen inadvertently discovered them, it would be troublesome. Asking him to leave was definitely impossible. Ning Xiangchen had taken the initiative to stay behind and help Dragon Cave Mountain, so Wu Yi was very grateful. Asking him to leave at this time would be too cruel. What's more, with so many enemies outside, Ning Xiangchen couldn't just leave. This gave her a headache. Fortunately, Ning Xiangchen was a wise old man and could see Wu Yi's concerns at this moment, so he took the initiative to say, "If there is anything this old master can do, please don't hesitate. Although this old master's strength isn't high, he can still contribute." In just a short time, Ning Xiangchen weighed the pros and cons in his heart and decided to take a gamble. Although he didn't know where Wu Yi and the others' confidence came from, their indifference undoubtedly made him feel at ease. Perhaps this Dragon Cave Mountain really was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. What's more, Ning Xiangchen had just shown his face in front of those people outside and even exchanged words with Xueqi. At this time, even if he wanted to go back on his word, he was powerless. Ning Xiangchen was not someone who had never encountered a desperate situation before. In fact, he had encountered situations far more dangerous than this one, so he was well aware that the greater the investment, the greater the return. This time, of course, was the best time for him to take a stand. Moreover, even if Dragon Cave Mountain was really unable to resist foreign enemies, he might still have a chance to escape. Based on all these considerations, Ning Xiangchen decided to take this risk. Good, since old Ning has said so, this young woman won't be polite. Old Ning, foreign elder Chong, and foreign elder Hao should all wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. This young woman will take her leave first. I wish the three seniors victory. After saying so, Wu Yi bowed, turned around, and walked back into the cave mansion. Her cultivation was only a second-order Saint King now, so she naturally knew that it was useless to stay outside, so she decisively entered the cave mansion. Only Ning Xiangchen was left standing there with his mouth wide open, his expression sluggish. He had thought that Wu Yi would give him some clear instructions and a proper plan, but he had not expected to receive such a vague answer. Wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy? That was too ridiculous. Did I fall into a trap? Ning Xiangchen's heart sank as he felt extremely uneasy. Chongqi patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Brother Ning, you'll be very glad you made this decision." It's this sentence again. Ning Xiangchen had heard this sentence twice in just a stick of incense worth of time. What kind of trump card did this place have that the other party didn't explain clearly? How could he not be glad that he had made such a stupid decision to dig his own grave? Ning Xiangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Right, old Hao, don't you still have 2 jars of drunken moon wine?" Chongqi suddenly remembered something and turned to Haoan. "What do you want?" Haoan looked vigilant. Chongqi spat disdainfully. "You and I are old brothers, don't you know what I want to do?" Haoan suddenly became indignant. "Last time, that little girl Wu Yi bought 10 jars back. You and I split 5 between us. Now that you've drunk all of them, why do you have ideas about this old master? Do you think this Hao is so easy to bully? Family doesn't need to be so polite. Now that Brother Ning is also here, old Hao, you don't need to be stingy. Take them out and drink a few mouthfuls so we can kill our enemies." Chongqi smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Haoan grit his teeth and stared at him with grief and indignation, only letting out a sigh after a while. "Fine, fine, I knew you coveted this old master's 2 jars of good wine. Since you've involved Brother Ning, this Hao won't be stingy, lest others say I'm stingy." Saying so, he wiped the space ring on his hand and took out a jar of wine. Chongqi chuckled and quickly took out a few plates of fresh and tender spirit fruits from his space ring as well as a table and chairs. It seemed he had come prepared. Haoan opened the seal on the drunken moon wine jar and filled the cups for the 3 of them before sitting down. Chongqi called out to Ning Xiangchen as he picked up his glass and drank it, his face filled with joy as he urged Haoan to fill it up again. Ning Xiangchen looked at this ridiculous scene with a strange expression on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. With a strong enemy at their doorstep and a knife at their necks, how could these 2 brothers still have the mood to drink and have fun? Did these 2 really not know how to write the word death? After hesitating for a long time, Ning Xiangchen sighed and said, "Brother Chong, Brother Hao, if it's convenient for you too, can you tell this Ning how we are going to fight the enemy? With just the strength of the 3 of us,
How can we fight so many enemies outside?
Hearing this question, Changqi and Haowen looked at each other and both burst into laughter. Ning Xiangchen was secretly annoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do the two of you think it's funny?"
Changqi waved his hand slightly and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Ning, you've only been on Dragon Cave Mountain for a short time, so although this Chang thinks you have a good temper, it's not convenient for him to reveal anything. However, this Chang asks you to wait and see how this group of clowns will bring about their own destruction. I dare not say anything else, but this cup of wine is not a farewell wine, but a victory wine. Each jar costs 100,000 Saint crystals and is extremely difficult to buy.
Brother Ning, why don't you try it?" Chapter 1396. Ning Xiangchen's expression fluctuated as he was secretly shocked, not because of the price of this Drunken Moon wine. Drunken Moon wine was quite famous, so Ning Xiangchen had naturally heard of its high price. What surprised him was Changqi's arrogance. He clearly didn't put the people outside in his eyes at all. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Xiangchen grit his teeth, steeled his heart, sat down, and snorted. "Good, then this old master will take a look and see whether you're seeking your own death or inviting your master into a trap. If it's the former, don't blame this old master for running away when the time comes." Changqi and Haowen looked at each other and nodded with a smile. "As you wish." Saying so, they filled Ning Xiangchen's cup with wine.
The three of them each had their own thoughts as they tasted the wine and ate the spirit fruits, none of them showing any awareness of facing a powerful enemy. Inside the cave mansion, after Wu Yi made arrangements for the many disciples, she and Qianyu went to a secret room, took out a golden and silver array plate from her space ring, and tossed it forward with a solemn expression. "Elder sister Qianyu, this is the array plate that controls all of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays. With my strength alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, so I'll have to ask elder sister to lend me a hand."
"Good." Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Wu Yi stretched out a few strands of her Saint Qi and poured them into the spirit array. In an instant, gold and silver colors began alternating at an incredible speed, filling the entire room with a brilliant light.
Wu Yi's expression became solemn as she suddenly shouted, "Open!"
A humming sound came from the array plate, and immediately after, the golden and silver colors that were originally intertwined seemed to have come to life and began retreating to the left and right. In the blink of an eye, the two colors split apart and became distinctly separated. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, more than 30 origin returning realm masters led by Xueqi were frantically attacking it. After each of them used their trump cards, the seemingly sturdy spirit array began to tremble, its light curtain flickering wildly and becoming much dimmer than before. "Everyone, put in more effort. This bullshit spirit array won't last much longer." Xueqi's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He shouted loudly. While shouting, Xueqi controlled his white rainbow dagger to shuttle back and forth through the spirit array's light curtain. There was no need for him to remind them, as the other origin returning realm masters who were participating in the attack could also see it. "I'm afraid it won't even take half a day. The formation that was blocking their path would be broken." For a moment, everyone was excited. Spurred on, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into his artifact. Multicolored rays of light shone brightly, and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. At this moment, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array suddenly faded at an extremely fast speed before disappearing. The attacks of more than 30 origin returning realm masters hit nothing but empty air, creating a series of deep fissures in the ground. "Broken." The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain atop the Jade Blood Toad raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Just now, he had clearly sensed that the other party's spirit array would be able to support itself for some time, but it had suddenly disappeared. This surprised him greatly, and he wondered if something had happened. "I don't think so. They retreated on their own accord." The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple, who was wrapped in a blood-red light, narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a look of vigilance appearing on his face. It seems they also know that stubbornness won't end well, so they decided to withdraw their spirit array. Do they think they can escape this calamity by doing so?" Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party had withdrawn their spirit array, they must have made some kind of backup plan. Now that the fog inside Dragon Cave Mountain was tumbling, one's divine sense was greatly restricted and it was impossible to see the situation inside with the naked eye, so no one dared to act rashly. For a time, everyone stood in place, exchanging glances with one another. A bunch of cowards. Xueqi ground his teeth secretly and was about to encourage others to enter and investigate when he suddenly saw the fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain begin to tumble and distort. A moment later, the rolling fog dissipated to the sides, revealing the scenery inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with magnificent pavilions, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good and the world energy aura inside was extremely rich. It was no longer the barren mountain it once was. However, what shocked everyone was that not many people had come to meet the enemy. The surrounding area was quiet, with only 3 old men at the origin returning realm sitting around a table, drinking and enjoying themselves. This rampant scene was imprinted on everyone's eyes, causing everyone's expression to become gloomy. These old men clearly did not put them in their eyes at all. Otherwise, how could they have the leisure to drink here? Humph, even at death's door, you're still trying to act mysterious. Xueqi coldly snorted as he continued to use his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear, as if as soon as he stepped into this small mountain, he would step into the gates of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and when he turned his head to look at the others, he found that everyone was feeling the same way, their expressions dignified. However, in this situation, it could be said that an arrow had been knocked on the string and had no choice but to release it. Although Xueqi did not inquire carefully, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him right now. If he and the others retreated like this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone in the future. Thinking so, Xueqi's expression became firm as he loudly declared, "Everyone, the spirit array has been broken. If we don't act now, when will we?" Saying so, he waved his hand and immediately sent out more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xie family, using their movement skills to rush towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Although these 20 or so Saint Kings were not necessarily opponents of the 3 origin returning realm masters, using them to test the depths of Dragon Cave Mountain was the best option. Xueqi had such a plan in mind, so when these 20 people flew out, he stared at them intently. Since the Xie family had taken the lead, the people from Demon Blood Temple and Myriad Beast Mountain were naturally not to be outdone. Lu Yi, who was hiding in the crowd, also quietly issued an order. In an instant, more than 60 Saint Kings split up and approached Changqi's group of 3. Perceiving the number of enemies approaching, Ning Xiangchen's hand trembled and he almost spilled the wine in his cup to the ground. Although he was an origin returning realm master, he was not confident he could face the siege of so many Saint Kings. Changqi observed Ning Xiangchen's expression and chuckled, "Brother Ning, don't be impatient, it's not time for us to act yet." "And Brother Ning can rest assured," Howen echoed from the side, not even bothering to look at the Saint Kings. Ning Xiangchen, on the other hand, did not have such good mental fortitude. Seeing these enemies approaching, he secretly pushed his Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. But in the next moment, these menacing Saint Kings all cried out in alarm, their faces filled with shock and confusion as their bodies swayed and fell from the sky one by one. For a time, the scene became extremely lively. A flight-restricting array? Ning Xiangchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that this tiny Dragon Cave Mountain would actually have a flight-restricting array. This kind of spirit array was extremely profound and could only be arranged in some large cities and sect headquarters. Once covered by this spirit array, a cultivator would not be able to fly. Of course, the power of this spirit array varied depending on the methods of the person who arranged it. Ning Xiangchen tried to circulate his Saint Qi a little and tried to fly up, but to his horror, he only managed to fly a few meters before he felt a huge pressure press down on him, making it impossible for him to move. The flight-restricting array here was capable of restraining at least a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would not be able to fly too high. Who was the one who arranged this spirit array? How could it be so powerful? Just as Ning Xiangchen was lost in thought, the several dozen Saint Kings fell like raindrops and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, they hadn't flown too high to begin with, and the physiques of Saint King realm cultivators were extraordinary, so even though they had fallen, none of them had suffered any life-threatening injuries. Instead, all of them crawled up from the ground with bitter expressions, their faces filled with resentment. This time, they had lost so much face that they naturally hated Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. But before they could recover, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, strange energy fluctuations appeared all around them. These energy fluctuations were extremely well hidden and seemed inconspicuous at first, but in the blink of an eye, a tornado suddenly formed. When it first appeared, it was not very strong, but in the blink of an eye, this tornado became extremely thick and numerous wind blades flew out from it, directly sweeping up a nearby Saint King realm cultivator. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Everyone heard the sound of meat being sliced, which made their hair stand on end. The tornado was dyed red in an instant, and they could vaguely see broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating in the wind. In another place, several ice cones as thick as thighs strangely appeared in mid-air. With a slight tremble, they shot forward like arrows leaving the bowstring, piercing right through the chests of two absent-minded martial artists, causing a cloud of blood to spray out. In another place, a wash-basin-sized fireball flew about randomly. But once a Saint King realm cultivator was hit by this fireball, they would immediately be incinerated to death. A few unlucky fellows were unable to dodge in time and ended up being caught in the crossfire. There were even more cultivators who inexplicably disappeared from everyone's sight, as if they had never appeared in the first place. But from where they disappeared, heart-wrenching screams rang out. The smell of blood filled the air as the first group of 80 Saint Kings who had rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain failed to even enter. Just as they stepped into the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, they suffered heavy losses. After what seemed like an eternity, of the more than 80 Saint Kings, less than half of them were still alive, and even this small number were like headless flies as they wandered around Dragon Cave Mountain, unable to find a way back. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the cultivators outside, causing their blood to run cold. Although it looked ridiculous, everyone knew that these people must have fallen into an illusion array. What they saw was completely different from what they saw, so even if it was only a few steps, it was still a chasm between life and death. Chapter 1397. Walking around carelessly would only trigger more spirit arrays and lead them to their graves even faster. Sure enough, Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays. More than 80 Saint Kings entered Dragon Cave Mountain in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. None of them survived. Ning Xiangchen could hardly believe his eyes. This was more than 80 Saint King realm cultivator. Even if Ning Xiangchen encountered such a force, he would have no choice but to temporarily avoid them. But now, Dragon Cave Mountain hadn't even expended a single soldier and they had all been buried here. So what if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? This small mountain was even more terrifying than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, Ning Xiangchen also saw that it was impossible to kill 80 Saint Kings so easily by relying on the power of these spirit arrays. Instead, it was the work of those who arranged these spirit arrays that were simply shocking. The spirit arrays were actually powerful artifacts. Combined with the power of these spirit arrays, the power of these artifacts would be greatly enhanced, which was why these Saint Kings were unable to resist at all. Just how many artifacts were required to arrange so many spirit arrays? Ning Xiangchen couldn't imagine. On the other side, inside Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were also dumbfounded, exchanging a glance with each other as shock filled their faces. Although they knew that Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays, they never expected them to be so powerful. 80 Saint Kings had been thrown in, yet they hadn't even been able to probe Dragon Cave Mountain's depths. This time, the Xie family, Myriad Beast Mountain, and Demon Blood Temple had suffered a great loss. It looks like Heaven Gathering Hall's people won't even need to be mobilized. Wei Guchang also gloated. Not necessarily. Fei Ji too slowly shook his head. The other side only lost Saint Kings. The origin returning realm cultivators haven't even made a move yet. Let's just keep watching. Wei Guchang pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, the strength an origin returning realm cultivator could display was completely different from that of a Saint King realm cultivator. The Xie family and the other allied forces seemed to have suffered heavy losses, but in fact, they hadn't suffered any significant losses. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, Xueqi, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain and the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple both wore gloomy expressions. None of them had expected Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses to be so tyrannical. The three old fogies hadn't even taken action, yet they had still managed to kill several dozen Saint Kings. If all the barriers in Dragon Cave Mountain were so powerful, Saint Kings couldn't play much of a role here and could only serve as cannon fodder. After pondering for a moment, Xueqi suddenly said, "Everyone, why don't we attack separately?" Attack separately? The old man from the Myriad Beast Mountain frowned. That's right. It looks like there are a lot of restrictions in the front mountain. It won't be easy to break through them. Since that's the case, why don't we try other places? I don't believe that the entire mountain is in the same situation. There must be a weak spot somewhere. Xueqi said slowly. Yes, Brother Xie's words make sense.
The old man pondered for a moment and felt that Xueqi was right, so he immediately said, "Then this old master will go there."
He pointed his hand forward.
Then, waving to the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, he sat down on his blue eyes blood-toad and flew off. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple naturally had no objections and immediately led his sect's disciples in the opposite direction. The remaining cultivators from Sea Heart Sect and Flowing Cloud Valley did not move and instead chose to stand on a united front with the Xie family, following Xueqi's lead. For a time, the several allied forces split up into 3 groups. They began probing Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses from 3 different directions. A fierce light flashed across Xueqi's eyes as his lips twitched and he issued a few orders before immediately waving his hand and rushing towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Under his leadership, the other Origin returning realm masters also spread out, each of them bringing a few Saint King cultivators with them. Divided into several teams, each of them remained vigilant of their surroundings as they pushed forward. Divine senses swept every inch of Dragon Cave Mountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail or suspicious place. They were all worried that they would accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array that would lead to their demise. This kind of cautiousness was indeed very effective. They really did find several traces of spirit arrays and immediately avoided them vigilantly. Even if some of them accidentally triggered some kind of spirit array, they would at least be able to put up some resistance. After all, with the addition of Origin returning realm masters, even if they fell into some kind of spirit array, they would still be able to put up a fight. What made them even more overjoyed though was that the spirit arrays at the front of Dragon Cave Mountain, after playing a magical role just now, seemed to have run out of tricks and their power had been greatly reduced. Even if they were triggered, they would be easily blocked by the Origin returning realm cultivators. After advancing for an entire distance of 300 m, there was actually not a single casualty. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and all of them looked maliciously at Changqi's group of 3 who were still drinking and making merry nearby. They seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to grow wings and fly over to their side right now and chop off their heads to vent the hatred in their hearts.
A moment later, under the leadership of Xueqi, the cultivators had arrived 100 meters away from Changqi's group. Xueqi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop as he swept his cold eyes over the trio and sneered. "The 3 of you, if you have any other means, don't hide them, why don't you show them to this Xie? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use them again." Hearing this, Changqi raised his head and glanced at him, not showing the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely. "Brother Xie, why do you think you were able to safely reach this place? Do you really think Dragon Cave Mountain is so easy to break through?" These 2 simple questions caused Xueqi's face to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw out a long black whip. This long whip seemed to emit a faint sound of wind and thunder as it flashed with lightning. Clearly, it was a powerful artifact. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the long whip lashed out towards Changqi's chest. However, to Xueqi's surprise, Changqi did not show any intention of resisting and instead just sat in place, staring at him with a smile, not moving at all. Xueqi only wanted to capture Changqi so that Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators wouldn't act rashly. But how could he have known that his opponent would not resist at all? Courting death. Xueqi's eyes flashed fiercely. Not only did he not intend to take back his whip, he instead poured his Saint Qi into it even more fiercely as if he wanted to kill Changqi in one fell swoop. With a bang, the long whip wrapped in lightning struck Changqi's body. Arcs of lightning coiled around Changqi's body and slithered about, directly blasting Changqi's body into pieces. Not only that, even the table, chairs, and wine jars in front of him were all blasted into powder. Even Hao En and Ning Xiangchen weren't spared. At the same time as Changqi's body was torn apart, the 2 of them also burst apart. There was not the slightest smell of blood, nor was there any blood spattering, nor did he feel like he had hit anything. Xueqi's eyes narrowed as he muttered in amazement. "An illusion array?" Looking around again, there were no tables or chairs in front of him, and the surrounding scenery had also distorted and disappeared, replaced by a gray world with no sun, moon, or stars. The earth was dry and barren, and there was not a single blade of grass growing within 100 kilometers. He had unknowingly stepped into an illusion array arranged by his enemy, causing Xueqi's heart to sink.
What made him even more uneasy though was that the origin returning realm cultivators who should have been gathered around him had disappeared, leaving only 4 Saint King realm cultivator. It seemed that the moment this illusion array played its role, everyone had been separated and forced into a situation where they were fighting alone. How is this possible? Xueqi's expression was ferocious. How could such a small mountain be able to set up such a profound array formation? Xueqi suddenly felt that provoking Dragon Cave Mountain was not a wise decision. While the many cultivator led by Xueqi were surrounded by this illusion array, Myriad Beast Mountain side also fell into a bitter struggle. The Myriad Beast Mountain cultivator, under the leadership of the old man, took a detour from the side, preparing to find a place with weak defenses. To the old man's surprise, everything went smoothly. There didn't seem to be any powerful barriers or spirit arrays in the direction he chose, allowing him to advance smoothly and soon reach the center of Dragon Cave Mountain. He even noticed that many cultivator were hiding inside a cave. The old man was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to charge straight into the cave and find Yang Kai. But his good luck ended there. As soon as he gave the order, a number of fiery red monster beasts of various shapes and grades rushed out from all directions. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing. These monster beasts didn't have physical bodies at all and were clearly formed from pure fire attribute world energy. On top of that, these monster beasts looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until one of his disciples shouted that the old man suddenly realized what was going on. Weren't these the fire spirit beasts unique to Lu Yen Sandfield? How could they appear in this damned place? This place wasn't rich in fire attribute world energy, right? Unable to understand, the old man didn't feel the slightest fear and instead felt a little happy because fire spirit beasts could produce fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones were precious treasures that could be used for both artifact refining and alchemy. Unfortunately, fire crystal stones could only be obtained by cultivators on Shadowed Star when Lu Yen Sandfield opened. With such a large group of fire spirit beasts in front of him, if he could kill them all, the harvest would definitely not be small. Feeling excited, the old man urged his blue eyes blood toad to engage in a fierce battle with these fire spirit beasts. Soon, the old man discovered that something was wrong. No matter how many fire spirit beasts he killed, he couldn't find a single fire crystal stone. These fire spirit beasts didn't have fire crystal stones in their bodies at all. Instead, there seemed to be an endless stream of them, especially the few leading fire spirit beasts whose strength was equivalent to a 9th order monster beast, which had already caused many casualties to his disciples. The old man flew into a rage and immediately used his secret technique to scatter the fire spirit beasts. But soon, these fire spirit beasts, whose strength was equivalent to a 9th order monster beast, appeared out of nowhere, as if they were immortal. This situation occurred several times in a row, causing the old man to become anxious while muttering to himself. Chapter 1398. In a completely opposite direction from the group from Myriad Beast Mountain, a group of people from Demon Blood Temple were walking cautiously through a jungle. The leader of this group, a man wrapped in a blood-red light, wore an extremely vigilant expression. Although he did not find anything strange here under the investigation of his divine sense, he still had a faint sense of foreboding, as if there was some great danger around him. This place should be considered the right side of Dragon Cave Mountain and was not too far from its center. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not very big, just a tiny piece of land. Suddenly, a few screams rang out in the distance along with the rumbling sounds of battle. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the distance. The faces of the people from Demon Blood Temple who were following behind him changed slightly. One of the cultivators from the First Order Origin Returning Realm said with a gloomy face, "Brother Wu, the movement is coming from Myriad Beast Mountain. It seems that they have encountered something. This small mountain really can't be understood with common sense. Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong here, everyone should be careful not to fall into the enemy's traps or spirit arrays." The cultivator surnamed Wu turned his head and ordered lightly.
Yes. Ha! What is this?
Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have discovered something strange and asked curiously. But before the cultivator surnamed Wu and the other Origin Returning Realm Masters could investigate, a scream of horror rang out. This scream came to an abrupt end and with a puff, the smell of blood filled the air. Kacha. A creepy chewing sound rang out and the cultivator surnamed Wu and the others turned around in shock to see where the disciple had originally been standing. A strange blood-red, 10-meter-tall plant had appeared. At this moment, this plant had wrapped around a corpse and was constantly wriggling forward, as if it was a mouth that was tasting delicious food.
The creepy chewing sound came from this plant.
What was even more shocking though was that as this plant chewed, the corpse of the demon blood temple disciple who had died tragically began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all his flesh and blood essence had been sucked dry.
In the blink of an eye, this disciple had become a dried corpse. After the strange plant absorbed the flesh and blood essence, it became even redder. Its entire body became even redder, and its sword-like leaves glowed with a blood-like red light, making people shudder in fear. Xueqi. Its seemingly very hard leaves actually danced like long whips in an instant, bouncing back several dozen meters. They directly wrapped around another demon blood temple disciple who was standing in place stupidly. The disciple's reaction was not slow. As Xueqi screamed in panic, he hurriedly summoned a dark gold shield-like artifact and placed it in front of him. Although this artifact wasn't very high grade, it was still quite powerful. Although this was not a high-level artifact, it was still a defensive artifact. With the shield in front of him, the demon blood temple cultivator couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly bulged as he stared at the shield in front of him in disbelief. Kacha. The seemingly incomparably sturdy shield simply couldn't resist all of the power of the long leaf and was directly split in half. As the light dimmed, the long leaf's momentum didn't diminish.
Like a blade or a sword, it ruthlessly stabbed into the cultivator's lower abdomen, penetrating his body, wrapping him up and quickly dragging him back.
"You dare!" The cultivator surnamed Wu roared. How could he just stand by and watch his disciple suffer such a cruel fate? The only reason he was unable to react just now was because the scene in front of him was too incredible. He had never seen such a ferocious and strange plant before.
Saying so, he flicked his right hand and sent out a sword-light attack towards the retreating long leaf.
As the two energies collided, sparks flew and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The long leaf only trembled slightly and its speed was slightly reduced. It was not directly cut in half as expected.
"It's actually so hard."
The cultivator surnamed Wu sucked in a breath of cold air.
Although he had casually sent out that attack just now, he was still a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was unable to do anything to this long leaf.
No one would believe him if he told them. A fierce light flashed across the cultivator surnamed Wu's eyes as he flicked his finger and shot out a jet-black thread. This black thread gave off a strange aura and a faint black chi swirled around it. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. Compared to the secret technique Xueqi cultivated, this was the true Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, a technique that almost all the elders of Demon Blood Temple were proficient in. It had a myriad of transformations, making it impossible to guard against, and it also had the magical effect of breaking sure. The black thread flashed and the long leaf that was dragging the Demon Blood Temple disciple back could not resist the attack of this Demon Blood Thread, and with a light crack, it was cut in half. One section continued to retract while the other section that was wrapping the Demon Blood Temple disciple fell to the ground. What caused everyone's scalp to tingle was that this long leaf began to bleed red blood. Even though it had been cut in half, it continued to squirm and struggle on the ground, as if it was alive. The Demon Blood Temple disciple who was wrapped in this long leaf did not manage to escape this fate. Even though the cultivator surnamed Wu acted in time and saved him, by the time everyone tried to tear this long leaf apart, they found that all the blood in this disciple's body had been sucked dry.
"What the hell is this thing?"
The cultivator surnamed Wu's face went pale as he turned his head to stare at the strange plant, a look of dread filling his face. This was just one stalk. What if there were 10, 100? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If such a thing really happened, everyone here today would most likely die. Where did Dragon Cave Mountain find such a thing? Was it not worried about accidentally harming its own people by planting it here? Just as his brow furrowed and his expression turned ugly, another first-order origin returning realm cultivator suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?"
"What?"
"That damn thing keeps slapping the ground. It seems what?" The cultivator surnamed Wu seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Before he could finish speaking, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the ground around him, and then cracks appeared one after another. Then, one after another, things that looked like the strange plant in front of him sprouted out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These strange things varied in height. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall and looked extremely terrifying, while others were less than half a meter in height. They were obviously new, but no matter which one it was,
They were all red in color, as if they had been drenched in blood. What made people's scalps go numb was that after these things appeared, the sword-like leaves swayed slightly, as if the nose of a hunting dog was sniffing the scent of its prey.
The cultivator surnamed Wu instantly began sweating profusely. All the demon blood temple disciples were also stunned in place, none of them daring to move. Just now, everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of these strange plants with their own eyes. Their two brothers didn't even have a chance to fight back before dying tragically on the spot. Now, with so many of them suddenly appearing from the ground and surrounding them, who would dare act rashly and commit suicide? However, just because they didn't move didn't mean these strange plants were the same.
After swaying slightly for a moment, the leaves of various lengths suddenly shot out in all directions like arrows, each of them accurately locking onto a demon blood temple disciple. Dodge! The man surnamed Wu shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi to the brim and slashed out with a demon blood thread in his hand, directly cutting a leaf in half. At the same time, his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, dodging to the side.
However, not everyone had the same strength as him. The Saint King Realm cultivator was extremely unlucky.
In just the first wave of attacks, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator died tragically on the spot, their blood spilling out onto the ground but disappearing after a short while, as if even the spilled blood was absorbed by these strange plants. After absorbing this blood, these strange plants became more and more violent, their leaves dancing wildly, directly turning the surrounding 1,000-meter area into a bloody killing field. Accompanied by a series of screams, one cultivator after another fell, dying on the spot. The cultivator surnamed Wu was both shocked and angry, but at the same time, he felt helpless. Although he wasn't afraid of these leaves, wanting to save so many people with his own strength was a bit of a fantasy. Above Dragon Cave Mountain, somewhere in the void, Yang Kai and Yang Yan stood quietly, overlooking the overall situation. The reason why the two of them were able to stand here safely without being discovered by anyone was thanks to Yang Yan's cloak-like artifact.
This artifact had a miraculous effect when used to conceal one's body.
Of course, it wasn't necessarily able to hide from the detection of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but in the vicinity of Dragon Cave Mountain, the closest third-order origin returning realm cultivator was 50 kilometers away, so no matter how powerful their divine senses were, they wouldn't be able to see through their disguises.
The blood swordgrass has actually grown to such a scale? Yang Kai was surprised. The strange crimson plant that the Demon Blood Temple group encountered was clearly the blood swordgrass he had brought back from Lu Yan's desert.
At that time, he had only obtained a single seed, and after planting it, he had even dripped a drop of golden blood on it.
Since then, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to it, but now, this blood swordgrass had given him a pleasant surprise. This thing has a very strong growth potential. As long as there is enough blood and food, it can grow indefinitely. It has even caused a lot of trouble for Shadowed Star in the past. Yang Yan explained faintly, but a trace of suspicion flashed across her beautiful eyes. But it shouldn't have grown so quickly. We haven't provided much blood and food to it these past few years, which is quite strange. Yang Kai sniffed and secretly guessed that this was related to the drop of golden blood he had dripped, but he didn't point it out and instead asked curiously, "But isn't there only one blood swordgrass? How come there are so many now?" Its vitality is tenacious. As long as there is a single mother plant, it can split into countless child plants. What's so strange about this?
So that's how it is.
Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the myriad beast mountain group on the other side who were still engaged in a fierce battle with the fire spirit beast and grinned. "Regroup, it's time to beat the dog." Chapter 1399. Yang Yan had been waiting for him to say this and immediately took out a spirit array from her space ring without hesitation. This spirit array was similar to the one Wu Yi was using, gold and silver in color, but slightly smaller in size. Although it was small, it had no problem controlling Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array.
Pouring a few strands of Saint Chi into it, a humming sound immediately rang out from the spirit array and immediately after, the gold and silver colors converged towards its center and soon merged into one. At the same time, Dragon Cave Mountain, which was originally clear at a glance, was once again obscured by clouds as the mountain defending array flickered once more and enveloped the entire mountain. "I'll go back first. Wu Yi isn't very proficient in controlling the spirit array," Yang Yan said. Yang Kai gently nodded.
Yang Yan immediately rushed down. As soon as she left, Yang Kai's figure was instantly exposed, a scene that shocked all the masters who were staring at this place. Yang Kai swept his eyes around coldly. Although he could not see anyone,
He knew that Dragon Cave Mountain had attracted the attention of too many masters at this moment. Most of these people were just here to watch the fun, while only a few had anything to do with Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged. Sneering meaningfully, Yang Kai's figure flickered and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. This little brat. He opened the mountain defending array again. Does he want to wipe out all those people in one fell swoop? Inside Heavenly Fate City, Fei Ji too looked confused. Qian Tong was also confused. His appetite isn't that big, is it? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to explain the scene in front of them. On the other side, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng also had doubts, but they had confidence in their subordinates, so there was nothing for them to worry about. On the other hand, Feng Yan, who had been supporting Old Woman Feng, had a strange look on her face as she stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest. She wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Over on Colored Glass Sec's side, a beautiful young woman in palace robes slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment flashing across her eyes. Originally, when she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, she had a whole new level of respect for them. But after gaining a small advantage, Dragon Cave Mountain became so arrogant that they even opened their mountain defending array again in an attempt to wipe out all of them. It was truly disappointing. Opening the formation without an absolute advantage was not like catching a turtle in a jar, but cutting off one's own path of survival. Behind the young woman stood two women. One of them had a look of joy and schadenfreude on her face, while the other had a worried look on her face. Her pretty face was pale. These two women were about the same age and had similar figures, but their appearances were worlds apart. One was enchanting and charming while the other was extremely ugly. These two were Colored Glass Sec's Yin Su Dai and Dai Yuan. The young woman who had spoken earlier was the daughter of Colored Glass Sec's sect master, Gong Ao Fu, and Yin Su Dai's master. Honored master, what do you think of Dragon Cave Mountain's fate this time? Although Yin Su Dai was asking her honored master for advice, her beautiful eyes were actually looking towards Dai Yuan. She had once suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so naturally, she hated him to the bone. Now that she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's fate, she was naturally overjoyed, especially when she saw Dai Yuan worry about Dragon Cave Mountain. Why bother asking me about such an obvious thing? Gong Ao Fu coldly snorted. Honored master means that Dragon Cave Mountain won't be able to overcome this obstacle? Yin Su Dai giggled. From the very beginning, the decision of those involved in Dragon Cave Mountain was wrong. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head, not answering directly. With the strength of such a small mountain, trying to compete with behemoths like Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple is clearly the same as striking a stone with an egg. Even if this small mountain has many spirit arrays and they are lucky enough to win, so what? Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng are still here. Will they just stand by and watch Dragon Cave Mountain strut around? If they take action, won't they have no choice but to submit in the end? So that's how it is. Yin Su Dai showed a look of enlightenment as she glanced over at Dai Yuan proudly, but the latter simply bit her red lip and remained silent. With a chuckle, Yin Su Dai continued, Honored master means that if Dragon Cave Mountain knows what's good for them, they shouldn't provoke Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. Gong Ao Fu neither admitted nor denied this, simply saying leisurely, This is the way of the world, whoever's fist is bigger can speak. But honored master, if Senior Jin Shi and Senior Feng really take action, Shadow Moon Hall will not sit idly by, and Elder Qian Tong will definitely not stand idly by. Dai Yuan suddenly interjected with a serious expression. Shadow Moon Hall? Gong Ao Fu glanced over at Dai Yuan faintly and chuckled. Even so, what of it? With Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng's means, if they want to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, it would only take a few breaths of time. Even if Qian Tong takes action, who could possibly stop them? By the time they die, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will become enemies with Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple over a group of dead people? Dai Yuan heard this and her tender body trembled. Gong Ao Fu frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Before Dai Yuan could answer though, Yin Su Dai chuckled and said, Honored master, senior sister is just worried about Dragon Cave Mountain. There is no reason for her to feel unwell. Why are you worried about Dragon Cave Mountain? Gong Ao Fu looked at Dai Yuan puzzledly and asked, Do you know the people there? Honored master. Have you forgotten? Didn't two people come to the sect to visit senior sister a while ago? Naturally. I remember that. The ones who came were a man and a woman, right? Could it be that the man and woman are? Gong Ao Fu suddenly realized something, as if she had thought of something. The man is called Yang Kai and the woman is called Yang Inflammation. They are the people in charge of Dragon Cave Mountain and seem to have a very good relationship with senior sister. In Su Dai replied with a smile. Gong Ao Fu frowned as she turned to Dai Yuan and asked, Yuan is that true?
Yes.
Dai Yuan nodded heavily. Oh, no wonder you look so worried, but even if you are worried, you must remember not to draw fire to yourself. This time if Dragon Cave Mountain were to lose it would be fine, but if it were to win, it would not be so easy to resolve. When the time comes, it may involve several great forces, so my colored glass sect must not wade in these muddy waters. But honored master, junior brother Yang saved my life. Dai Yuan said anxiously.
So what?
Gong Ao Fu glared at her. Just look at his style of conduct and you can tell he is a brainless person who only knows how to brag. It is best not to make friends with such a person. Otherwise, sooner or later you will suffer a loss.
Su Dai.
Yes, honored master.
In Su Dai responded quickly.
Your senior sister is in a bad mood, so accompany her properly and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid.
Yes.
In Su Dai raised her eyes and looked at Dai Yuan with a smile on her face, looking harmless to humans and animals, but in her heart she was overjoyed. Honored master's meaning was very clear. She was to monitor her senior sister and not let her go to Dragon Cave Mountain to participate in this matter. Seeing Dai Yuan's anxious yet helpless expression, In Su Dai felt happier than if she had just picked up a few million saint crystals. Although her cultivation had now reached the first order origin returning realm, which was higher than Dai Yuan's, because of the secret art Dai Yuan cultivated, she was an indispensable talent in the sect, so In Su Dai still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She dreamed that one day she would be able to squeeze Dai Yuan out of colored glass sect and enjoy her honored master's favor alone. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Ning Xiangchen stared blankly at the enemy in front of him who had the same cultivation as him, as if he was in a dream. The enemy in front of him had no vitality at this moment, and there were no additional wounds on his body, only a finger-sized hole in his chest from which bright red blood was leaking out. Needless to say, this enemy was killed by him. However, the ease with which he had accomplished this feat was simply unbelievable to Ning Xiangchen. If it weren't for his own cultivation, he would have thought he had already broken through to the peak of the third order origin returning realm. When he encountered this enemy just now, Ning Xiangchen had only summoned his short sword artifact and fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Originally, he wanted to reveal a weakness so he could release the killing blow he had been preparing for a long time. But how could he have anticipated that his enemy would be unable to resist his short sword artifact and be directly pierced through and killed on the spot? Is this really an origin returning realm master? Why did it feel like it was no different from pinching a Saint King to death? Moreover, this was already the second origin returning realm master Ning Xiangchen had killed. In the past, when he encountered opponents of the same cultivation level, when did he not fight until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark? When did the battle last for less than 2 hours? Ning Xiangchen remembered that the longest they had ever fought was 14 or 15 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted of their Saint Qi, so they agreed to fight again another day before stopping. But now, he had killed 2 opponents in the same realm in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. His enemy's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable before they died. Although Ning Xiangchen didn't quite understand what was wrong with his enemy and why they were acting so abnormally, he knew that there was definitely some kind of profound mystery hidden here that allowed him to kill them so easily. This hidden mystery should have something to do with the spirit array. After encountering 2 origin returning realm masters in a row, Ning Xiangchen was able to tell that these 2 origin realm masters had their hands and feet tied while fighting him. The Saint Qi in their bodies was not flowing smoothly, as if it was being suppressed by some invisible force. What's more, these 2 origin realm masters would often cry out inexplicably, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. Occasionally, these 2 origin realm masters would launch attacks towards empty space. Ning Xiangchen had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous scene, causing his evaluation of Dragon Cave Mountain to rise to another level. A spirit array that could cause an origin returning realm master to repeatedly make mistakes in battle, and even suppress the enemy's cultivation without hindering his own was not something an ordinary array master could arrange. Recalling the unfathomable smiles on Changqi and Howen's faces, Ning Xiangchen suddenly understood why they were so calm in the face of such a powerful enemy. Perhaps, he had really made an extremely wise decision this time. Thinking so, Ning Xiangchen stretched out his hand and called back his short sword before continuing to walk forward. His expression indifferent, no longer showing any of his previous uneasiness or anxiety. He didn't need to figure out how mysterious this spirit array was. All he knew was that there would always be enemies who would just happen to appear in front of him, allowing him to slaughter them.